What if Harry Potter had walked a different path, one carved in ancient runes, deeper magic, and uncharted power? Welcome to a journey of transformation, destiny, and secrets buried long before the boy who lived was born. Welcome, Grimoire Guardians, to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we begin part one of an unforgettable fanfiction, Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path by Temporal Knight, a beloved reimagining that places Harry on a path filled with powerful knowledge, lost lore, and a future he must shape on his own. Disclaimer: this is a fan-created audiobook based on the Harry Potter universe. All characters and original lore belong to J.K. Rowling. This adaptation is not canon and exists purely for entertainment and to honor the creative brilliance of fan authors like Temporal Knight. In this story, Harry's connection to magic takes a unique turn. Guided by a mysterious rune stone, he discovers a different way to wield power, steeped in runic traditions, ancient languages, and a destiny that diverges from the one we know. You'll meet familiar characters through a new lens, uncover hidden truths about the magical world, and see Harry grow not just stronger, but wiser. If you're a fan of alternate universe tales, powerful magic systems, and character-driven plots, you're in for a treat. Be sure to subscribe and become a Grimoire Guardian. And if you'd like to support more audiobooks like this, consider joining our wizard army. So open the rune stone and follow the path less taken. Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path begins now. Prologue: Lily's Chest of Awesome. 10-year-old Harry Potter was actually glad to be cleaning the attic. It was his last chore of the day, and his Uncle Vernon and Cousin Dudley were always home by the time he got to the last chore. In the attic, though, they would leave him alone. Vernon could barely fit up the ladder, and Dudley was just way too lazy to climb it. Without worrying about them, Harry didn't have to watch his back or bite his tongue like usual. Plus, it was quiet up here. Harry had just finished clearing the last corner of cobwebs and dust when he noticed one trunk that almost seemed to have a glow about it. It had been shoved way into the darkest corner of the space on the bottom of a large pile of junk. Curious, Harry moved the items off and leaned in to examine the mystery trunk. Lily's Chest of Awesome. Was this my mother's? Harry whispered, reading the inscription on the nameplate. Aunt Petunia had said she got rid of everything of Mom's. Reaching out, Harry reverently opened the trunk, never noticing the small flash of light as his thumb popped the latches. Inside the trunk was surprisingly empty, consisting of only 3 small notebooks and a tiny necklace with an embellished L, J, and H all entwined around each other. Harry smiled at the necklace, assuming it was the initials of his parents and himself. He looped it over his head before opening the first notebook. Improvements in Basic Charms. Note to self: show my ideas to Flitwick. He'll love it. Maybe I can even skip the mastery program with these. I wonder who Flitwick was. That's a really strange name for someone. None of the first few pages in that book made much sense. There were tiny diagrams of moving sticks with instructions underneath, phrases in another language crossed out and replaced by shorter ones, and tables listing common interactions. Harry shrugged and put the notebook to the side before opening the next one. Improvements on potions preparations and brewing. Too bad for Sev. He'd have gone green with envy if he knew I figured this stuff out. Again, the book might as well have been written in a different language for all the sense it made. There were some utterly hilarious doodles, though, with a stick figure pouring 2 cups into a pot, and the next figure had the pot exploding with the stick figure's hat blowing off. Chuckling, Harry picked up the final notebook. Runes, rune stones, and warding. a comprehensive compendium of my extremely useful hobby, which I suck at. I swear for how complicated these things are, I don't get why they are so relaxing to puzzle over. Turning the page, Harry snorted. These are complicated? Compared to those other things, this is first grader stuff. Harry ran his finger over some of the odd symbols. The meaning of the symbols made perfect sense to him, even if he may not have been able to pronounce them. Like I was, it looked like his scar, and meant something like protection, but there were way too many consonants to try saying aloud. He flipped forward a few more pages. While some of the more complex schemes of intertwining runes towards the back of the notebook made his head hurt a bit, Harry could still mostly follow what the notebook was describing. Unfortunately, some of his mother's notes seemed just straight up wrong, and a few of the others looked like they were far more complex than they needed to be. But overall, the book was a nice primer for whatever she had been studying. Boy. Harry jerked upright as Uncle Vernon's voice resounded from the ladder well. Get down here and get dinner ready. If it's not on the table in 15 minutes, it's the belt again, boy. There was a brief pause before, and that attic had been cleaned as well. It's finished, Uncle Vernon. I'm coming. Harry yelled back. He dropped the 2 incomprehensible books back into his mother's chest before slamming it closed, and making sure his new necklace was well hidden down his shirt. Standing up, he clutched the runes notebook, smiling faintly at one of the few connections with his dead mother. He'd come back for the other books and the chest later when his relatives were gone. No need to risk them burning the last bit of his mother. He had left. For now, he'd be content just to read the one book that he could understand. Slipping the book into his pocket, Harry started down the ladder, a smile on his face for the first time in years. Harry had been able to sneak the rest of his mother's things down into his cupboard a few days ago, and had finally finished reading through the notebooks she'd left. He still couldn't make heads or tails of the potions or charms things, but he had managed to figure out several facts that completely turned his world inside out. 1, his mother was apparently very smart and enjoyed experimenting. Unfortunately, her talents were geared more towards things he couldn't understand. At least so far, too. His mother had been ecstatic to be starting a family. 3, he apparently was never supposed to come here. Underlined several times near the back of the runes notebook was, make sure James updates the wills. Yesterday was the last straw, and Harry is never, ever under any circumstances to go to Petunia. Toonie finally managed to burn that bridge. She will never touch my child if I have any say in the matter. That by itself was strange enough, and cast into doubt quite a bit about what Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had said concerning his parents since before Harry could remember. It did beg the question, though, of how exactly he had ended up at number 4 Privet Drive. And, of course, most importantly of all, magic was real. Actual magic. Words and spells that could make the impossible happen. Things that flew in the face of physics and natural laws. Potions that could mend bones or cure disease. Runes that could do practically anything in the right combinations. I wonder if I can figure out a rune cluster that would make Dudley lose his appetite. It'd certainly be easier than a charm or something. Or I could make a cluster to get them all to leave me completely alone. Harry's grin widened as he picked up the rune notes again. He had some studying to get to. Chapter 1. First Forays. Several weeks later, Harry found himself levering his trunk up onto the Hogwarts Express and thinking about his very first friend. Hagrid had been a wonderfully nice man, all things considered, but Harry was forced to admit the gentle giant was a rather bad introduction to the magical world. Horrible even. He hadn't even told Harry how to get onto a seemingly non-existent platform. Thankfully, he had had time to read part of Hogwarts, a history, so he knew about the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. But what if he hadn't? He might have been stuck outside. Harry suppressed a shudder at that nightmare. On the other hand, Hagrid had gotten him his beautiful owl Hedwig, which really made up for absolutely anything and everything. An actual birthday present? That giant of a man had firmly cemented Harry's loyalty for life. He smiled down at Hedwig, who twisted her head and hooted softly at him, reaching through the bars to nip his fingers a bit. "Excuse me, is there anyone sitting over there? Most of the rest of the compartments are full, and I'd prefer not to lug this thing any further," a red-headed young boy about Harry's age asked, pushing into the compartment with a large trunk in tow. "Sure, seat's open," Harry said. "I'm Harry, by the way. Ron Weasley. Have you seen Harry Potter anywhere? I heard he was supposed to be here this year, and I wanted to say hi before we reached the school air." Harry ran a hand through his hair, but before he could decide whether or not to admit his last name, Ron's eyes widened, and he pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry groaned, realizing far too late he'd exposed the stupid, annoying scar. "Blimey, you're Harry Potter. Why didn't you say so? I'm Ron Weasley." "Yeah, I know. You already introduced yourself a minute ago." "Oh, right. Well, bloody hell. Harry Potter. So how did you do it? Do you remember it? Did it hurt?" "I'd really rather not talk about it," Harry sighed, reaching into his pocket and pulling out his mother's runes notebook. She had been right. It was a fantastic way to relax, and studying the runes always helped him tune the world out. Granted, the world had previously consisted of Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley, but the theory was still sound. Right? But why not? You're famous, mate. It's awesome. What I wouldn't give to be in your position. Ron yelled out with a grin, almost splitting his face. Harry just scowled. "You'd rather have your parents dead and live with relatives who hate you? Be my guest. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to read now." Ron's mouth dropped open, and he just sputtered for a few seconds. Harry caught the boy's face turning slightly red before he leaned down over his notes. He'd already been able to correct some of his mom's mistakes, add a few new notes, and he even had a few ideas on some entirely new clusters. With a bit of luck, he'd be able to figure out how to finish one of the simpler ones before the end of month. 2 months tops. The carving sets from the shop in Diagon Alley had had everything he needed to get started. Convincing Hagrid that he'd wanted something 2 years early, why ancient runes only started 3rd year, he couldn't figure out. It wasn't like it was complicated, had been difficult until Harry had pulled the "I want to be closer to my mum" card. Hagrid had melted like putty after that. Thankfully, Ron stayed quiet for a few hours for the most part. Harry could hear him grumbling under his breath every so often. It was a bit annoying, but he still left Harry to his work. By the time the food trolley rolled around, Harry had finished the current cluster he'd been studying and felt a bit bad about earlier. It wasn't Ron's fault the magical world in general seemed to idolize him. He bought a few extra snacks from the woman as a peace offering. "Here, you want some? I got a bit too much, I think." "Really? You don't want it?" Ron started to reach for the chocolate frogs, but his hand froze midway. "Sure. Go ahead. Thanks." Ron lunged forward and grabbed 2 handfuls of food before ripping some of the wrappers off and stuffing them in his mouth. "You want a sandwich?" Ron asked with his mouth full of little cakes. "Mom made them for me. They're good, but they're not sweets." "Sure. Thanks." Harry shrugged, trying hard to hide the gleam in his eyes. That one sandwich had more meat than Harry had been allowed all week. No way was he going to turn that down. Sweet, delicious ham. The door to the compartment popped open, and a set of twins came holding some sweets in their arms. From the red hair and freckles, it was obvious they were related to Ron. Hey, Ronikins, need any chocolates? Got some. Thanks. Sure you don't need more? Oh, brother of ours? Harry shuddered at the grin on the second twin. It was almost the exact same grin he got when he managed to get something over on Dudley. No way were those chocolates safe to eat. I'm good, guys. Damn. Well, guess we'll just have to go and find some other first eyes. George? Guess so. Fred. What about this first eye? Nah, he's nice and quiet-like. I don't reckon it's a good idea to prank the quiet ones. At least not before the first week. George winked at Harry. I appreciate that, Harry said with a laugh. I'm Harry, by the way. George, and my esteemed brother here is Fred. Both twins bowed low with grand flourishes, somehow avoiding dropping any of their candy. You wouldn't happen to be Harry Potter by any chance, would you? Stifling a sigh, Harry nodded. At least these two were polite about it. Well, 'twas a pleasure meeting you, Harrykins. Welcome to Hogwarts, and I hope you'll consider joining us in Gryffindor. We can guarantee less pranks if follow us to our grand house, Fred said as he and his brother backed out. Well, that was actually the tamest response I've gotten to my name in the past month, Harry thought, grinning. The tack gene may have skipped their brother, but the twins were pretty cool. Ron grumbled before pulling out a rat and trying to feed it a piece of toffee. It was probably a good thing the rat was uninterested. It'd likely send the poor thing to the great sewer in the sky. Ron, why do you have a rat? This is Scabbers. He's my pet. Been in the family for ages. Percy had him years ago. Ron scowled down at the rat. He's really lazy, though, and kind of boring. Want to see a spell? Fred, and George gave me one that's supposed to turn him yellow, he said, leaning over for his wand. Okay, Harry shrugged. It would be awesome to see some actual magic, but if the twins had given it the spell, Harry was not going to be holding his breath for this one. As Ron pulled out his wand, the compartment door opened again, and this time a girl with bushy brown hair and a nervous-looking boy entered. Have either of you noticed a toad around here? Neville's has escaped. No, Harry said with a shake of his head. Have you tried asking any of the upper years? They might have a spell to help search. No, we haven't, but that's a good idea. We're going to do a spell. I've tried some of the simpler ones myself already and haven't had any issues at all. Come on then, what are we going to do? The girl plopped down on the seat next to Harry and stared at Ron. Well, okay. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. A small bang came from the end of Ron's wand, but nothing happened to Scabbers. Harry groaned and covered his face with his palm. Before he could say anything, the girl beat him to it. Are you sure that's actually a spell? It certainly didn't seem like one did it. I suppose it could have been a sort of ritual, but those tend to have a complicated set of diagrams drawn out before the incantation is started, at least according to my research. Most normal spells seem to be in Latin, though I've read other countries use spells in different base languages, which imply there is quite a bit more to the spell itself than simple motions and words, which I assume we'll be learning all about when we get to arithmancy and advanced spell theory. Here, watch, your glasses are broken. Yes? Sit still. The girl brought her wand out, pointed it between his eyes. Harry froze, but before he could say anything, she uttered a short phrase in something that was probably Latin from her earlier comments, and the tape that held the bridge of his glasses together spun off, while the plastic stitched itself back into one full piece. Forgetting his quick lapse, Harry took his glasses off and stared at his brand new pair, with his mouth slightly agape. What's more impressive, that she managed to finish that speech on a single breath, or that she fixed my glasses before we even got to school, he thought, slipping them back on and turning to the girl. Wow. Thanks. The tape was getting a little annoying. I haven't read most of the spells yet. I've been looking at other things. He shifted a bit, trying to discreetly cover his mother's notebook. You're welcome, she said, sitting up straighter as a wide grin spilled across her face. I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. Harry. Nice to meet you. Yes, well, Neville and I should really be off. Trevor's still missing after all. Do you guys want help? Harry asked. No, thank you. I think we'll just go and ask one of the prefects for their help. After Hermione and Neville walked out, Ron turned to Harry with his face red and his tone angry. Why'd you offer to help? She was such a know-it-all. That's not a reason to not help someone find their pet. Harry frowned. Ron's tone reminded him too much of Dudley at the moment. Besides, she was right. That spell obviously wasn't real. You said your brothers gave it to you, right? I've known them for less than 5 minutes, and I can already tell you, they seem like the type to do that for a laugh. Well, yeah, they would, Ron grumbled, and leaned back, slipping Scabbers into his pocket again. Harry shook his head, feeling sorry for the ugly little thing. The way the rat was squeaking and squirming made Harry think of Boba Fett being dragged down into the Sarlacc. The door to the compartment slammed open one more time, and a blonde-haired boy with 2 stocky bodyguards stood outside. Harry just sighed. This one he remembered from the robe store. So rumor has it that Harry Potter is in this compartment. The blonde turned to Harry and smiled upon seeing the scar through his hair. So it's true. He stuck out his hand. I'm Draco Malfoy. It's a good thing I came to find you. My father has told me all about the Weasley brood, and a man of your status certainly shouldn't be forced to hang around with the wrong sort like them. He stuck out his hand, completely missing Harry's narrowed eyes. Mr. Malfoy, we've met before, and not only was I apparently insignificant enough to not remember, but you also managed to insult one of my first friends back then. Had you been a bit nicer, now I'd be willing to let you try again. But again, the first thing you do is insult who I'm with. Congratulations. You've just proven yourself as stuck up as my relatives. Harry scowled and continued in a low voice that practically left ice on the windows. I deal with the Dursleys enough at home. The last thing I need is to deal with them here too. I'd appreciate being left alone. Malfoy's eyes widened, and his hand stayed extended for a moment before he sneered and pulled back like Harry had struck him. When my father hears about this, you'll regret spurning House Malfoy. Am I supposed to know who your father is? Harry scoffed with a low laugh. Obviously, I don't so. That's really not much of a threat now, is it? Malfoy just snarled and turned around, slamming the compartment door behind him. After they had finally reached Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony began, and Harry had his first view of the sorting hat, and the endless possibilities such a thing implied. How had the hat been created? Were there thought runes embedded within it? Or maybe perspective runes? Obviously, some variant of a perception rune was stitched into the lining somewhere. Cloth was likely a horrible magical conductor, though, so how had they made it permanent? Could he make anything permanent with the right combination? Could he make anything sentient? Could he make his own familiar out of a runic construct? No, that was stupid. He already had Hedwig, and she'd get jealous. What about etching runes into something else, though? Maybe tattoos? Potter, Harry Potter? Harry shook his head before turning to the tall, severe-looking Professor McGonagall frowning at him. Oh, Right. He grimaced and walked forward to the stool with the hat. Ah, Mr. Potter. Quite a lot of possibilities there for my creation. Harry flinched at the voice in his head and quickly glanced around but couldn't see anything besides the inner brim of the sorting hat. Is this the hat? He whispered quietly. Oh yes, that I am. Heldrick Rouser, if you want to be technical, but most simply refer to me as Hat. Please don't use Flopsy. I truly wish I had arms to smack the headmaster whenever he insists on that foolish term. And just so, my creation was centered more around charms and enchantments instead of runes. Most people aren't quite at your level regarding those, and the founders preferred not to play with something that had the potential to blow them up when there were easier ways. Oh, would my way have worked? Oh, I have no doubt. I imagine it would take years to get right, but there is certainly more than one way to trim a mandrake. Now, where to put you? Where to put you? I haven't had this many problems since your mother. And then your cousin, My cousin? Oh, not that one. No. She's only very distantly related, something like a fifth cousin, once removed. Cousin was simpler than the full description. I settled on Hufflepuff for her in the end, but that's really the only house not particularly suited for you. I think you'd do well in Slytherin, however. Though in the past few weeks it appears that your interests and talents have shifted quite a bit. Runes are certainly a fun specialty, and Ravenclaw would lead the way to great things for your future. However, I do see the burning desire to charge forward regardless of any consequences or obstacles. That is truly a trait Godric would admire. So many choices. Ravenclaw was the one for people who like to read and study right. Well, I wouldn't have boiled it down quite so much, but yes, that is more or less correct. And Slytherin was for crafty and ambitious people. Generally, though purebloods that don't have many other stronger defining traits tend to go there as well. And Gryffindor is for the reckless? The hat gave a rolling laugh in Harry's head. Oh, I do like you, Mr. Potter. Don't let poor Minerva hear you say that. Do I get a say in this? Where did Hermione and Neville go? Ron has brothers here, right? They're in Gryffindor, right? All the current Weasleys, Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger, are all in Gryffindor. But I really think you'd fit in better with the Ravenclaws. This thirst for knowledge and experimentation is perfectly in line with dear Rowena's legacy. I'd prefer to go with them, please. Neville looks like he could use a friend, and Hermione actually seemed interesting from the train. Even if she was a little bossy, the twins didn't even really question me about my scar. I'd really prefer to be with them. Please. Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. The hat finished with a loud shout to the rest of the room. Harry smiled, and with a whispered thanks, took the head covering off before hurrying over to the cheering table to sit down across from the people he'd met a few hours ago. Several hours later, Harry was sitting on a couch near the fire in the Gryffindor common room. The welcoming feast had ended with some time left before curfew, so Harry had switched out his mother's notes for the third-year Ancient Runes text and curled up to start his research. He smiled faintly as he searched through the textbook, trying to find one of the missing components to complete his primer sequence. Harry, why our reading? Let's play chess, Ron said, striding up with a small board cradled in his arms. Sorry, I can't. I'm kinda busy. Ron, what could possibly be more interesting than chess? We don't even have homework yet. Harry glanced up and almost fell over from the horror crossing Ron's face. His mouth was open, and his face had gone white with his hands just hanging limp by his sides. It looked like someone had told him to eat scabbers alive. Harry shook his head, quickly deciding he was never going to study with the other boy. I'm looking for an extinguisher. The current configuration is a bit too explosive when all I want is a fancy light show. An extinguisher should damp the reaction before it combusts. Harry responded, glancing up. Ron's expression of utter confusion was priceless. Hermione, however, seemed worried as she walked over to the boys. An extinguisher? Muggle tech doesn't work at Hogwarts. It says so in Hogwarts, a history. I imagine an extinguisher might work as it doesn't have any electronic components, but still I highly doubt you'll find one lying around the grounds. Harry shook his head. I know that tech doesn't work. I read that part in Hogwarts. A history too. Hermione's face morphed from confusion to shock and finally to amazement before he'd even started his next sentence. But I don't mean a fire extinguisher. I mean a rune for extinguishing. My mum never wrote that one down. I'm hoping it's in one of the first 2 course books because I didn't have enough money on me to buy the 5th, 7th year curriculum ones. It seems like it should be pretty basic, though, so I'm guessing she just didn't see the need to write it down. You've. Hermione still seemed frozen. You've read Hogwarts, a history? She finished in a high-pitched squeak. Yeah, he said slowly. Was that supposed to be odd? Wouldn't it make sense to read a book about the history of the school you were about to attend? Wait. Did you say you're researching runes? She demanded. Harry just nodded. That's incredibly advanced. We don't start runes until 3rd year. Blimey, mate. Why the bloody hell are looking at stuff 2 years ahead? Harry was starting to get seriously worried that if Ron's eyes widened any further they would fall out of his skull. Because it's interesting, he really didn't understand why people kept making such a big deal out of this. It wasn't rocket science. It was just a language, a set of power symbols, and a series of interactions. Ron just grumbled and walked away shaking his head, as if in a daze, his chest set, hanging limply from his hand. Hermione frowned, but also wandered off, frantically muttering about being so far behind. Harry shrugged and was about to go back to his research when Neville sat down beside him. They are right, Harry. Runes can be pretty dangerous if you're not careful. My gran said my dad once almost blew up the house because he etched one wrong. Neville shook his head and drooped a bit lower. I'd probably actually blow up the house if I ever tried it. Don't sell yourself short, Neville, Harry said with a soft smile and a pat on the other boy's shoulder. They really aren't that difficult. If you ever want help with them, let me know. I will. But I think I'll wait until we actually get to that class. Neville smiled shyly and moved off to the dorms. Harry's first 2 months at Hogwarts had practically flown by. He was enjoying most of the classes except potions and history of magic. History was good for a short nap, though, and when he wasn't tired, it was the perfect opportunity to work on improving his developing clusters. The extinguisher hadn't quite worked out, but he figured weaving in a soften rune to the scheme should offset the effect enough to make his extravagance rune show impressive but harmless. It would be perfect for Dudley. It had taken Harry less than a week to realize that he didn't have the same luck with any of the other magical topics that he did with runes. It was a bit disappointing that he hadn't seemed to inherit his mum's skill in charms or potions. At least he could partially blame the latter on Snape. The first potions lesson was, getting run over by a lorry would probably have been more fun. Snape's first few questions were trick ones to see if Harry had read the year's textbook, from cover to cover, and memorized it. When he somehow managed to get those few right, Snape had moved on to more complicated questions. Things from the 4th and 5th year curriculums, according to Hermione later on. Harry still managed to get those questions right, thanks to remembering some things from his mother's notebook. Snape then proceeded to take points off for being insufferably superior and reading dangerously far ahead. When Harry had had the audacity to actually ask why stirring clockwise versus counterclockwise made such a huge difference, Snape had vanished his potion, since obviously if you cannot grasp such a simple concept, then there's no point in seeing the horrific results of your work. When Harry afterward tried to stay quiet and avoid eye contact, Snape picked on Neville instead, leaning over the boy's shoulder and degrading him for his shaking hands and fumbling of ingredients. By the time the class had ended, Harry had been sorely tempted to set off his defective extravagance rune show in the man's cauldron. When one's teacher took every opportunity to insult and degrade you, there was little point in putting forth any effort. Harry had agreed in principle that learning potions was important, though, so on the weekend after that first class, he had grabbed Neville, commandeered an unused classroom, and set about teaching the coursework to each other. Harry had invited Ron as well, but the redhead just laughed hysterically at doing any extra work. Within a few weeks, Neville and Harry had made excellent progress, and Harry always cackled like a madman when thinking of the end-of-term exams, and how they was going to show the bigoted teacher exactly what they could do. Transfiguration and charms were topics that, while interesting as hell, seemed to be a huge waste of energy, something that he finally decided to bring up during the lesson on Halloween. "Professor, why use a charm for this when a rune would be just as easy and more permanent?" Harry asked, while most of the rest of the class was attempting to get their feather levitating. "Well, it would be quite difficult to etch a rune onto a feather, Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick responded with a chuckle. "Besides, runes are far too advanced for a first-year course." "Well, yeah, you can etch the rune on the feather, but still it seems silly to try and memorize such a precise wand movement when I can just draw and link the rune to it in a few seconds instead. Here, watch." Harry shifted his feather over to the side and inked a quick flight rune onto his paper before adding a small synchronization rune and a feather rune entwined within. Less than 30 seconds after he started, Harry touched his wand to the paper and energized the cluster. Harry smirked as his feather floated off the desk and hovered neatly in the air for about 5 seconds. Then the parchment with his cluster burned to ash. Scowling, Harry glared down at the parchment. "Stupid paper. Horrible conductor. I should have torn a strip from my robes instead. That would have lasted at least a minute." He sighed as the feather floated back down in front of him. "Well, it made my point at least right." Looking up at Professor Flitwick, Harry's eyes widened a bit, and he jerked back slightly in his seat. The little man's eyes were bulging out of his skull. His mouth was hanging open. His hand was clenched so tightly on his wand it had gone white, and his entire body seemed stiff as a board. Harry had seen that expression enough from his relatives. The freak had shown his true colors yet again. Frantically blinking, Harry desperately started to mentally draw and recite the most complicated runes he could think of. He would not cry in class. He had stopped crying years ago. It was not going to happen. "Mr. Potter, how did you?" Before Professor Flitwick could finish his thought, from several seats down, Hermione loudly corrected Ron's pronunciation, and her feather soared into the air. 5 points to Gryffindor for excellent spell work, Miss Granger, the professor commented without even taking his eyes off Harry. He opened his mouth to try again before Seamus Finnegan's feather literally exploded in his face. Professor Flitwick shook his head and moved off to make certain the boy was all right. Harry slowly exhaled and stopped his mental exercises. I should have known not to ask questions. I'll just do the clusters on my own and study the normal things with everyone else for now. The bell signaling the end of class sounded, and Harry grabbed his bag, walking out with Neville and Ron before Professor Flitwick could try to stop him. He was not going to let the freak come out again. Not here. Not with people who knew and liked his parents. Not with someone his mom had liked. She's mental. Mental, I tell you. Ron prattled on beside Harry, and Harry just nodded, not bothering to listen. Levi OHSA, not Levi OSH. She's such a bossy little know-it-all. Why can't she just mind her own business for once? I'm not surprised she has no friends. No one's ever going to be able to stand her. Hermione pushed past Harry's shoulder, and the sound of sniffling broke through his reverie. Hermione, she practically sprinted down the corridor and disappeared before Harry could do more than extend a hand in her direction. Frowning, he turned to Ron. What did you say to her? Weren't you listening? I just said the truth. It's not my fault if she heard me. That was really mean, Ron, Neville said quietly from his other side. She was just trying to help you. And she was right. She should mind her own business. Ron's face had gone as red as his hair. I didn't ask for her help, and I didn't need it. She's too bossy. She thinks she knows everything just because she's the best in class and because she turns in double the homework that we do. She wants to go and cry about it. Well, serves her right. Maybe now she'll stop making the rest of us look bad. Harry froze. The rest of his classmates flowed around him, and a few steps later on, and Neville turned back to look at him, stopped in the middle of the corridor. Harry's hands clenched and his teeth ground together. He stepped forward, and his mouth curled into a snarl as he jabbed a finger accusingly in the redhead's chest, not even realizing he was still holding his wand, or that it was glowing. You want her to make herself dumber, just so she doesn't look better than lazy idiots like you. Harry's voice was like ice. Neville hurriedly took a few steps away from Ron and worriedly tried to get his wand out, though. He seemed nervous about which boy he should be pointing it at. You're jealous that she's better than you, that she understands the subject, while you can't even be bothered to try. How dare you? Dudley was bad enough. I can't do anything about him yet, but I can do something about you. Harry thrust his hand forward, not even realizing his wand was in it. You stay the hell away from Hermione, and stay the hell away from me too. Wah! Ron sputtered, backing away from Harry. He tripped over his robes and landed on his, but on the floor. Harry. Shut up, Ronald. I don't like bullies, and that's all you are. You're just like Dudley. Stay away. From us. Harry turned on his heel and scanned the small crowd that had formed nearby as the rest of the class had gathered to view the rising chaos. Lavender. Did you see where she went? The girl's eyes widened, afraid to be in his sights, and she quickly shook her head. No, but she usually goes into the second-floor bathroom to cry. She should be out by the end of the feast, though. If you see her before I do, tell her to stay away from Ron, and that I want to talk to her. Harry's voice had dropped back down to a normal volume, and he had stopped breathing heavily. Lavender nodded, and the crowd slowly started to mill away towards the great hall, the show apparently over. You coming, Neville? Harry asked as he walked off. Neville jerked and stared at Harry. Yeah, coming. He sent a baleful glare at Ron, who was still staring up from the floor, before hurrying after his friend. Harry had kept watching the doors to the great hall during the entire feast. Halloween was turning into a right awful day. Flitwick was still casting glances at him from the staff table. Everyone was celebrating his parents' death. He'd thrown aside one of his few friends. Hermione still hadn't shown up. What the hell else could happen to make this day worse? Troll. There's a troll in the dungeons. Professor Quirrell yelled as he ran into the room and barely even reaching the center of the room before fainting. Note to self, never ever tempt fate. Even in my head, she obviously hates me. Or, at minimum, loves to play around with me, all the while cackling madly in the background. The great hall exploded into chaos as the professors called for the houses to follow their prefects back to the dorm rooms. As they left the room, Harry scowled and shifted to the back of the crowd. Neville noticed his friend slowing down and leaned over to whisper, "Harry, what's going on?" "Hermione doesn't know about the troll. Nevada. What if she's still in the bathroom? Shouldn't we tell the prefects?" he suggested with a slight quaver. "They're busy with everyone else. Come on, it's only a few corridors over. We can get there faster if we just go ourselves. The troll isn't even supposed to up here anyway. I don't want Hermione to get into trouble for something Ron did." Harry saw Neville's face drain of color and gave a sad smile. "It's okay, Nevada. I'll go get her, and we'll meet you guys up in the common room." He turned to run away from the staircase, but Neville grabbed his arm. No, I'm coming too. I may not be much help, but I'm not letting you go alone. And I don't want Hermione to get in trouble either." Harry smiled back in reply, and the two sprinted off. Harry's opinion of Neville jumped up several notches, seeing the boy would actually stand up for himself, and others when push came to shove. As they got closer to the bathroom, an awful smell drifted toward them. "Neville, do trolls smell?" Harry tried to keep his voice calm, but there was a small tremor running through it. "Yeah." Neville's face had reached nearly pure white. "Maybe we should have gotten a prefect." They twisted around the last turn, just in time to see a 12-foot-tall troll amble through the door to the bathroom, a giant club half as big dragging in its wake. Harry's face joined Neville's in color loss. "That's the girls' bathroom." A scream rang through the air from the room the troll had entered. "Hermione!" Both boys shouted and sprinted straight through the door. In front of them the troll was standing and raising its club. Hermione was crouched on the floor among broken toilets and stall doors. Harry didn't think. He just immediately jumped onto the troll's back and grabbed its head, trying to twist it away from Hermione and back towards the door. Neville, distracted. "Hermione, run." Hermione didn't run. She stayed frozen and whimpering in the corner of the room. Neville stayed frozen for a moment too before he snapped at it. He grabbed his wand and tried to shout out a spell, but only a weak red light came out that bounced harmlessly off the troll's skin. The troll's club swiped out, and Neville jumped back. He managed to avoid getting hit, but his wand wasn't so lucky. As the boy fell back, his wand got caught by the edge of the club and snapped right in half. It had bought enough time, though. Harry, one hand wrapped around the troll's neck, the other digging through his pack, triumphantly raised his arm, clutching his incomplete extravagance rune shell. Thrusting his hand around the troll's head, Harry activated the rune stone and thrust it into the troll's open mouth. He dropped off the back of the troll and rolled away just as a dull bang sounded through the bathroom. Covering his head, Harry felt himself splattered with something sticky and smelly as a second later there was a great crash when the troll fell to the floor, its loincloth passing so close that it brushed against Harry's arm. Slowly, Harry lowered his arms and scanned the room. Neville was sitting on the floor staring dumbly. Hermione was still crouched in the corner, but with her mouth wide open. Next to Harry, on the floor, was the troll. Most of the top of its head was missing. Steaming meat chunks squelched down the wall of the bathroom and dripped off the ceiling. Without the extinguisher and softened runes weaved into the cluster, the extravagance rune show was still rather explosive. Anything else Harry was going to say was cut off as a blurry, bushy, brown bullet slammed into his chest, nearly knocking him over. Hermione's arms wrapped around him, and her head buried into his chest. Harry froze. This was the first hug he could ever remember receiving. "Hermione, are you okay?" Cautiously, Harry reaching a hand out and patted her head. A small nod was the only answer he got as the girl's arms tightened around his chest, and he felt his stomach get wet. She was sobbing right through his shirt. "Neville, you good?" "I'm okay. I broke my wand, but I'm okay. Did you blow off its head?" Neville's voice was strained, like he couldn't decide between whether to cry or laugh. Harry commiserated. Yeah, I think I did. Did you mean to do that?" Maybe. I knew it would explode. I didn't mean to kill it, but I didn't know what else to do. Did I kill it? Mr. Potter? Mr. Longbottom? Miss Granger?" Professor McGonagall's shocked voice sounded into the small bathroom. "Is that? How? Are you three hurt?" she finally managed to say. "We're okay, Professor. Neville's wand got broken, though." "How did this?" The teacher abruptly cut off as a piece of brain from the ceiling dropped an inch in front of her face. "What the blazes?" Professor Flitwick squeaked as he came around the older woman. "What happened to its head?" Obviously, it smacked itself with an errant swing. Snape drawled, swishing in behind the other two. "No, it didn't, sir," Neville said softly from the floor, still staring at the troll. He shook his head, stood up, grabbed his broken wand, and moved to stand with Harry and Hermione. "Harry killed it, sir." "Impossible," Snape sneered. "Mr. Potter, perhaps you should explain what just happened." Professor McGonagall could barely tear her eyes from the troll's twitching remains long enough to glance at the trio of students. Hermione didn't know about the troll because she had been in the bathroom. "Professor, Neville and I ran to get her, but the troll was already here. It was trying to kill Hermione, so Neville distracted it while I fed it my activated extravagance rune show." Harry looked down and grimaced. "I didn't mean to kill it," he continued softly. "I designed the extravagance rune show to emit a lot of bright lights and sounds to scare my cousin if he started in on me, but I had to base it off of some of the thunder and explosion runes to get the cluster to work. An extinguisher rune stopped the whole thing completely, so I took it out. I knew adding in a soften rune in conjunction with the extinguisher would get it to work perfectly, but I only figured that out this morning and haven't had enough time to etch it in with the others. I knew the cluster was still pretty explosive, and that's why I kept it in my bag. I didn't want anyone playing around with it while it was still dangerous. I didn't really mean to kill the troll. I just didn't know what else to do." Harry trailed off. Hermione gave him one more squeeze and finally let go. She turned to the gathered staff that had been joined by Professor Babbling at some point. "Please don't punish Harry or Neville. They were only here because of me. I should be the one punished. It was going to kill me, and they only did what they could to help. I'm the one who deserves punishment," she pleaded. The tears threatened to fall again, and Harry reached out and squeezed her hand. "Mr. Potter," Professor Babbling said with a note of awe evident in her voice, "do you mean to tell me that you designed an entire rune cluster fully understanding the inner weaves, chained reactions, and inherent complexities of the completed scheme without even fully finishing the etchings?" Harry nodded, still looking at the floor. 100 points to Gryffindor for ingenuity, brilliance, and having the foresight to keep a potential hazard from others. 25 points from Gryffindor for carrying a potential hazard on your person around others. At the massive point awards, Harry jerked his head up, catching a huge smile on the woman's face. Snape, on the other hand, was turning cherry red. And 50 points to Gryffindor to you both for immediately coming to the aid of classmate in trouble and triumphing over incredible odds, Professor Flitwick commented as he poked at the troll's body. Snape's mouth clenched so tightly Harry was amazed his teeth didn't shatter. This is amazing. Mr. Potter, that was quite brilliant thinking. You would do exceptionally well in the dueling circuit, I think. If you are ever interested, let me know. Oh, and 15 points from each of you for not informing a prefect or teacher that Miss Granger was missing. Harry stared in shock at the small man. After his comments in class earlier, Flitwick was praising him? That was, wow. Potter. Snape had apparently finally regained his voice. He was practically spitting, and his face was so red Harry wondered for a moment whether the man was about to pass out. Detention. Dangerous. Forbidden magical constructs are prohibited. Harry just nodded. For once that was actually a totally warranted punishment. Professor Babbling scowled at Snape. Runic clusters are not forbidden magical constructs. They require care, yes. But if they were forbidden magical constructs, then you might as well arrest me and the entirety of my Newt's class. Severus, Mr. Potter, you will serve that detention with me. Professor McGonagall glared at Snape before turning to Harry and the others with a far softer look. We will discuss carrying around a potential hazard at that time. As disappointed as I am that you did not come to one of your seniors, I do understand that the troll was not initially reported as being in this section of the castle. She paused before continuing softly. I have never lost one of my lions before, and I am extremely glad that, because of your actions, I do not have need to revise that statement. I am very proud of all three of you. 3 sets of jaws dropped open before snapping closed again. Now run along back to the common room and get yourselves cleaned up. Mr. Longbottom, I will contact your grandmother to arrange a date over the weekend for you to acquire a new wand. The 3 students nodded and started to leave the bathroom. Potter, Professor Babbling said with a smile, whenever you get a chance, stop by to see me. Nothing urgent. I think I can help you, though, if you'd like. It was all Harry could do not to gape at the woman as pride surged through him. He damped it down a bit and, nodding, proceeded to follow his friends out. Harry, Hermione, and Neville trooped through the portrait hole and into a crowded common room. There you are. Percy Weasley immediately yelled out. Where have you 3 been? The troll is dead, Hermione stated. Harry killed it. Neville helped. They saved my life. Percy's mouth dropped open. The rest of the room immediately went quiet. The professors already know, Neville commented. Excuse us, but we smell horrible, and I really need to go and lie down. Hermione, you okay? Harry asked before she could sprint away again. I'm fine, Harry. Thank you. She hugged him once more and turned to go up the stairs to her dorm. See you tomorrow, she finished in a quiet, questioning voice. Yeah, Harry said, giving her his warmest smile possible. Definitely. As Harry walked to the showers, he chuckled slightly. For Halloween. This day actually hadn't really ended too badly. Chapter 2. Prodigies, Parents, and Philosopher's Stones. After the troll incident, the students had practically been climbing over themselves to get Harry to explain in vivid detail just how he had managed to kill a 12-foot mountain troll. The attention had nearly sent him into hiding, and he'd taken to spending as much time in the common room as possible over the next week. The good thing about that was he got to talk quite a bit with Hermione and Neville. Neville's gran had berated the boy pretty harshly about breaking his father's wand, but she had apparently switched gears and couldn't seem to stop praising him when he finally managed to explain what happened. She had swept into the common room and proceeded to give Harry and Hermione a bear hug, thanking them for bringing her Neville's lion to the surface. Hermione just blushed and replied that she hadn't really done anything at all, while Harry nodded and flashed a thumbs up to the beet-red Neville. Hermione, on the other hand, barely left his side anymore, something he was quickly growing to like. He had initially come to think of Ron as a friend, but it took barely 2 days of spending time with Hermione to realize how an actual friend acted. Hermione never insulted his research, and she listened when he tried to explain what he was looking for. She helped him with his homework and showed him why his wand movements were wrong. She apparently liked to hug him too, something which always sent a very odd warm feeling through him. He knew about hugs, academically speaking, of course, but, well, the reality of them was much better, he thought with a blush. Ron had taken to grumbling every time one of the trio passed him, and he scuttled out of the way if Harry even so much as turned in his direction, not quickly enough to hide the glares or mutterings, but fast enough for Harry not to have to repeat his warning about staying away from the group. Fred and George, on the other hand, tried grilling Harry on some of his experiments and whether or not he was intending to go farther. Harry had just stared dumbfounded when they showed him some of their own plans for incredibly intricate pranks that they couldn't seem to finish setting up yet. He promised them he'd think of a few rune clusters that might be able to combine or simplify aspects of the job, as long as they promised to tone down any pranks on first years in general, regardless of house. It took Harry nearly a week before the furor had died down enough that he could make the time to talk with Professor Babbling. He was practically bouncing in anticipation as he walked up to her office with a huge grin on his face. "Ah, Harry, come in," Babbling said, sliding a few pieces of paper off to the side of her desk and waving him forward. Harry plopped down in one of the seats as the teacher came around and hopped up onto her desk. "So, let's see what we've got to work with, shall we?" She clapped her hands together with a smile. "Check out this table over here. Can you tell me what these runes are?" Harry peered at the runes and snorted. "Well, that's protection. That's synchronization. There's light. That's quiet. That's... Okay. That's obviously far too easy. How about this one?" Babbling gave her wand a flick, and the table of prime runes was replaced by one filled with clusters. "It's still pretty easy, Professor. That cluster would ignite a small fire, but immediately snuff itself out once the item it was etched on burned up. That one should resize clothes. That one, there looks like it's designed to work in a set of 4 to set up a sort of barrier, but it has a flaw here that would burn it out less than a minute after activation." "Really? What flaw?" Her voice was carefully neutral, and Harry grinned slightly, enjoying the test. "Well, absorption is upside down and entwined with protection. It should be integrated into power, because then it can use any spells that impact it to reinforce itself instead." "Ha, I hadn't thought of that." Babbling leaned down to squint at the cluster. "Integrated into power, you say?" "I intentionally flipped it upside down, yes. But I've never seen this cluster drawn with absorption twine with power. That should work, though. Hell, it might just double or triple the damage the barrier could take. Actually, it should be a near exponential increase. The most dangerous part would be the first few spells, because it would be pretty weak at first, but once the first few add to the strength of the barrier, it would keep getting stronger and stronger." Harry said, taking mental notes to work on improving this at some point. for anchor points was just inefficient. There had to be a way to get it down to just one central runestone cluster. Well, Merlin's uncle, babbling, laughed and turned back to Harry, shaking her head. I've heard of rune savants before, but never imagined I'd actually meet one. I had figured you were just another prodigy like me. Harry tore himself away from the cluster and squinted at the easygoing young woman. Rune savant, ma'am? It's a term for people who read and understand runes instinctively, like a language. Muggles tend to use the term a bit differently. They say someone is an idiot savant, a person who has difficulties with nearly all aspects of life except for one in which they are basically at Merlin levels. For magicals, we use it to describe someone whose magic functions to give them insight and understanding into one particular subject, but who has no extra specialties or difficulties outside the norm. Most of us have to study, memorize, and work for years just to get the basic concept inherent here. I'm a prodigy. I work with runes at a much quicker and higher level than most, so it's been easier for me, but I do still have to work at it. People like you, Harry, can simply look at rune or a cluster and see intrinsically what the point is, as well as how they integrate into the rest of the structure. It's an incredibly rare skill, and if you end up going into curse breaking or warding, she shrugged, you'd probably be able to skip nearly 10 years worth of training, not to mention always being in constant demand. Of course, you don't have to use your skills like that, but it's a good option for the future. For now, I just wanted you to know about it. Oh, she gave a small scowl. And stop with the ma'am thing. Hell, I'm only 19. I'm closer to your age than most of my colleagues here. I prefer babbling or Shiva in private, but if that's uncomfortable for you, then just stick with Professor Shiva. Harry asked, furrowing his brow. The others made sense, but Shiva didn't seem to fit the pattern. She smiled ruefully. My first name's Bathsheba, which is frankly just awful. Shida is somewhat close to Shiva, though, and, well, I sorta almost blew myself up twice in my second year. She shrugged. Shiva is a Hindu goddess of destruction. It stuck. Air. Isn't it a little inappropriate to call your teacher by their nickname? Harry asked, tilting his head at her. Probably, Babbling said with a one-armed shrug. But like I said, I'm closer to your age than I am to any of the other professors. I was hired right out of school, and I've only been teaching for a year. I can still get away with stuff like that, especially since Dumbledore really doesn't seem to care much. If he did, he'd have to come down on Severus too, and that's certainly never going to happen. She glowered for a moment before continuing in a softer voice. I told you, Harry, I'm a prodigy, and while I was careful as a kid, I still nearly killed myself twice before my 14th birthday. From what I understand, you grew up Muggle, so they'll never be able to understand or help you with your experiments. I'd like to do that, even if only so that you have a sounding board to avoid hurting yourself. You can call me whatever you want, but I want to make sure you don't go through the same shit that I had to. Especially since you're likely going to have it worse and be a lot more proactive with your meddling. I just liked it and was really good at it. You quite literally speak the language. Here, she flicked her wand, and 4 books zoomed out of a drawer to land with a thump in a pile next to her. You can borrow these for a few months, but I'll need them back by the end of the year. These books have some of the more advanced methods, and I've bookmarked the rarer prime runes that you won't see so often in other literature. This is stuff I usually give to my OWL students, so don't be intimidated if it's a little advanced or confusing at points. I can give you some private lessons as well, though I do recommend that you take at least this first year to just poke around on your own. See what you like both in rune terms and more other magical subjects. My door is always open, Harry. Don't be afraid to come and ask for help or advice about anything. Harry stared at Babbling in wonder and reverently ran a hand over the books she had given him. Thanks, Professor. No problem, Harry. She smiled down at him and hopped off the desk. I may not be a savant, but I do understand somewhat how it feels. And I really enjoy ancient runes. It's not a subject too many find entertaining, so it's always fun to chat about them with those who do. And it's even rarer to find people who actively experiment with new clusters. For now, just remember to be extremely careful with energizing anything that you are unsure about. Don't get overconfident and reckless. Yes, Shiva, Harry said hesitantly. He started to head out clutching his new books. Oh, and Harry, don't give out all your secrets, even to me. You could probably make quite a comfy living off of marketing some of your future inventions. Harry walked out, his head spinning. An adult could be helpful and supportive. That was just... Harry shook his head, narrowed his eyes again, and kept walking. Better not to think about it. If adults could be helpful, then something was very rotten in Surrey. Before dropping his new books off, Harry stopped in to speak with Professor Flitwick. He could feel sweat start to bead on his back as he sat down in the office. Hello, Professor. Before I say anything else, I wanted to apologize for what happened in class last week. Flitwick's brow furrowed before he let out a small chuckle. Oh, the rune shortcut? Don't apologize for that, Mr. Potter. I was simply rather stunned. I didn't even realize you could do something like that. Oh, Harry clutched his books a bit tighter to his chest. I see Bathsheba managed to tie you down long enough to give you some extra material. Keep up the excellent work, Harry, and please, if you ever need any assistance or advice, let me know, and I'll be glad to help in any way I can. Your mother was quite the charms mistress, and while I know you seem to be following a different path, I'm sure that some charm work could help your research at some point. At least, I certainly hope so, Flitwick said with a wide grin. Harry finally smiled and let himself relax. I'll be sure to consult with you if I need it, Professor. Professor Babbling offered her help as well. Yes, I imagine she would. We don't usually get 2 rune prodigies in such short order. She said I was actually a savant, sir. Oh, even better. Flitwick practically squealed. He almost seemed to be vibrating. I, for one, greatly look forward to what you come up with, Mr. Potter. Well, Harry said, blushing and rubbing the back of his neck. For the moment, I'm trying not to get too complicated. Also, Hermione is helping me with some of the charm stuff I've had issues with. So I probably don't really need to come ask about any of that either. Excellent. Miss Granger should be a prime tutor. Professor, you mentioned my mom. I have a notebook of hers that she'd left saying you might be interested in. If you wanted to take a look, I'd be delighted to. The man gave a sad smile. I am so sorry about their passing. Did you know them well, sir? Harry asked quietly. Your mother? Yes. Your father? Not so much. We got along well enough, and I always had a good laugh at the pranks he and his friends pulled. But your mother was my star student. She was always trying to keep young James in line, and she complained to me quite often during her workup to mastery classes later on about his antics. Do you know if she ever changed her mind about my Aunt Petunia? What do you mean, Mr. Potter? Well, one of her notes seemed very, very clear that my aunt was to stay far away from me. Since I'm living with them, I'm just curious about what happened. I'm afraid she never mentioned that to me. We didn't have much chance to talk, though, after you were born. I know that Minerva, Professor McGonagall, that is, visited a few times afterwards. You could try asking her. I will, sir. Thanks, Harry said. Now, about that dueling circuit, Flitwick clapped his hands together, and a wide grin split his face. Would you be interested? It centers more on wands than runes, unfortunately, though if the incident a few days ago is any indication, your basic tactical sense is more than keen enough to take you far. Harry bit his lip. He could do runes. Runes were easy. Coming up with defensive or offensive ones shouldn't really be much of an issue with a bit of time. But he wasn't anything special with spells. Hermione or Neville or even Lavender could probably beat him with basic spells. This is still all pretty new to me, Professor. Perhaps I could just get a few spells from you throughout the year, and then we can talk more about it next year. Flitwick sighed. Damn. Well, can't blame a man for trying. He chuckled. One year I'll be able to claim that I trained the youngest world champion. Just you watch. Harry laughed at that. Of course, Mr. Potter. I'll gladly teach some of the more basic spells, and we can speak again about competitions whenever you feel more comfortable. Thanks, Professor. Not at all, he said. Now, I believe it is nearly time for your detention, so I won't keep you any longer. Let's have our first lesson, say, next Wednesday evening. Sounds good, sir. Can I bring Neville and Hermione as well? Certainly. Flitwick's grin widened as he laughed again. Who knows, maybe one of them will be interested in the dueling circuit. Youngest champion, here I come. Harry walked into Professor McGonagall's classroom with a nervous shuffle. Hello, Professor. Mr. Potter. Take a seat. McGonagall finished grading the paper in front of her before directing her attention towards Harry. Mr. Potter, let me preface this by saying that I am extremely glad none of you were injured last week. Thank you very much for going after Miss Granger. In the future, however, should Merlin forbid another emergency comes up, please make every effort to inform the staff or the prefects that there is an issue. Yes, Professor. Now, McGonagall's pleading expression turned into a glare that made Harry wilt. Just what were you thinking? Keeping an item so volatile inside your pack? You could have been killed. But, ma'am, it wasn't volatile. He said it wouldn't do anything unless activated, and it couldn't be activated except by sending power directly into the primer rune. And if a stray spell from a classmate had hit it during class, or while walking down the corridor, Harry's mouth went dry and his eyes widened. I hadn't thought about that. Images of smoking hairy chunks raining over the hallway flashed through his mind. McGonagall sighed and rubbed her forehead. Mr. Potter, I appreciate you attempting to keep others safe by not leaving the rune cluster lying around, but you need better precautions than simply chucking dangerous items into your pack. I will not go so far as to forbid you from experimenting. Merlin knows how well that ever works out, she muttered. But I will insist that you either leave your experiments locked in your trunk if unfinished, or carried in a spell-resistant lockbox. Harry nodded. I trust you've learned from this incident. He nodded again. Very well, then. I see no reason to forbid you from playing in the upcoming Quidditch game. McGonagall finished with the hint of a smile. Thank you, ma'am, Harry said. I was really looking forward to that. I expect you to win, Mr. Potter. I want that trophy. Harry just nodded again with a small smile finally cracking his face. Now, you should get some homework done while I continue with these essays. Professor? McGonagall lifted an eyebrow at him. Professor Flitwick said that you had met with my parents a few times after I was born. McGonagall sighed and leaned back into her chair. Yes, I did meet them occasionally. Your father was one of my best students despite his lackadaisical manner. After they entered hiding, he had asked me to assist with improving his transfiguration techniques for efficient use in battle. I was unable to see them often, but it was more than most. Harry smiled. How different things could have been if not for a madman. Do you know why my mum changed her mind about my Aunt Petunia? What do you mean, Mr. Potter? I found this a few months ago, he said, handing over the runes notebook, and flipped to the page with Lily's note to never let him go to the Dursleys. The date was a few months before I was born, and there's nothing in that or any of the other notebooks I found about her forgiving my aunt. So I was just curious about what changed. I figure they had to have updated the will again after this at some point, since I ended up with Aunt Petunia after all. McGonagall's frown deepened as she read and reread the little note. Damn you, Albus, she muttered barely loud enough for Harry to hear. Looking back up at Harry, McGonagall sighed. I was unaware that the Potters had wills. Harry, none were ever executed after their passing. I do not know the full specifics regarding this. Harry, I can tell you that I was present for the incident that likely caused this entry. From what I remember, the dates do seem to line up. I am not sure you would wish to hear this. It is not pleasant, and it does not paint your relatives in a decent light. Professor, it'd be rather difficult to paint them in a darker color than I already do, Harry said, a bit of the ice that Ronald Weasley had experienced creeping into his tone. Please tell me. Very well, McGonagall sagged, looking every bit her age. I was training with James when your mother returned from speaking with Petunia and her husband. Lily was several weeks pregnant at this point, and she was quite distraught. Before I left, she told James and myself that Petunia and Vernon had recommended with rather strong language to terminate the pregnancy. Let me guess. They said something like, we don't need any more freaks in the world like you, right? Harry scoffed. McGonagall's mouth dropped open. How could you know something like that? Well, they certainly say it to me enough. They what? So if it was that bad, then my mum probably never forgave her before she died. So how the hell did I end up with the Dursleys? Harry muttered. Albus said that it was the safest place for you. McGonagall stared at the cabinet where she kept her fire whiskey. I watched them for the evening before. I knew they weren't very pleasant, but surely they wouldn't have. To a child, you and Dumbledore left me there? Harry's voice, drained of all warmth, broke through McGonagall's shock. He stared at her, and the breeze through her window picked up, scattering some of the papers on her desk. Thank you for the talk, Professor. I think I'm just going to study now, like you said. No, that's all right, Harry. I think this detention has gone on long enough. You may return to your dorm. Harry silently slipped his mother's notebook back into his pack and left the room, the breeze dying down behind him. McGonagall stood to pour herself a shot of fire whiskey before turning to shut the window. Only then did she realize that it had been shut the entire time. With a strangled laugh, McGonagall poured herself a second glass of the liquor. Damn you, Albus. Harry dropped down into the couch in the common room and immediately took out the books that Shiva had given him. He focused on the runes, using the clusters and the prime elements to force the conversation he had just run from to the back of his mind. Runes always calmed him down. Harry was so engrossed in the book, and he didn't even notice when Hermione sat next to him and laid a hand on his arm. Harry, are you all right? Hermione. Harry said with a small jump. Geez, warn a guy when you sneak up on him. Harry, I'm fine. Hermione, Harry sighed, turning to smile at her. Thanks for asking, though. You're not fine, she said barely loud enough for him to hear. You look like I felt when I ran to that bathroom. Except angrier. Really, I'm okay, he responded, taking in her doubtful expression. It's just Professor McGonagall mentioned some things that got me pretty mad. I have these new runes that Shiva gave me now, though, so give me like 10 minutes, and I'll be right as rain. Okay? Hermione's expression warred between curiosity, concern, and hurt. She finally just sighed and hugged him. Okay. If you decide you want to talk about it, just remember, I'm here for you, Harry. I know, and I appreciate that, Hermione, Harry said, squeezing her back. I trust you, Hermione. Maybe someday I'll tell you. Just not right now. I understand. She gave him a small, watery smile and pulled back from the hug. Now, who is this Shiva person? Harry grimaced. Yeah, I hadn't meant to call her that here. Shiva is Professor Babbling. Hermione's eyes widened. Where in the blazes do you get Shiva from Babbling? Apparently it was her nickname since her second year. She said she blew a few things up, including herself. I didn't really get it. Something about a Hindu goddess of destruction. Hermione squinted. And her first name is Bathsheba, which I suppose could be shortened to Sheeta, which makes it a hop, skip, and a jump to Shiva. But she twisted back to Harry before continuing. It is not appropriate to call a teacher by her nickname. I know. Harry held up his hands to ward her off. It's only a private thing. She's only a few years older than us, and she made a good argument for it. And, well, it's just... Harry's voice dropped so low that Hermione had to lean in to hear him. It's just a lot easier to let her help me, and to trust her if I can call her Shiva instead of Professor. Hermione sat in silence for a minute. She crossed her arms and studying Harry, thinking over the last few minutes and slotting it into her growing picture of her friend. You can trust her if she's your friend rather than an adult? Hermione finally asked softly. Harry just nodded. She sighed and hugged him again. Okay, I won't bring it up again. I do expect you to tell me about where this is coming from in the future, though, Harry, and try to make sure to at least refer to her as Babbling when others can hear. Thanks, Hermione, Harry said, giving her a very small smile. I promise. Hermione released him from her hug and opened her own book, settling in to read next to him. Well, I sure hope that doesn't happen every time I play a game. Harry snorted after the Quidditch match had ended. His broom had been jerking around on its own so bad that he'd nearly been bucked off. Harry, Hermione whispered from beside him. The common room was still celebrating there when, so he had to strain to hear her. We think you were being cursed. Neville nodded. From his other side. What? Harry stared back and forth between the two of them. Neville saw Professor Snape muttering something and staring at you during the match when your broom started to go crazy. You have to maintain eye contact for some persistent jinxes and curses, Neville said, wringing his hands. And not many things affect brooms beyond those types. Brooms have to be pretty resistant to that kind of stuff, otherwise the professional games would be a joke. So, it's not enough the bastard hates me, he's actively trying to kill me now too? Just perfect. Harry glared at the fireplace. He needed his rune notebook. So why did he stop then? He almost had me. I was starting to lose my grip by the time I finally got control back. Well, Hermione said, blushing, while Neville's face went beet red. may have set fire to his robes. Harry's mouth dropped open, and all thoughts of runes went out of his head. You what? I set fire to his robes, she muttered. Neville said we had to break his eye contact, so we ran over. Neville knocked over Professor Quirrell, who was sitting next to Professor Snape, to try and distract him, but I was already casting the incendio charm. Harry goggled at her then, at Neville. You guys are amazing. Hermione snapped her head up and stared at him, and Neville started shuffling a bit. Neville, you knocked over a teacher to help me, and Hermione, you set another's robes on fire. You guys are the best friends someone could ask for. Harry laughed out loud and pulled them both into a quick hug. Well, you're welcome? Hermione whimpered. She really didn't feel like she should be praised for attacking a teacher. It was so wrong. No problem, Harry, Neville said with a deep breath. We look out for each other, right? Yeah, we do. Harry beamed at his two friends. So, do you think this was in retaliation for hearing about Nicholas Flamel and the three-headed dog from Hagrid the other night? How would Professor Snape even know that Hagrid mentioned that? I mean, completely discounting the fact that we don't even know who that Flamel man is, and that I would think the dragon egg Hagrid is hiding would be a far more important detail from overhearing that conversation. I can't see why Professor Snape would try to kill you over hearing about a name. Remember to breath, Hermione, Harry said with a laugh. And this is Hagrid we're talking about. I love the man, but we all know he can't keep secrets for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, Hermione, I'm with Harry on this one, Neville said. Hagrid's nice, but he's not a, how did Gran put it, not a player of the game. And what are we going to do about that dragon anyway? It's going to hatch soon, and then it's going to grow up, and then it's either going to eat him or eat one of us. I don't suppose we can convince him to get rid of it, can we? Hermione commented, flopping back into her seat. That man seriously needs someone to explain what the word dangerous mean. Honestly, three-headed dogs, pet dragons. What's next? Giant man eating spiders. I actually could see the dog being cute, Harry said. The others turned to stare at him. What? If the thing wasn't snarling and trying to eat me but was just slobbering on me and wagging its tail, it could be cute. It could squash you under its paw like a bug. Neville said with his face completely blank. It could tear you literally into thirds. Hermione added. Well, I was just saying, Harry grumbled. Fong's cute. Fong is not the size of a small house, Hermione commented dryly. Moving on, Harry said, holding his hands up in surrender. Didn't the twins say that one of their brothers worked with dragons? Could we ask them to contact him maybe? They'd probably ask why, Hermione said. Well, we might as well tell them, Neville shrugged. They'd probably be able to get the dragon out easier than we could anyway. We're going to help them if they agree. Harry nodded. Hagrid's our friend. We can't just let him get in trouble. Until then, though, let's see if we can find anything about whoever Flamel is. The others nodded before the trio split up and headed off to bed. Christmas had come to Hogwarts Castle. Harry hadn't originally cared too much about it since. Both Neville and Hermione had headed home to spend the holidays with their families, but his opinion changed when he woke up to see actual real presents by his bed. It was the first time anyone had gotten him anything besides worn-out socks, or maybe a 50-pence piece if he had been very good and very quiet. It was a shame his new friends weren't here to share the experience with him. Neville had given him a broom polishing kit, while the twins had left him with a package of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, along with a note that promised they were untampered with. Hermione had given him a new etching kit that had a lot finer tools than the one he had been using. Shiva had sent him a small box with a note describing it as a spell-resistant, tamper-proof lockbox that was designed to hold volatile rune clusters. Unfortunately, Harry's final 2 gifts had caused some problems in the dorm room. "How am I supposed to know why your mother sent me a Weasley sweater, Ron?" Harry scowled. "I've never even met the woman." "Well, obviously you did something. Those are family sweaters. You have no business wearing one," the redhead yelled back, snarling at Harry. "Well, it's not my fault that your mother sent me something." "Well, it's certainly not mine." "You're both right. It's our fault Mum sent something," Fred said, walking into the room with a frown. "At least we think it's our fault," George agreed, coming in behind his twin. "What the bloody hell did you two do?" Ron yelled, turning his rage on his brothers. "We may have mentioned in a letter that Harry had said he wasn't expecting to get any presents." Fred winced. "Sorry, mate. We didn't think she'd end up making you a sweater because of it. Honestly, it's a little weird," Harry said, looking at the sweater. "But I really do appreciate the thought, and it was a nice gesture. She could have sent a note with it too, though. That would have probably made it less awkward. Mum can be a bit much sometimes," George sighed. "How are you okay with this?" Ron growled. "He's not a Weasley." "Ron," Fred said, his voice amazingly serious for the twin. "Just because Harry isn't a Weasley doesn't mean he isn't a friend. Lee Jordan is a friend, and he doesn't get sweaters. Lee gets presents." Fred shook his head, as Ron just growled incoherently. "Thanks for the gift, by the way, Harry." Harry nodded. He had sent them some Muggle fireworks with instructions on how to use them safely. "No problem, guys. Just don't set them off inside or we'll have another troll incident. Thanks for the beans. Enjoy them. So what's your last gift?" Harry opened up his final package, and as the silvery material slipped down to the floor, Ron gave an incoherent yell. "You got a bloody invisibility cloak. Funny how the guy who supposedly doesn't get any presents at all gets a bloody fortune right there," he said scornfully. "What's an invisibility cloak?" Harry asked the twins, ignoring Ron. He picked up the cloak and started examining it closer. Granted, the name was pretty self-explanatory, but if Ron wanted to get angry for no reason, he might as well poke the boy a bit and satisfy his curiosity at the same time. "Blimey, mate, they are amazing," George breathed out. "Really expensive, too. They make you invisible while you wear it. Darn useful for pranksters like us." "Who's it from?" "Don't know. All the note says is that it used to belong to my dad, and that he left with whoever sent it when he died." Fred's brow furrowed. "Well, if they had it for 10 years, you'd think they could have returned it before now." "Agreed." Harry sighed. "At least they did give it back. I probably never would have known about it otherwise. How come you aren't jumping in down in joy?" Ron asked in disgust. "That thing is probably worth more than everything else combined." The 3 others in the room glared at Ron. "It's nice to have a memento of my father, Ron, but it's not like I need it. I could probably make a rune cluster that would do the same thing as this, but better, and it would be smaller and more portable too." "Well, if you don't want it, then just give it to me." Ron held out his hand for the cloak. Harry snorted, and before he could respond, Fred and George moved to either side of Ron and grabbed an arm. "Dear brother, I believe it is time for breakfast. Shall we be going? We'll see you later, Harry. Merry Christmas." Despite planning his new ninja rune cluster, Harry did end up wandering the castle after dark with his father's cloak on during the break, more from curiosity than anything else. On one such nocturnal excursion, he ended up finding an amazing mirror. A mirror that he had trouble walking away from. A mirror that showed him his family. Mirror of Ariste? Harry asked Professor Dumbledore. He didn't want to look away from the mirror, but he did eventually turn to glance at the headmaster. Yes, Harry. The mirror shows one their heart's deepest desire. It is quite the amazing artifact. It is also dangerous. Many have wasted away completely simply sitting and staring at it, longing for that which they have never had instead of seeking to attain their desire in reality. Yeah, well, unless you happen to know how to bring back the dead, my necklace, my mum's notebooks, my dad's cloak, and this mirror are the closest I'm ever going to get to my family. So excuse me for spending some time here. Sir. Harry twisted back around to the mirror. He hadn't forgotten what McGonagall had said about why he was with the people his mother had hated. My boy, no magic can bring back the dead. Dumbledore sighed. He reached forward to lay a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry scowled and threw it off. I know that, Professor. I'm not an idiot. Maybe I could come up with a cluster that would give a nice imitation of life, but it wouldn't be real. Harry was still staring at the mirror, so he missed the flash of fear and desire that passed through Dumbledore's eyes. Did you have my dad's cloak? I did. Harry ground his teeth, trying very hard not to lash out. Why wait a decade to return it then? Sir, I knew your relatives would not appreciate such a treasure. I simply wished to ensure its safety until you rejoined us. Harry huffed, conceding the old man had a point there. Well, thank you for making sure I got it back. I would have preferred it as soon as I got to Hogwarts, but thanks for not just keeping it, Professor. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. You're taking the mirror away, aren't you? I am. Fine. Harry slowly climbed to his feet and touched the mirror's surface with a sad smile. Bye, Mum. Bye, Dad. Bye, guys. He turned and walked past Dumbledore. Thank you for giving me some time with them, Professor. Have a pleasant evening, Harry. Dumbledore watched Harry walk away and turned to the mirror himself. An image of Harry, cloaked completely in black with yellow eyes wide open, stared lifelessly back at him from the Phantom's position slumped on the floor. A Phantom Dumbledore was standing over the boy, holding a rune cluster that he held to Ariana's chest. Dumbledore started crying as the Phantom version of his sister slowly started to breathe again. When Neville and Hermione returned from their holidays, Harry showed them the invisibility cloak, as well as his initial plans for the ninja cluster that would be an improved version of it incorporating sound dampening effects as well. Both were extremely impressed. Did you have any luck in the restricted section searching for Flammel? Hermione asked after correctly guessing he'd have checked the book out from under the cloak. No, none of them had anything. Harry shook his head. He knew he remembered the name from somewhere, but it just kept eluding him. My Gran said it didn't ring any bells, Neville said. She said he might be from out of the country. Well, that would certainly make a bit more sense, I suppose, Hermione said. She sighed. That would also make this far more difficult. It's a shame he didn't do anything famous. Then he would have been in more books even if he was. Neville cut off as Harry slapped his forehead. Harry, I am such an idiot. Hermione shook her head and snorted. Harry, you are not an idiot. You are a savant. It's pretty much the exact opposite of idiot in the magical world. Exactly, Hermione. Harry yelled, looking between the two of them. A savant. Harry, Neville said, you're going to have to explain it better than that. Nicholas Flamel is a savant, an alchemical savant. He's what? Neville asked, frowning. Hermione's eyes widened, and she nearly jumped out of her seat, murmuring how she'd be right back. He's an alchemical savant. Nev. After my first talk with Shiva, I got a book out from the library on previous magical savants, and he was in there as one from the 1300s. Hermione came flying back down the stairs with a giant tome in her arms. I think he's on a chocolate frog card, too. He was a French savant who specialized in alchemy, though he also may have helped found one of the schools there, or at least make it into more a world-renowned one. Beau's batons. Yes, Hermione said as she dropped the giant book onto the table in front of the two boys. I checked this out for a bit of light reading. Neville gaped. That's light. Harry just laughed. Hermione glared. Yes. Anyway, look. Nicholas Flamel, along with his wife Perenelle, is famous for being the only known inventor of the Philosopher's Stone. Do you know what this means? Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked. Honestly, Harry... Hermione huffed. You remember that he helped with Beau's batons, but not that he created the Philosopher's Stone. It's an incredibly complex alchemical creation that can supposedly turn lead into gold, as well as create the elixir of life. Oh, bit of understatement there. Harry, Neville chuckled. I don't suppose you could make a rune cluster to do that, huh? Well, the lead to gold thing, probably. The other two stared at Harry, while he was lost in the intertwining rune structures testing and discarding possible combinations. Yeah, I could do that. Not the elixir thing, though. I need at least 4 different prime runes that I don't think even exist to do that. Direct manipulation of a soul or variant rune, most likely. Hermione's mouth closed with a snap. Yes, well, impossible things and eternal riches aside, at least now we know what, and most likely why. Professor Snape is looking to steal it. Yeah, Harry nodded. Now we just need proof. Chapter 3. Thieves' Traps and Talks. It makes no sense that the headmaster's office is hidden away behind a locked gargoyle. Harry yelled, fists clenched. How the bloody hell are people supposed to reach him in an emergency if they can't even knock on his stupid door? Language. Harry. Hermione absently chastised her friend. She tugged on his arm to pull him away from the recalcitrant stone guardian. Though I do have to agree, magicals seem rather short on common sense at times, don't they? Come on. Neville, you too. There's no point arguing with this thing. Let's go try talking to Professor McGonagall instead. Good idea. Hermione, she'll definitely help. Neville said, nodding with confidence. Well, at least she'll probably be able to get in to talk to Dumbledore, Harry grumbled. He stopped fighting Hermione, casting a dark glance back at the gargoyle before turning and quickly stalking ahead of the other two. Their hurried pace had them knocking on McGonagall's office within only a few minutes. The deputy headmistress blinked in surprise at the trio of students standing outside her door as she answered the knock door. Yes, Mr. S. Potter and Longbottom. Miss Granger? It is quite close to curfew. How can I help you at this time of evening? Professor Wee, Hermione began but was cut off as Harry started speaking over her. Snape is going to try to steal the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall blinked again. She turned to stare at each student in turn before twisting to Hermione. Miss Granger, you believe this as well? I know it seems far-fetched, Professor, Hermione said, nodding, but we are almost certain of it. Most of our evidence is hearsay and extrapolation, but it is the only conclusion that makes any sense. I do not know how you 3 found out about the stone. McGonagall sighed. I assure you, however, that it is perfectly safe. Several different members of the staff have added their own unique protections, and no one save the headmaster has knowledge of the entire scheme. There is no need to worry. Harry gave a low growl. Ignored yet again. How typical, he thought. Please, Professor, Neville said quietly, if we could at least speak with the headmaster. The headmaster was called away to an emergency meeting at the ministry. He left via broom and is unreachable for the next several hours. She frowned, thinking, could it be possible? Would someone really be daring enough to attempt a theft in the middle of Hogwarts with dozens of adult wizards and witches right there? No, no one was that daring. Not for over a decade. But, please, I understand your concerns, but again, I assure you, the stone is perfectly safe in Hogwarts, and that Professor Snape has no intention to attempt a theft. If you still feel this strongly about it, then we can discuss this in the morning when the headmaster returns. For now, please return to your dormitory before curfew, but Hermione said. Hermione, forget it, Harry muttered. He grabbed her arm and started pulling her away. Let's just go. Neville narrowed his eyes at Harry before, nodding and hurrying along to follow. All right, Harry, what gives? Neville asked the other boy after they had moved far enough away to avoid being overheard. Yes, it's not like you to just give up like that, Harry, Hermione added with her brow drawn in worry. There's no way she's going to believe us. I'm telling Shiva instead. Should have gone to her first, Harry said, hurrying towards the Ancient Runes classroom. You really think she'll believe us when Professor McGonagall won't? Neville asked with a slight quaver to his voice. McGonagall had evidently sapped at least part of his confidence. Worth a try. But yeah, I do. Harry pulled up outside his mentor's door and quickly knocked. One Assisi, came the muffled reply from beyond the threshold. Just give me a... Shiva huffed, pulling open the door. Minute. Harry. The young teacher was dressed in a too large t-shirt and had on a tousled pair of pajama pants. You know what time it is? What's going on, you three? Shiva, we need your help, Harry said with his fists clenched. Shiva frowned and glared at him. Harry. He waved the rebuke off impatiently. I know, Privet. So not important at the moment. We've already been to McGonagall. She ignored us. And Dumbledore is gone, which means that Snape's going to try to steal it tonight. The older woman opened her mouth to say something before floundering and trying again. Maybe you three better come inside. She sighed. The trio walking in and collapsed into the nearby chairs as Shiva sat down in front of them with her arms crossed. Let's try this again. Start from the beginning this time. Yeah. Harry took a deep breath before leaning forward and starting to speak. Snape has been acting shifty all year, more so than just his grudge against me. We've noticed a lot of little things, and we know that the Philosopher's Stone is hidden in the school underneath Fluffy. Shiva asked, her arms spreading wide for more information. Hagrid's Cerberus, Neville supplied. Why does it not surprise me? He named his monster dog Fluffy. Shiva muttered. All right, go on. I like Hagrid, Harry continued. He's really, really nice. But everyone knows he's not exactly all that good at keeping a secret. And we just found out that he accidentally mentioned to someone shady how to get past Fluffy, and with the attempt earlier this year with the troll, and now with Dumbledore gone for the night, the thief has got to be planning to try again tonight. Breathe, Harry, Hermione muttered from beside him. Shiva frowned and stared between all three of them. And you told this to Professor McGonagall as well. Hermione nodded. Yes, ma'am. But she just said that the stone was safe and told us to go back to bed and discuss it in the morning. Well, I was assured that the protections were sufficient when I offered to add some wards to it. But this does sound a bit suspicious. Harry's heart fluttered a bit. Would she really help them? Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'll go get Dumbledore, and we'll check the defenses to make sure that everything is still secure, while you three— I thought Dumbledore was gone. Hermione asked. He is, but he should be arriving at the Ministry by the time I get to the ward line to apparate over there. We should be able to get back within a half-hour tops. Shiva replied. Now, I want you three to go back to Gryffindor Common Room. Wait for me there after Dumbledore, and I check it out. I'll come and let you know what happened, okay? Harry floundered. She was helping, yes, but shouldn't someone be watching the door until they get back? Harry— The teacher shot Harry a glare. He wilted. Okay, he finished with a grunt. Great. Now go on, you guys. I'm just going to grab a pair of jeans and head out. If I'm not up to talk to you in 2 hours, then go to McGonagall again. And this time don't let her out of your sight until she comes with reinforcements. Yes, we can do that. Neville nodded. Yeah, sure. Come on, guys. Thanks, Shiva, Harry said as he led the others back out into the corridor. Harry stopped on the landing to the 3rd floor, twisting to look down the corridor. Harry— Hermione said from behind him. She pulled on his sleeve. We have to keep going. It's past curfew now, and we don't want to get caught by Filch even if Professor Babbling gave us permission. She shuddered a little. That caretaker was almost as bad as Professor Snape. What if he's already there? Harry asked, so low the other two could barely hear him. What? Hermione asked. What if Snape is already trying to steal the stone right now? Harry asked again louder. He was still staring down the empty hallway in front of him. What if by the time Shiva and Dumbledore get back it's too late? I think we should listen to what Professional Babbling said to do. He might be right, Hermione, Neville said. He stepped up beside Harry. Maybe we could just go and guard the door? Just to be safe. Hermione's mouth snapped shut. But oh, for heaven's sake. Fine. The girl threw her hands up in the air and glared at the two boys. If either of you get me expelled, I will kill you, dig up your grave to spit on your corpse and eat your soul. You understand that? Yes. She got two fearful, hurried nods in reply. Excellent. Well, let's not dally then. She stalked off, leading the way to the door with Fluffy and the stone beyond. Stupid boys, she muttered. When the trio reached the door, Hermione stopped so suddenly that Harry nearly ran into her back. I'll go, he said as he noticed the door was slightly open. He's probably still down there, Neville said, a small quaver creeping into his voice. Should we stay up here and try to slow him down when he comes back up, or should we try to run to McGonagall? Hermione shook her head. She's not likely to believe us quickly enough to make a difference. Not after earlier. We go down after him, Harry declared, squaring his shoulders. We what? Neville squeaked. Harry. Hermione stopped, steeled herself, and started again. Harry, do you have any more of your volatile runes on you? He shook his head. Damn. Well, we'll just have to figure it out as we go. Come on, boys. She strode towards the door without looking back. Neville turned to stare at Harry, mouthing a silent wow at him. Harry just snorted and turned to follow his friend. Fluffy was loudly snoring inside the threshold. An enchanted harp strumming along in the corner of the room appeared to be the piece of music that had lulled the beast. Harry pointed towards the trapdoor, laying open near the great dog's paw, and the trio carefully walked towards it. Looks pretty far. Neville whispered, There's likely a cushioning charm or something at the bottom, Hermione whispered back. Are we sure we want to do this? Harry moved up to the edge. I'll go first. Hermione, you follow behind me. And Neville, you're after her. And then he jumped into the darkness of the trapdoor. Harry had just enough time to worry about whether or not there really was a cushioning charm before he landed on something soft and squishy. A few seconds later, he heard soft thuds as Hermione and Neville also landed near him. Well, Harry said, that wasn't so bad. Shite. Neville suddenly yelled, causing Harry to jerk his head around towards the sound. It's Devil's Snare. Harry squinted into the darkness before squeezing the spongy material under him. His eyes widened, and he gasped in shock as he realized just what his herbology-inclined friend had said. Devil's Snare, a nasty carnivorous plant that enjoyed strangling its victims and slowly digesting the corpses. What do? Fire. It doesn't like fire. Neville yelled back. But we don't have any wood. Hermione moaned from nearby. Are you a witch or not? Harry screamed at her. He jerked his wand towards the plant, curling around his legs, and yelled out, Incendio! A small flame burst from his wand, followed shortly by two others from his friends nearby. The reaction from the plant was nearly immediate as it uncoiled everything around the three and pulled back towards the wall. Harry, Neville, and Hermione hurriedly ran to the door into the next room, pulling it closed behind them, and letting the flames die out. This room was thankfully perfectly well lit. Well, Hermione puffed, that was certainly interesting. Good job, Neville. We don't have any wood. That's a good one, Hermione. Harry chuckled. The girl glowered at him. Well, excuse me for panicking a little. It's the first time I've been almost strangled by a plant. At least we didn't land on a troll. Neville snorted beside her. Let's just keep going. Anybody see a way out of this room? Hermione glanced around the large room they had found themselves in. It was completely empty with the exception of a large set of doors opposite where they had come in, and a flock of small flying creatures above them. You don't think those things are going to attack us if we step out into the center, do you? They're keys, Harry said, looking up at the flying items in shock. Keys. Neville squinted upwards. Wow, guess you're the seeker for a reason. I guess we have to pick the right key. Then, there are brooms here. Hermione pointed to the side where two brooms lay against the wall hidden near the door in. I got this, Harry said, striding over to the brooms. You guys go wait by the door out in case they attack, and we have to run. His friends nodded and hurried over. When they were in position, Harry swung a leg over the broom and pushed into the air. Nearly immediately, the flying keys turned towards Harry and started trying to dive bomb the boy. Harry put his Quidditch practice to the test and dodged, ducked, dived, and dipped between the attacking keys until he managed to pick out the one with a bent wing reaching out to pluck it from the air just like a snitch. Barreling towards the door, with his prize, Harry threw the key to Neville before performing some aerial acrobatics to dodge the attacking keys and follow his friends through the opening. As soon as he skimmed through, Hermione and Neville slammed the door shut again behind him, and a staccato series of thumps sounded through the wood, accompanied by tips of keys poking through to their side. I don't like how we've almost died twice in 5 minutes, Hermione said with a shudder. Harry just shrugged and let out a nervous chuckle. Did you expect it to be easy? Neville just shook his head and sighed. You know, sometimes I hate you guys. So, chess this time, he said, jerking his head to what lay ahead of them. Looks that way. Harry nodded. Anyone have a preference for the king and queen? Hermione walked over towards the board. Harry, you should be the king. You're the one who really has to make it across all this. Before Harry could even begin to protest, Hermione held up a hand. You're the one who can quickly talk to Professor Babbling, Harry. So, ergo, you're the important one here. You guys are important too, Hermione. Harry scowled. All the same, you're the king, Harry. Now stop arguing. Harry glared at Hermione as she finished yelling at him, but nodded agreement all the same. She really could be bossy when she felt like it. Hermione, you be the queen, Neville said. I was always better with knights anyway. The 3 pieces the friends had claimed bowed and walked to the side of board, while the group took the empty places. Using input from Hermione and Neville, Harry directed the chess pieces in their game. Considering how awful at chess he was, it was definitely a good thing that Neville stepped up and took charge of the strategy of the movements. Within less than 10 minutes, the other side had been checkmated, and the trio was walking through the open doors into the next room. Ugh, someone mentioned another troll. Harry asked, holding his hand over his nose. This one looks even bigger than the last, Neville said in a soft voice. Thankfully, this troll was quite dead-seeing as a large section of its head was caved in. Harry honestly couldn't bring himself to care much this time. It didn't help his compassion that Hermione was wrapped tightly around his arm, shaking and making quiet whimpering noises. Come on, guys. We've got to be catching up. As soon as the trio passed over the threshold into the next room, flames sprang up covering both the way in and the way out. One set of flames burned purple, and the other was jet black. Well, Neville said, swallowing nervously and staring between the 2 walls of fire, this could be a problem. Look, Hermione unwrapped herself from Harry's arm and strode over to a small table in the middle of the room. Harry, Neville, come here. This looks like a riddle of some sort. Hermione, is this a logic puzzle? Harry asked, looking over her shoulder at a note placed in front of the series of potion bottles. I believe so, Hermione commented, absently reading over the list of clues several times. Give me a minute. Neville ran a hand through his hair. That's a really good idea, actually. We wizards aren't exactly known for our logical abilities, are we? Not from what I've seen, Harry muttered. His eyes widened, and he looked at Neville stricken. Sorry, Neville. I didn't. It's fine, Harry. I've been hanging around you too long enough to figure out that much at least, his friend replied with a sad chuckle. I'm trying to work on it. Got it? Hermione crowed. She pointed out several of the bottles. This bottle will take us back the way we came. These 3 are poison. These 2 are the wine. And this one, she held up the smallest bottle, will take us forward. It looks like only 1 dose. Harry said, taking the bottle from Hermione. Well, considering none of the bottles appear to have been used already, they likely refill after several minutes. She paused and chewed her lip. Or Professor Snape used a flame-freezing charm. Okay, Harry nodded. You 2 take the other one, and head back to meet up with Shiva and Dumbledore. I'll keep going and try to delay Snape. Maybe we should all just wait here, Neville said with a frown. I don't like the idea of you going ahead alone. Hermione's lips were quivering, and her eyes were watering. There's nothing we can say that will make you wait his tea there. Harry shook his head with his mouth set in thin line. Hermione threw her arms around him and crushed him in a huge hug. You come back, you hear me. You come back. I'll do my best, Hermione, Harry said, squeezing her back. Nev, make sure she stays safe. I will, Harry. Neville clapped a hand on Harry's back and gently pulled Hermione off him. "Be careful, mate." Harry nodded in reply, tipped back the potion bottle, and strode through the flames into the next room. "Professor Quirrell?" Harry blurted out incredulously as he saw the man standing in the middle of the final room. Quirrell was scowling at a mirror set up dead center in the small room and barely even took notice of Harry entering behind him. "Potter, I really shouldn't be surprised about this. You and your little friends have been rather annoying this year." Quirrell sneered, all traces of the usual stuttering gone from his voice. But, no, this isn't right. Snape is the one who's trying to steal the stone." "Yes, he really does seem to fit the mold, doesn't he? Who would ever suspect poor traumatized Quirrell when the sneering bat is making himself such a tempting target? I would have probably thanked him had he not made this so difficult." Harry had his wand on Quirrell, but he had no idea what he should be doing at this point. While Professor Flitwick had taught him the basics of the disarming and stunning spell, Harry still wasn't particularly good with them, and he knew he would stand no chance against a fully qualified adult wizard. "Shiva is coming soon," Harry thought. "All you have to do is stall." But Snape was trying to kill me at the Quidditch game. Harry managed to yell out, "Oh no, I was the one trying to kill you, boy." Quirrell laughed. The sound was hollow, and it sent chills down Harry's spine. "Severus was trying to save you," muttering his annoying little counter-curse. "He certainly hates you just like your father before you. I don't expect he wishes you dead, though. Or, at the very least, he wishes to do it himself." Neville knocked Quirrell over to try and distract Snape. Harry's mind was spinning. He cast about trying to find something else, anything else, something to keep him distracted. "What about the troll? Did you let that in the castle too then?" "Oh, course. I even managed to place some bait near that foolish little girl. Shame the Muggle-born survived. I surely would have had more than enough time to retrieve the stone before this edition had she been a good little girl and died like she was supposed to." Harry's vision tinged with red, and his hand clenched on his wand. This man had deliberately tried to kill Hermione. Harry's rage built, and with a roar he yelled out, "Expelliarmus! Stupefy!" 2 jets of red light burst from Harry's wand in quick succession. Quirrell twirled as Harry first opened his mouth and erected a shield. His face jerked in surprise as Harry's second spell shattered the shield, but he flicked his wand at the student before Harry could take advantage of the opening. Ropes wrapped around him, and Harry snarled incoherently at Quirrell. "Let me speak with the boy." A hissing voice sounded throughout the small room. Harry stopped struggling and felt his scars start to burn. "But, Master, you..." Silence. Queerness. Quirrell immediately shut his mouth and turned his back to Harry. With a muttered, "Yes, Master," the man began unwrapping his turban. As the cloth fell away, Harry recoiled in horror and pain as his scar beat a drumbeat of pain through his skull. Protruding from the back of Quirrell's head was a face from a nightmare. Narrow, red eyes, slits for a nose, a too wide mouth. It was vaguely snake-like, and a name drifted up through Harry's memory. "Voldemort," he breathed out. "Very good, boy. I admit, you are stronger than I had expected. How is this? My servant has failed me one too many times. He needed to be watched more closely after his failure at Gringotts. Too long have I remained weak, thanks to you and your mother. But now, with the elixir, I will regain my body. Quirinus, use him. Come here, boy." Quirrell shouted, flicking his wand at Harry. Harry flew towards Quirrell and stopped directly in front of the mirror. "Tell me what you see." Lie. Harry thought desperately as he looked into the mirror. A quick glance up, and he found the familiar markings of the mirror of Reese stenciled into the frame. How does this help? I couldn't get the stone from this thing even if I wanted to. Harry hadn't even finished the thought before his gaze from drawn back down to the mirror by a quick movement. His phantom self in the reflection was unbound and holding up a hand. That hand was clenched around a blood-red stone that almost seemed to pulse from within. The phantom Harry smiled at him and dropped his hand into his pocket before vanishing. Harry felt a weight settle against his leg as the images of his dead family again floated into view in the reflection. "Well, what do you see, Potter?" "I see my family," Harry whispered. "I see my mom and my dad and sisters and grandparents." "Too easy." "He lies." Voldemort hissed. "Tell me where the stone is, Potter." Quirrell yelled and flicked him around to stare at the older man again. "Come, Potter. Tell me where it is." "Do not be like your mother," Voldemort breathed out. "I gave her the chance to stand aside. All I wanted was you. I would have spared her then. I will spare you now. Just tell me, where is the stone?" "Bull's height." "I'll never tell you." "He has it on him." "Seize him." "Quirinus." Quirrell lunged at Harry. As soon as the man's hands touched Harry's skin, the ropes dissolved. An acrid burning smell spilt into the air, and both Harry and Quirrell screamed in pain. Quirrell fell back, holding up his hands in shock as his skin was burnt black. Harry collapsed to his knees and dropped his wand, but thankfully his own skin was unmarred. "Master, I cannot touch him." Quirrell whimpered. "Then kill him, you fool, and take the stone from his corpse." "No." Harry snarled at Quirrell and Voldemort. He didn't have time to lunge for his wand. It had rolled too far away. Instead, he jumped forward and wrapped his hands around Quirrell's throat. Both screamed in pain, and this time Voldemort's shriek joined in as well. Harry felt Quirrell's skin under his hands boil, and his scar felt like it was almost going to split in two. But he held on. He held on as the man beneath him flailed. He held on as his vision darkened. The last thing Harry heard as his hands finally slackened were three distinct cries of "Harry!" Harry awoke to bright sunlight streaming in through a nearby window and a sterile smell. Groaning, he shifted in the bed. He was lying and noticing most of the decor was a stark white. Fumbling for his glasses from the table beside him, Harry finally figured out he was in the hospital wing and stretched out on one of the beds near the corner. Hermione was sleeping curled up on a chair nearby, and there were a pile of cards and snacks on the nearby table. Harry smiled down at his friend, but before he could try to move, Madame Pomfrey, the Meadowitch, bustled out and shook her head at him. "Well, it's good to see you awake, Mr. Potter. How are you feeling?" "Actually," Harry paused to take stock, "really good. My head is still a little sore, but I feel fine, ma'am." "What happened?" "You'll have to ask either Professor Babbling or the headmaster that question. All I know is they came bursting in here with Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom in tow. You were already out and quite poor off." Pomfrey fixed him with a hard stare. "I don't like students visiting me like this, Mr. Potter. I hope we will not be having a repeat performance," she said with an arched eyebrow. Harry gulped. "No, ma'am. I certainly have no intention of doing that again." "Good." Pomfrey took out her wand and began casting several diagnostic charms over his body. "You appear well enough off that you may leave after the headmaster comes to speak with you. Take this potion for your headache." She nodded at him and, leaving a potion by his bed, walked off back to her office. Harry drank the potion with a grimace at the horrid taste. He had twisted to wake Hermione when there was a quiet throat clearing behind him. Turning back, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore taking a seat beside his bed. "Professor." "Good morning, Harry. I trust you are feeling refreshed." "I've been better, sir, but—" "Yes, excellent." The teacher's eyes twinkled, and he gave a grandfatherly smile. "Professor, what happened?" "The last thing I remember is burning Professor Quirrell and blacking out." "Well, Harry, it appears that dear Quirinus was unable to abide your touch. You see, your mother's sacrifice left a lingering protection within your blood. Her pure love saved you as a child. That leftover mark on your forehead from Voldemort's curse is proof of that. Her love watches over you even now. Someone like Professor Quirrell, whose heart was filled with hate and envy and who allowed himself to be possessed by Voldemort, was unable to withstand your touch. That is why he was injured so badly." Harry frowned. That was wrong. His mother's love may have helped jumpstart a ritual or something, but the mark on his forehead was a protection rune. It was definitely not a remnant of a curse gone wrong. It was some sort of focus of what his mother had accomplished when he was a baby. Harry may not fully understand what she had done, but he had recognized the rune component right off. Professor Dumbledore was over 100 years old and supposedly well-versed in many arcane branches of magic. There was no way he had missed something like that. Harry shook his head. He could worry about that later. There were more important questions for the moment. "So, did I kill him?" Dumbledore sighed and laid a hand on Harry's arm. "What happened to Professor Quirrell was not your fault, my boy. He killed himself when he allowed Voldemort to possess him. His body lasted but a few moments when the wraith deserted him. So Voldemort got away then." Harry scowled. Of course the monster got away. If he could survive being killed once, then he could probably survive being semi-killed. Yes, Voldemort is no kinder to his servants than to his enemies. He abandoned Quirinus as soon as he was no longer a viable host. "And the stone, sir?" Harry asked with a sigh. "How did I get it out? What happened to it after?" "Ah, a clever bit of enchanted, if I do say so myself," Dumbledore said, the twinkle back in his eyes. "Only someone who wished to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. I dare say not many would fit that description. And certainly not Professor Quirrell or Voldemort. And after, I have spoken with Nicholas, and he has agreed that the stone had to be destroyed. The danger of another attempt was simply too great. Nicholas and his wife Perenelle have enough elixir remaining to set their affairs in order before the end. That doesn't seem very fair." Harry frowned. "Life, unfortunately, is rarely fair, my boy." Dumbledore sighed, and the twinkle left his eyes before he looked back up with a soft smile. "Now, do you have any other questions, Harry?" Harry considered for a moment. "Voldemort said that Snape hated my father while they were in school together." "Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore corrected. "And yes, your father and Severus severely disliked each other. Then, to make matters even worse, your father saved Severus' life. I do not believe he could ever forgive James for that event." Harry frowned. That made no sense whatsoever. "Can you at least tell me why he hates me then?" "I am sure you over-exaggerate, Harry. Professor Snape may not favor you, but he certainly does not hate you." "Could have fooled me," Harry muttered with a snort. "Yes. Well, I believe I should be off, Harry. It was good to—" "Wait. Professor Dumbledore, I need to know one more thing." The older man nodded down at Harry. Voldemort said that he was only there that night for me, that he gave my mother a chance to leave and let him have me. Why was he coming after me? Why did he care about a baby? A grimace crossed Dumbledore's face, but he hid it quickly and merely sighed. Alas, my boy, I cannot answer that question at the moment. You are far too young, far too innocent for me to answer that. I know you do not like to hear this, but when you are older I will inform you what he meant by that. Harry scowled at the man. I've lived with the Dursleys for 10 years, Professor. I haven't been innocent since I was 5. Dumbledore simply gave him a patronizing smile and stared at him with that damnable twinkle. Be that as it may, I will not burden you with this. Have pleasant day, Harry. As Dumbledore left the hospital wing, Harry snorted and flopped back into his pillow. Typical adult, he muttered, continuing in a slightly louder voice. You can stop pretending now. Hermione. Barely a second later, a bushy brown bullet had engulfed him in a hug so tight he could barely breathe. I was so scared. The girl sobbed into his chest. You were screaming. And you've been out for 2 days. Shoo. Harry patted her head and pushed her back slightly, trying to both get some air and to look her in the eyes. I'm fine now. See. Hermione's head bobbed slowly. Did you guys meet Shiva and Dumbledore on the way out? No. Hermione shook her head, wiping her eyes, and finally calming enough that she wasn't choking out sobs. No, Neville and I waited in the potion room. We were hoping the vial would refill, and then one of us was going to go after you. But after a few minutes, Professor Babbling ran into the room with Dumbledore on her heels. When she saw us, she started cursing, well, cursing you really, and she launched a flame-freezing charm at the other doorway. She ran through it with the rest of us following. And that's when we saw you. She gave another sob before taking a deep breath and continuing, you collapsed, and Professor Babbling and Professor Dumbledore took you back up here. Neville and the twins, along with the other members of the Quidditch team, have been in a few times. Some of the others from the tower stopped by, as well. I think Lavender was the one who left the Hair Charms book. I might actually borrow that one if you don't mind. Harry chuckled at that. Hermione may be babbling, but at least she wasn't crying anymore. I don't think you need it, but sure, go ahead. Your hair is part of what makes you after all. Hermione's eyes widened as Harry rubbed the back of his neck. So, what do you think the odds are that the Flammels pop up again in a few decades after this whole thing is over? Harry asked with a smirk. Hermione snorted. I don't know if Professor Dumbledore actually believes he truly did destroy the stone, or if he just wanted you to believe that, but I would certainly never take that bet. You don't survive for 6 centuries without having some backups and dealing with attempted thieves every now and then. My thoughts exactly. Harry laughed. Harry. Hermione sat back, suddenly very hesitant. About what you said about your family. My relatives, Harry stated tonelessly. The Dursleys are my relatives, not my family. Yes, your relatives. I don't really want to talk about it, Hermione. Please, he pleaded, please, just let it go. Hermione frowned but nodded jerkily. Okay. But we really are going to have to talk about it at some point. Harry, just not now. Harry turned to look at the tower of sweets nearby. Sue, you want to help me eat some of these? Minerva, Shiva said, as she slipped into her colleague's office. We have to talk. Shiva, McGonagall greeted her young friend. Please take a seat. How can I help you? It's about Harry. Shiva said, crossing her arms and sinking into the seat. I suppose I should have expected this. I think this is more of a whiskey conversation, Min. Minerva grimaced but moved to her special cabinet. Have I really acted that terribly? I think it's more that a lot of little things have piled up, but yeah, Min, you kind of screwed the pooch on this one. Shiva sighed and accepted the glass, taking a sip. Look, have you noticed that I seem to be one of the only members of the faculty he comes to talk with? He did speak with Phileas and me shortly after Halloween. Minerva trailed off as her brow furrowed, trying to think of any other time the boy had stopped in to speak with the staff outside of classes. And I know that Harry has taken several after-class instructions on basic dueling spells. But that's it, Min. Shiva leaned forward and stared into McGonagall's eyes. He doesn't trust any of you. He barely trusts me, and I think half that is because I practically beat him over the head to think of me as someone his age instead of a teacher. The older woman narrowed her eyes at Shiva. That is not appropriate. Yeah, I know. I don't care, Min. That kid could have blown up half a classroom because he didn't have anyone to tell him the dangers of what he was working on for fun. You were there when I almost killed Hestia and myself. I was working on something downright tame in comparison. If I have to lose some professional respect to make sure the same thing doesn't happen to Harry, then I damn well will. Shiva downed her drink and poured herself another glass. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I got that handled. He's consulting me on stuff, and I already got him some of the basic equipment to safeguard any experiments months ago. I'm here to talk about his trust issues. She blew out a breath of smoke from the fire whiskey and leaned back. I think he was a bit better about it before his talk with you after Halloween sent his trust into a downward spiral, and from some flippant comments throughout the year, I'm guessing whatever you two talked about had to do with his relatives. His family. Minerva rubbed her chin. Yes, I believe I mentioned that Albus and I were the ones who brought him to his family. Shiva scowled. Relatives, Min. Not family. Relatives. Harry is always exceedingly careful to correct anyone who says differently. I don't know what is going on at the Dursleys, but whatever it is, it's not good. And he blames you and Dumbledore for it. Minerva's mouth dropped open. She tried to say something several times before giving up and tossing back another glass. Just how bad do you think it is? I don't know. I won't push him on it because if I do, I'll lose him. My money right now is on Granger eventually finding out first, and then coming to one of us. I don't think they are actively beating him, but I imagine they might as well be. I already spoke with Albus about moving him to a wizarding family, or perhaps letting him stay with the Grangers for a few weeks, but he was rather insistent that Harry stay where he is. Shiva practically growled. I swear, if that boy comes back with any injuries, I am going to tear that old man a new hole. Yes, I'll likely end up joining you at that. I was assured placing him with the Dursleys was for his protection, and that James and Lily would not have objected but now. And supposedly their wills specified not to leave him with those people. Minerva sighed. I imagine I did not help things with my reactions to Harry, Hermione, and Neville's concerns, nor that said concerns proved to be perfectly correct. Shiva shook her head. No, you really didn't. I talked to him before coming up here. Apparently, once they found the door open, they didn't head back to the dorms like I told them, because they were worried that Snape would come back up before Dumbledore, and I got back. I asked him why they didn't go find you again, and Harry said that they had already spoken with you, and didn't think you'd believe them if they tried again. Minerva threw back another glass of whiskey. I left them with the impression I would ignore their concerns. Seems that way. Yeah. Apparently, even our resident genius, Hermione, thought so. Minerva held her head in her hands. Perhaps I have been juggling too much lately. Tell me, Shiva, do you think I can still fix this? The last thing I want is to have forever lost those three due to short-sightedness and stupidity. Shiva gave her colleague a small grin and light chuckle. I wouldn't be here otherwise, Min. Give him the summer to cool off. When he gets back, apologize, don't brush off any opinions or criticisms, and you should be well on the way to mending fences. I wouldn't worry about Hermione too much. She'll likely come faster than Harry. It's not like your Snape here. Both teachers laughed at that comment. And Neville is fine. I think. I haven't had much of any interaction with him, honestly. The biggest advice I can give is try not to appear to favor Dumbledore over Harry. But it's Albus, Minerva said in a pleading voice. I realize he may have made mistakes, but surely Harry cannot have lost that much. Shiva held up a hand and shook her head. Min, he caught the old man in another half-truth or outright lie earlier. He mentioned it to me to make sure, and I have to say it does raise some questions. Minerva flinched back. What? His scar. Minerva just furrowed her brow, and Shiva sighed. It's some variant form of a defense or protection rune. I've never seen something quite like it, but once Harry pointed it out, I could not see it. It looks like it's tied into something, but I have no clue what. He said that Dumbledore implied the scar was a leftover from the killing curse. Look, I'll be the first to admit the old man is a fantastic wizard and is on the right side, but something about this whole Potter situation just smells funny, you know. I don't believe we have enough information to truly judge this matter. I think we will just have to wait and see where things lead, Minerva said, rubbing her temples with one hand. Agreed. But just so we're clear, if it comes down to battle lines at some point in the future, I'm most likely going to be with Harry. That kid is looking more and more like the precocious little brother I always wanted. I'm not going to abandon him for some nebulous greater good or other such bull's height. I can drink to that, Shiva. I can drink to that. Holding out their drinks, the two friends clinked glasses and moved on to less troublesome topics. Promise you'll write, Harry? Neville asked as platform 9 3/4 came into view from their window. I promise, mate, Harry replied with a smile. Make sure you do the same. Harry, you're sure you're going to be all right? Hermione asked, staring hard at him and taking in the clothes that were far too large for him. Yeah, I'll be fine, Harry replied with an evil grin. Just because I know that I can't do magic or activate runes at the Dursleys doesn't mean they know that. Neville laughed. Harry, I think you've spent too much time with the twins. Hermione didn't appear convinced, though. Well, remember, my parents are muggles, so if you need us to stop by or anything, just send a letter or give me a call. I promise, Hermione. The train puttered to a stop, and the whistle blew. I'm going to miss you guys. It was nice having someone to hang out with. I know what you mean, Neville said quietly. But hey, it's only a few months till we can all meet up again. And I'll ask Gran about you guys coming over for a day or two at some point. The Longbottom Manor can get kinda empty sometimes. Sounds like a plan. Harry stood up and clapped Neville on the back. He grinned, then turned to Hermione and accepted her bear hug. Have a great summer, Hermione. You too, Harry, Neville. The trio smiled at each other and stepped off the train, headed back towards their lives outside of Hogwarts. Chapter 4. Family, Fame, and Flight. This had probably been the second worst summer that Harry could ever remember. Prior returning to the Dursleys, he had thought he had friends in Hermione and Neville. He had thought he had an ally in Shiva. He had thought that things would be different. He had been stupid. As soon as Harry had entered number 4, Privet Drive, he had been thrown against the wall, nearly breaking his arm. Harry had been expecting that and immediately brought out his slow burn. It was a rune stone that didn't do much of anything beyond keep a low-level lumos going for an hour or so. It was basically just a fancy candle. But the Dursleys didn't know that, so Harry had activated it on the train, hoping to intimidate his aunt, uncle, and cousin into leaving him alone. A bit of misdirection, and with any luck Harry wouldn't have to worry about his relatives at all for most of the summer. Unfortunately, he had greatly underestimated Aunt Petunia. Upon seeing the slow burn, she just sneered at him. "Idiot! Boy, my sister went to that school as well. I know perfectly well you can't do any of that freakishness here." Harry's eyes had widened as Vernon's smile practically split his face. Dudley cackled with glee behind him. The beating that followed left him sore for nearly 2 weeks, and Harry had been let out of his room only for bathroom breaks and 2 meals a day. Even that wouldn't have been so bad, except that he had received no communication from any of his friends at all. Not a letter, not a phone call, not a visit. He couldn't even send Hedwig to ask what he had done wrong, since Uncle Vernon had padlocked his familiar's cage. Harry was given little enough to eat himself, and he had to split that with Hedwig to ensure his poor owl could last until school started again. Having friends, and then being stripped of them, yet again, had made this summer practically unbearable. Harry's only retreat had been speaking to Hedwig and coming up with new experiments and applications for his rune stones. Whenever he got bored, he tried branching out a bit into attempting to craft some ward schemes. While he couldn't actually test any of them, several designs were complete and awaiting etching. The ninja stone had taken a while, but it looked like it should work. The only problem was it didn't seem like it would play well with too many others, so his father's cloak would likely still be more useful until he could figure out a workaround. He'd come up with a proximity ping as well that would let him know whenever anyone not in the original bubble radius entered. A lockpick stone was easy to set up, and it seemed to have the potential to work on things specifically designed to block Alohama, as well, since his rune stone incorporated a suppression rune twined into the spell rune. The improved barrier that he had originally thought of the first time he met Shiva was making progress, but was still way too complicated to attempt. Harry had considered playing around with more offensive designs, especially after coming face to face with Voldemort, but ended up deciding that was something better left for next year. A simple blaster concussor and disintegrator would have to do for the moment. Building up rune stones designed to explode had too much risk without a bit of oversight. At least, at first. July 31st rolled around, and Harry quietly sang to Hedwig and himself. Uncle Vernon was in the middle of a large business dinner, so he figured he'd likely be missing dinner. Getting a soft hoot and gentle nip from his friend, Harry turned to head to bed early, and found a small creature with very large ears, a long nose, and bandaged hands standing on his bed. The creature was sporting several bruises, and seemed to be dressed in a pillowcase with holes cut out for the head and arms. Harry's mouth dropped open, and he just stared. And I thought my life sucked. Air. Hello. Harry blinked in consternation at the strange little creature standing before him. The creature burst into tears and cradled its head. The great Harry Potter speaks to Dobby. Dobby is not worthy. Dobby is. Quiet, Harry hissed, frantically moving forward to attempt to shut the creature, Dobby, up. Please, you have to be quieter. My aunt and uncle will hear you. Dobby is sorry. Dobby said between sobs, at least attempting to lower his volume. "But yous is the great Harry Potter, sir. And Dobby is just a lowly house elf." Dobby cannot believe the great Harry Potter would wish to speak with him. Harry turned to Hedwig in confusion, who just chuffed at him. "Glad you're amused, traitor." Turning back to Dobby, Harry hesitantly reached out and clasped the little thing's shoulder. It just made the sobbing worse. "Look, Dobby? Look, Dobby. First off, it's just Harry. Not the great Harry Potter, sir. Just Harry. Second, not to be rude or anything, but why are you in this house?" Dobby stopped crying almost instantly and turned sorrow-filled eyes on Harry. Dobby comes to give Harry Potter a message. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Harry's compassion for the poor creature in front of him dried up, and ice crept into his voice. "And who told you tell me that?" Dobby cringed and held up his hands to cover his face. "Dobby comes by himself. Master would not want Dobby to tell Harry Potter. Bad Master would want to ensure Harry Potter is present. Dobby must shut his head in the cabinet for coming, but Dobby will do it. Dobby will protect the great Harry Potter." Harry froze for several long moments, running over the house elf's words. His anger retreated somewhat as he realized some of what the little fellow was implying. "Dobby." Harry cut off as he watched Dobby grab a lamp from the bedside table and swing it towards his head. Harry's mouth dropped open, and he caught the lamp before it could impact the house elf. "Geez, why did you do that? Dobby is bad elf. Elves should never refer to Master like that." He tried to grab the lamp again, so Harry dropped the lamp and held Dobby's arms instead until the creature calmed back down. "Okay, Dobby, let's try this again," Harry said, cautiously letting the house elf's arms go. "I'm guessing you can't tell me who your master is." Dobby shook his head so hard that his ears flapped. "Can I try to guess?" Dobby considered for a minute before shrugging. "Okay, well, is it someone I go to school with?" Dobby paused before half nodding and half shaking his head. "So it's the family of someone I go to school with then." Dobby nodded. "Gryffindor? Ravenclaw? Hufflepuff? Slytherin?" "Okay, Slytherin. Now is it." Harry was forced to break off again as Dobby ran headfirst towards the wall. Harry just barely managed to grab the little guy before he knocked himself out. "Okay, guess we're done with that line of questioning. How about a different tack? Why can't I go back to Hogwarts? The great Harry Potter, sir, must not go back. It is not safe at Hogwarts now." "Yeah, kind of figured that out already." Dobby. "No, Harry Potter does not understand. Hogwarts will not be safe. Master will make certain." Harry swore under his breath. "Oh, perfect. Someone is going to try something again this year. And now I won't even have my friends to help me deal with." Harry's thoughts ground to halt as he turned to slowly stare at Dobby. The little house elf had succeeded in slamming his arm into the drawer, while Harry was distracted, but Harry couldn't quite bring himself to care as much as he had a moment ago. "Dobby, have you been, perhaps, trying to dissuade me already from returning?" Dobby froze. Dobby thought if Harry Potter felt his friends had abandoned him, he would not want to return the castle. Harry carefully got up from his seat on the bed and narrowed his eyes at the house elf. "Dobby, have my friends written me any letters?" Dobby reached behind him and pulled out a stack of letters in his shaking hand. Dobby will give the great Harry Potter his letters if he agrees to not go back to Hogwarts this term. "Give me my letters, Dobby." Harry took a single step forward. He tried very hard not to snarl, but he couldn't quite keep the ice out of his voice. Now, his friends had been writing him. His friends hadn't abandoned him. He had friends. Harry Potter must promise. Hogwarts is not safe. Dobby, I refuse to stay in this house any longer than is absolutely necessary. I have already survived a murderous professor and psychopathic possessing ghost. The only friends I have are at Hogwarts. The only adult I trust is at Hogwarts. I am going back. Now give me my letters. If the great Harry Potter refuses to stay, Dobby will make him. The house elf snapped his fingers and Harry's door burst open. Harry sprang to grab him, but Dobby sprinted out and bounded down the stairs. Harry flung himself to his feet and ran after the house elf. He caught up just outside the kitchen, watching with wide eyes as Dobby stared at the cake on the table outside the door. The door with Uncle Vernon's business party, still going on beyond. Dobby, please. Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir. But Harry Potter cannot go back to Hogwarts. Harry lunged for Dobby, but only managed to grab the letters in the house elf's hand before Dobby twisted away, snapped his fingers again, and the cake lunged through the door. With a quiet pop, Dobby vanished, and Harry was left lying on the floor looking at the astonished faces of Vernon, Petunia, and 3 guests, all covered with cake. It had been 3 days since the great cake incident. Harry had received a notice about being expelled at the next underage magic usage. If I had known I had a freebie, I'd have used one of my Firestarter stones. Maybe if the house burned down, we'd move somewhere that people would listen to me. Uncle Vernon hadn't beaten Harry, but he almost wished the man had. At least then his stomach wouldn't hurt so much from lack of food. And Hedwig wouldn't be starving then either. His friend was hurting obviously, but at least she wasn't dying yet. That was something, right? As night fell, a low rumbling came from outside his window. It sounded almost like a car was sitting there on the 2nd floor. As interesting as that might have been, Harry couldn't bring himself to move enough to go look. There really just wasn't any point in it. Is this the one? Neville said 4 Privet Drive, and this was the only 4 Privet Drive, and that map Hermione sent. Harry frowned. Fred and George? Was he delusional now? They had given him water, though the cat flap, so he really shouldn't be hearing things. A gentle knocking sounded from the window, just barely loud enough to hear over the rumbling engine. Unable to resist the curiosity, Harry headed over to the window only to stare in shock at Fred's grinning face looking back at him. Hanging out the side of a car window, a car floating next to his window, on the 2nd floor. Hiya, Harry. What? Harry said, we got worried when you didn't respond to any of our letters. Neville and Hermione were going to come too, but we told them we had it handled. Are these really bars? Who bars a guy's window? My aunt and uncle, Harry responded. Can you really get me out? Sure. Just loop this. Fred handed a piece of rope through the bars, around those bars there. Cool. Okay. George, gun it. With a thumbs up, George turned the wheel and accelerated away from the house. The bars on Harry's window tore off with a loud crunch, and Harry glanced towards the wall to Dudley's room and the master bedroom beyond. How had they managed to sleep through that racket? George drifted the car back over to the now open portal. Come on, Harry, get in. Take Hedwig, Harry said, hurriedly handing off his owl to Fred. My trunk is locked up under the stairs. It has my dad's cloak, my mother's notebooks, and my picture book of my parents in it. I can't leave it. Hang on then. Fred opened the car door and easily hopped inside. Downstairs, you say? Yeah, but the door is locked, Harry said again, glancing towards the wall. He scowled. It didn't matter if they woke up. He would not leave without his things. Locks aren't a problem. Fred had brought out a small set of tool and knelt next to the door. Are those lock picks? Harry gaped at Fred. Out of all the people he had come to know, this really shouldn't surprise him. Yup. Sometimes it's better to do things without magic. Always good to be prepared. The lock popped, and Fred tiptoed out into the hall following Harry's outstretched arm towards the stairs. In another minute they had the cupboard opened up, and Harry had grabbed his trunk. Harry, why is there a mattress down here? Used to be my room until I got my letter, and Uncle Vernon got paranoid, Harry muttered. Can you give me a hand with this? Fred had to shake himself to stop from staring between Harry and the tiny cupboard. With a scowl, the older boy grabbed the trunk and lifted it away from Harry. I got it. Come on. Back upstairs and into the car. Harry had just jumped into the car and was pulling his trunk in when Uncle Vernon's voice screamed out. What the bloody hell is that? What are you freaks doing? Budge over. Harry. Fred yelled with a wide grin. He jumped out the window and grabbed the car just as Vernon scrambled over towards them. George, hang on back there. Fred's twin yelled as he gunned the engine. Oh, and happy birthday, Harry. Fred, George, Harry, and Hedwig soared away from number 4. Privet Drive, leaving a purple Vernon Dursley shouting at the sky. An hour or so later, George landed the flying Ford Anglia in driveway to the twins' house. The burrow. The car had barely touched down before a screaming woman flew out of the front door yelling obscenities at the twins. Her hair was a flaming mop of red, and Harry was willing to bet whatever money he owned that this was the infamous Weasley matron, Molly. How dare you? No idea where you were. Car gone. The clock shifted to mortal peril. Do you have any idea? She cut off mid-rant as Harry stepped out of the back seat lugging his trunk. Oh, hello, Harry dear. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm not angry with you, dear. Just my sons. Why don't you head inside? I'll have breakfast on the table in a minute. The twins had carefully been edging towards the house when Molly turned back to them and continued her screaming. Harry had opened his mouth to try and defend them, but stopped at George's gesture. A large hand landed on Harry's shoulder, causing him to jump and turn around, reaching for his wand before sheepishly realizing that it was still locked in his trunk. The man behind him was tall, with a ponytail, pierced ear, and flaming red hair to match the rest of the Weasleys he'd seen. Hey, Harry, he said. I'm Bill, the oldest of the Weasley brood. There's not much point in trying to head off one of Mum's rants. We'll talk to her and get the twins out of trouble later. Come on inside. Harry just nodded and followed Bill into the house with a sorrowful glance back at Fred and George. Surprisingly, George gave him a covert wink and smile as he caught his eye. Food? Bill asked, gesturing, flicking his wand towards the table, which was quickly covered by a plate of flying bacon, biscuits, and eggs. Harry could feel his mouth watering, and he just nodded before running to the table and diving in. Thanks. I haven't eaten since that stupid party, thanks to that crazy elf. Crazy elf? Bill asked, plopping down into the seat across from Harry and swiping a slice of bacon. Yeah. Some house elf decided the best way to try and save my life was to get my relatives even madder than usual. And, of course, I get blamed for it. As usual. Harry paused mid-bite and squinted at Bill. Do you know how to submit a complaint to the improper use of magic department by any chance? Why? Bill was starting to feel like he was having a conversation with the twins for as much sense as this was making. Like I said, I got blamed for the magic. Apparently I get a freebie, but I want whatever the elf did off my record, so I can still keep my freebie in case I actually need to use it. Harry said, gesturing with his fork like it made perfect sense. We can ask my dad. He works in the ministry, so he should at least be able to get a letter to the right people, if not take you in to talk to them. Sweet. I love you guys. Harry dived back into his meal, completely ignoring Bill's facepalm. Now I see why you get along with Fred and George and not Ron. Well, that's easy, Harry chuckled. The twins are funny, and as long as you can get them to keep to some limits, very nice. Ron's a prat who can't seem to understand why I get annoyed with people treating me like a celebrity for something I didn't even do. I'll talk to my brother, Bill said with a sigh. I'm not looking to take sides in this thing. I'm not home nearly enough to deal with that sort of drama. George said you worked with Gringotts in Egypt, right? Yeah. I had a job in the area for an old friend and figured I'd stick around for an extra day or two for you to show up so I could talk to you. Harry frowned at that. Why did you want to talk to me? Well, Bill shrugged. My friend mentioned you had a talent for runes, so I just wanted to see for myself how far that extended. I'm a curse breaker. We deal with runes a lot in that job. Harry started to speak before stopping and laughing. Let me guess, Shiva? Bill chuckled too. Got it in one. The girl was a year behind me, but she knew her stuff almost better than I did. Said you were a bit of a savant with runes. Harry nodded. Sweet. Would you mind taking a look at this etching? My team in Egypt ran across it a few days ago, and while I'm pretty sure we've got the dangerous stuff figured out, I wanted a second opinion as I was here. You do know I just turned 12? Harry said, raising his eyebrows. Harry, I grew up with Fred and George. They were making better potions than Mum at 12, and she studied it for years. And you come highly recommended. He winked. Like I said, just a second opinion. You're scouting me, Harry said with a bit of pride creeping into his voice. Bill laughed. Maybe a little. Harry just shrugged, pushed his plate to the side, and held out his hand. The twins walked into the kitchen and sat down as he took the paper from their brother. Fair warning, I'm probably going to end up opening a shop at some point. Fred and George shared a look and silent grin, while Bill just shrugged. I don't doubt it. Can't blame a guy for trying, though. Molly ambled into the kitchen with a huff. Bill, stop bothering Harry. He's a guest. Bill rolled his eyes at his mother. Harry muttered, staring at the rune scheme. This is nasty. That's some sort of explosion trigger. This part looks like it would turn the target inside out before cooking them. This section is a super-powered cutting charm. Way more than necessary for even an entrenched target, really. And oh, this one... Harry's mouth dropped open. Seriously? Soul absorption? I didn't even think that was possible. Man, Shiva did not oversell you at all, Bill whistled. Molly behind him was gaping like a fish. That was the part we were worried about, too. That specific cluster doesn't look like it worked quite as designed, thankfully. If it had, Edgar wouldn't be around to buy us all drinks, but it's right nasty, that's for sure. Thanks for the read. Harry, you put that down this instant. Molly had finally regained her power of speech. Children have no business reading horrid things like that. Bill, what were you thinking bringing that into this house? I raised you better than that. Mom. Bill sighed as the twins snickered beside him. Before Molly could say anything else, a young red-headed girl came in from off the stairs. She yawned and stretched before glancing around. The girl started towards Bill with a big smile on her face before she caught sight of Harry and froze. Her mouth snapped closed, and with a squeak the girl took off like a shot back up the stairs, night dress flaring behind her. Harry uttered, staring in confusion at the blank space where the girl had retreated. Honestly, that girl. Molly snorted. Harry, why don't you grab your things and take them upstairs? You'll be sharing with Ron. Harry, Fred, and George all frowned immediately at that. Mom, that's not such a good idea, Fred said. No offense, Mrs. Weasley, but I would really prefer not to. Ron and I don't exactly get along, Harry sighed. Nonsense, Ron is a sweet boy. There's no reason you two can't get along perfectly well. Molly turned back to the counter, obviously considering the discussion over. No reason beyond his jealousy and tendency to insult practically everything Harry likes, George muttered. Ma'am, I really... The rest of Harry's statement was cut off as the boy in question came into the room and plopped down, grabbing a handful of biscuit and throwing it into his mouth. Ron was halfway through his bite when he noticed Harry sitting at the table, and his visage darkened immediately. What the hell is he doing here? The twins! Molly glared at the two for a moment, decided not to wait for your father, and myself, and left last night to bring Harry back. Rescue, Fred said with a scowl. Rescue, not bring. Boys, please. There were bars on the window, Mum, and locks on his door and trunk, and apparently the cupboard was. Thanks for the support, Fred, Harry said, cutting him off. I appreciate the jailbreak. Fred and George turned to each other, then Harry, and nodded slightly before falling quiet. Anyway, Mrs. Weasley, Bill said your husband could take me to talk to someone in the ministry. I need to get an underage magic warning off my record. Oh, so the boy who lived is going to throw around his fame like usual. Ron drawled around a bite of bacon. Bill facepalmed again. It is far too early to deal with this. I'm going to go say goodbye to Ginny and head out. Fred, George, try not to burn down the house. Ron, stop talking with your mouth full. Mum, stop arguing with me about work. Someone tell Percy I said hi, and Dad that I love him. He walked up the stairs, leaving Molly shaking her head, the twins with a grin, and Ron glaring. Harry, dear, Arthur can take you in to work with him tomorrow morning if you want. Harry nodded at Molly's reply. It was better than nothing, and much more than he had expected from the woman, the way the previous conversation had been going. I still think you should sleep with Ron. Ron's snarl answered that comment well enough, but I suppose if Percy is all right with it, you can share his room instead. It ended up being almost a week before Harry could get to the ministry to speak with Mafalda Hopkirk. It was also a supremely unhelpful meeting. Harry argued with the annoying woman for nearly an hour, repeatedly stating that he had done no magic over the summer, and that if he had, it would have been a hell of a lot flashier than a simple hover charm. Hopkirk then brought out her records, proving that there had been a hover charm performed at number 4, Privet Drive. Harry had repeatedly stated that a house elf had been the one performing the charm. Hopkirk replied that such an excuse was ridiculous since no wizards lived nearby, so obviously no house elf would be near Privet Drive either. Harry offered to take a test or give an oath or drink a potion to prove it hadn't been him, and Hopkirk had scoffed, saying that there was no way she could get authorization for something like that with such a simple, clear-cut case. Things quickly descended into a shouting match from there. After Harry demanded to see her boss, Hopkirk threw him out in a huff, saying that Director Bones was far too busy to be bothered by a foolish boy's temper tantrum. Needless to say, Harry's first experience with the Ministry of Magic had been decidedly unpleasant. The shopping trip to Diagon Alley did not go much better. By the The time the Weasley clan and Harry were getting ready to head to the alley, Harry was practically ready to curse someone. It was a hell of a lot of fun to spend more time with the twins, especially once he started asking them about why they were supposedly so good with potions and yet got such bad grades. But that was basically the only high point of staying with the Weasleys. Whenever Ron wasn't avoiding Harry, he was insulting him. Ginny seemed pleasant enough, but could barely speak whenever he was nearby. Molly kept trying to send him on chores that either had him paired with Ron or Ginny, and the woman had never once apologized to Fred and George for screaming at them for rescuing Harry. Percy barely came down from his room, but at least he let Harry bunk with him. Even Arthur got to be annoying. He was a very nice man, and Harry really did like him. But asking about the purpose of Rubber Duck had been the last straw. There was being curious, and then there was being annoying. To Mr. Weasley's credit, when Harry asked him to slow down a bit, the man did listen. Harry also recommended he start up a correspondence with either Hermione or the senior Grangers. While Harry had been raised Muggle, he had also been extremely sheltered, so they would be better able to answer Arthur's questions and explain the concepts. It only took one trip through the Flu Network for Harry to decide. He hated wizarding travel. Besides being left nauseous, covered in soot, and with skinned knees, he had apparently wound up in the entirely wrong location. Growling, Harry got to his feet, asked for directions back to Diagon Alley, telling the owner explicitly he preferred to walk, and started limping back in the direction he hoped to meet back up with the others. Harry had barely taken 10 steps out of the shop, though, when he ran into Hagrid, who was nice enough to escort him the rest of the way. Harry could have done without the lecture about Knockturn Alley being no place for children, though. It wasn't like he meant to go there. Harry was still glowering at his feet, so he barely had time to look up, let alone brace for the brown bullet flying at him, before being knocked back in a Hagrid by the force of Hermione's hug. "Oh, I've missed you so much. How has your summer been? How were the Weasleys? I hope Ron didn't give you too hard a time, or that the twins didn't prank you too badly while you were there. Did you really shout at a ministry employee? Harry, you shouldn't have done that. Can you tell me about the house elf? He sounded very interesting from your letter. Oh, did you end up getting the birthday card I sent? I know you said that you got your letters back, but I wasn't sure. I'm so glad I decided to save the actual gift to give you in person." Hermione was turning ever so slightly blue by the end of her rambling. Harry chuckled, his spirits lifting immediately at seeing his friend again. He blushed slightly as he realized he had even grown to miss the hugs she gave him. "Hermione," Harry said with a grin, "you really need to stop to breathe sometimes. I'll tell you all about everything as we walk. How are you, Nev?" Harry asked, turning his head to smile over at his other friend, who was shaking his head off to the side, near the relieved Weasleys. "I'm good, Harry. Nice to see you again. Sorry that the twins had to rescue you. Gran was going to go herself, but they apparently beat us to it." Hermione's face fell at that, and she started to pull away from Harry. "Don't worry about it, Nev, Hermione," Harry said, squeezing her back before she finally let go. Hermione's face seemed to lighten a bit as he hugged her back, and her frown disappeared completely when he continued, "I got to meet the rest of the Weasleys because of it. Well, besides Charlie. Bill apparently knows Shiva, by the way." "Oh," Hermione asked, "did they go to school together?" "Year apart, I think he said. Let's get our books, then we can talk more." A familiar gleam entered Hermione's eyes as Harry said that. He smiled, getting just the reaction he had hoped for. Ahem, a well-built man in a jeans and Metallica t-shirt, cleared his throat looking at Hermione with a raised eyebrow. The woman standing next to him was obviously trying very hard to hold in her laughter and failing. Hermione gasped and covered her mouth. "Oh my gosh, I forgot. Harry, these are my parents, Richard and Emma Granger." "Sir, ma'am," Harry said, stepping forward and holding out his hand. "It's nice to meet you." Richard shook Harry's hand and gave into his own soft laughter. "It's nice to finally meet the boy our daughter gushes about in her letters. Harry glanced over at his friend, who had turned nearly as red as the Weasleys' hair and was doing her best to completely avoid his gaze. "And it's Richard, none of this, Sir Stuff. You saved my daughter's life. I think that deserves a first-name basis. It's nice to meet you, Harry." Emma wrapped Harry into a hug similar to the ones her daughter gave, though thankfully much shorter, so he didn't have to start squirming away. "It's also nice to see someone else trying to get her to slow down sometimes." "Yes, well, if you two are done embarrassing me," Hermione huffed, hands on her hips, "perhaps we could go into the bookstore finally?" Neville smirked, coming up beside his friends. "Merlin forbid we keep Hermione from her books." Leading the way into Flourish and Blots, Neville started browsing through the herbology section, while Hermione followed Harry into the ancient runes part. "Ugh, can you believe that guy?" Harry jerked a thumb over his shoulder at a blonde-haired wizard with a gleaming smile signing books in the middle of the store. His hair looked like it had more gel than Draco Malfoy's, and his smile had to have been charmed to look so perfect. The comments streaming from the man sounded so totally fake they made Harry want to gag. "He is a bit dreamy looking, isn't he?" Hermione mused, turning to stare. Harry's mouth dropped open, and he worked it soundlessly a few times with nothing coming out. "Dreamy? Him?" Hermione snapped her head back to Harry and gasped. I just meant, well, oh, never mind. You look much better, Harry." She clapped her hands over her mouth again, and Harry heard a snicker from further up the aisle where Richard had stopped to browse. "That's not what I meant either. Oh, for heaven's sake, stop distracting me. Harry." Now thoroughly confused, Harry shook his head, grabbed some new books, and tried to buy his things without getting noticed. He almost succeeded in making it to the register before the bleached author noticed him. Sadly, it was not meant to be. "Harry Potter, as I live and breathe. Come to buy my books." Of course you would. After all, we famous wizards have to stick together. That we do." Lockhart threw an arm around Harry's shoulder and twisted so that several camera flashes nearly blinded Harry. "Little did you know, though, that not only are you going to get a full free autographed copy of my books," Harry grimaced and tried to twist away from contact with the man, "you are also getting me. I'll take this opportunity to announce my acceptance of the newly opened defense against the dark arts position at Hogwarts. Don't worry, Harry. You'll be able to grill me on all the best methods of prepping for interviews and grooming tips while I'm there. I'm so looking forward to imparting all my knowledge to you and the other youths." Harry felt like throwing up. With a final twist, he pulled away from Lockhart and practically ran to the front of the store, only stopping as he came across Ginny talking with a tiny blonde girl wearing what looked like radishes as earrings. "Ginny, you need a set of these books, right?" The poor girl practically seemed to vibrate when Harry addressed her, but managed to nod while her friend just cocked her head at him. "Cool. Take them. I can't imagine they're very useful, and even if they are, I'll just skim Hermione or Neville's copies. Teach, thanks. H. Harry," she squeaked out. Harry nodded and moved to head outside, sidestepping two girls who looked vaguely familiar. "Trace, Do you think we need 2 sets of these stupid books? How good can they possibly be? I mean, really, the man looks like a determined pixie would trounce him, the taller blonde said, glaring back at Lockhart. Harry snorted. A woman after his own heart. The dark-haired girl next to her just shrugged and put a ratty book back into her bag. Let's just go with the 1 set. At least he's pretty, though. Better than queerness, I have no fashion sense, Quirrell. I prefer Quirrellmort myself, Harry thought darkly as he managed to squeeze past the girls. Just before he left the store, Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley started shouting and trading blows just ahead of them. Ron egged his father on while Molly yelled, and the twins scowled. A short exchange of blows left Arthur with a black eye and Lucius with a toilet seat around his neck, stumbling into the dark-haired girl and then Ginny and her friend. Harry moved to help Ginny up, and Lucius threw her books back at her from where they had fallen to the ground. Try to keep better hold of your things, child. I will not forget this. Blood traitor. Lucius scowled, twisting away and stalking down the street, throwing the toilet seat off to the side. Arthur, I can't believe you let that horrid man goad you into fighting in the street, Molly screeched at her husband. I will defend our honor, Molly, as I always have. Come, children. I believe we still have more things to get. I should have asked to stay with Neville or Hermione. At least then I wouldn't be here less than 5 minutes before the stupid train leaves. Harry thought, glowering at the Weasleys. First the twins forgot their trunks. Then Percy forgot his owl. Then Ron forgot he hadn't actually packed any of his school books. How the heck did this family ever manage to get to the school to begin with? One would think in nearly a decade worth of leaving for school, Arthur, and Molly would have figured out how to wrangle them here sooner. Molly and Ginny had just gone through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, and Harry and Ron lined up for their turn. They waited a moment to make sure that no one was watching, and then ran towards the barrier, and bounced off it, landing on their bums. Hedwig squawked as her cage was knocked back, and the luggage shifted. What the... Harry muttered, climbing to his feet and staring at the barrier. He turned to Ron. Has the barrier ever closed before? Ron shook his head, looking terrified. I'd have heard about that if it had. Do you think this is a prank by Fred and George? No way. Those two would never pull something like this. Their pranks are funny, not mean. Well, not mean unless you deserve it. Harry walked forward and ran his hands over the barrier. It feels just like regular brick. What are we going to do? Ron whimpered. Well, I imagine the people on the other side are going to freak out about this as well. So we might as well just wait for someone to figure it out and come back through. Ron's eyes widened. We can't. We're going to miss the train. Harry glared at the other boy. Maybe if you had packed last night, we wouldn't be in this position. He took a deep breath to calm down before speaking. I'm sure it will be fine. The whistle sounded for 11 o'clock, and Ron jumped up in a panic. We need to go. Dad's car is still in the lot. I can drive it, and we can follow along behind the train. Come on. Harry slapped his hand over his face, trying desperately to quell the urge to smash his face against the bricks behind him, steal the car, and drive behind the train. You realize how insanely stupid that sounds, don't you? No, fly. Come on, Harry. There's no time. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to catch up. You know what? No. I'm not going to sit here and argue this with you. You want to go be an idiot, go ahead. Hope you don't crash or break the statute of secrecy or anything. Harry waved him off with his free hand. You're not coming? Ron looked genuinely confused before his face reddened. Fine. I'll let them know you're still sitting here when I get to Hogwarts. He turned and raced out the doors with trunk in hand. Thank God I am friends with Hermione and not him, Harry muttered. Come on, Hedwig. Let's go sit down over there and wait for someone to figure out how to get out of the stupid barrier. You up to taking a letter to Shiva if no one comes? Out after a half hour or so, Hedwig glared at him before huffing and preening her feathers. Harry just laughed. Okay, fine. Stupid question. Harry sat down on the bench and watched the barrier to make sure he didn't miss anyone. It was barely 5 minutes later when a stern-looking woman in a suit with a monocle in one eye tromped into King's Cross. Beside her was a girl who looked just a bit younger than Shiva. She must have graduated recently, though Harry didn't remember her from his first year. He definitely would have noticed that short, spiky, hot pink hair. She had on jeans and a t-shirt for the Weird Sisters. The girl was hurrying to stay next the monocle woman. See, we missed it, Tonks, Monocle said as she glanced at the clock on the wall. She looked like she wanted to facepalm. Harry could commiserate. Come on, boss. I may just be a rookie, but everyone already knows I can't go 10 minutes with tripping on something or another. Pink said with a sheepish look crossing her face. I'm not asking you to stop being clumsy, Tonks. I'm asking you to be on time. Hey, it's not my fault that Dawlish stuck those doxies there. If he didn't want to risk falling into them, he shouldn't have had them on the edge of his desk. Harry could have sworn he saw the girl's hair flicker a shade darker. Monocle sighed, but the way her mouth twisted upwards, Harry could tell she was fighting her laughter. Leaning over to Hedwig, Harry whispered, I think we found our ride. Hedwig twisted her head towards the two now standing by the barrier to platform 9 3/4 and scanning the crowd. She turned back to Harry and bobbed her head, uttering a soft, pleased-sounding hoot. Harry gently stroked her feathers through the cage, then gathered his trunk and stood up heading towards the newcomers. They noticed him almost as soon as he began to move. The younger one casually pointed him out to Monocle, and the older woman just sighed, though it seemed genuine this time. As he drew closer, she extended her hand. Hello, I'm Amelia Bones, and this is NYM. The girl cleared her throat and threw a nasty glance at her superior. Privileges of being the boss. Amelia continued with an evil grin. Next time, don't make me late. As I was saying, this is Nymphadora Tonks. Nymphadora's scowl deepened before she turned to Harry. It's just Tonks. Couldn't help but notice your owl. Muggle-born. Technically. Muggle-raised, but yeah. Hello, Harry said, shaking their hands. We're the cleanup crew, Tonks said with a satisfied nod. My apologies, Amelia said. We were supposed to be here early enough to wrangle any Muggle-born or raised through the barrier who were either uninformed, forgot, or were too scared to try. Air. Thanks, but I'm not a first eye. I'm a second year, and I know how to get through the barrier. Harry ran a hand through his hair, but they started talking again before he could continue. Oh, just late then? Don't worry. It happens to the best of us. Tonks winked at him. A bit short for a second year, Amelia said, frowning. I'm not allowed to eat much usually. Harry scowled. He knew he wasn't as big as most of the others. How was that his fault? And no, not late. The barrier went solid when my classmate and I tried to get through. Amelia's frown deepened. That doesn't sound right. Give me a moment. Tonks round up his friend. Tonks saluted. Yes, ma'am, you got it, boss. As Amelia moved back slightly to examine the recalcitrant barrier, Tonks turned back smiling at Harry. So where's your friend? He's really not my friend, Harry grimaced. His brothers are, but he's a prat. Case in point, he stole his dad's car to try and catch the train. Tonk's mouth fell open, a bit farther than seemed strictly possible at that. He what? Stole his dad's car to fly after the train. Seriously? You're not pulling my leg here? Did the Weasley twins put you up to this? Funny you should mention them. It's their brother who stole the car. I imagine Fred and George are going to have a fit when they hear, Harry said. He grinned, imagining the reactions of the twins. Wow, that barrier is frozen solid. Amelia came up behind the two, frown still intact. I've never seen anything like it before. I'm going to have to get some backup here to go over this. Tonks, make sure those two. Didn't you say your friend was here too? No. His classmate has apparently stolen Arthur Weasley's car to chase the train. I am so glad you gave me this job, boss. Tonks looked like she was torn between incredulity and being impressed at Ron's stunt. Amelia's face drained of color. Arthur Weasley's car? Tonks nodded. Arthur Weasley's flying car? Now Tonks' face whitened. Harry was rather impressed with the degree to which her face seemed to empty of blood, and yet she still managed to avoid passing out. If it helps, Harry commented offhand, I did tell Ron it was a horribly stupid idea and that he shouldn't do it. I don't think he meant anything bad, though. He's just being an idiot. Like usual. Mr. Potter. Harry Potter, ma'am. Tonks' eyes widened as Harry gave his name. Amelia recovered faster than Tonks and continued. Mr. Potter, did Ron Weasley know that the car flies? Yeah, he knows about the invisibility thing too, and as much as I rag on him sometimes, I don't think he'd forget that part. Like I said, he's an idiot, but he's not that bad. I hope. He finished somewhat uncertainly. I have to run damage control. Tonks, get Potter to the school. Can you side along? You know what? I don't care. The express takes hours anyway. Just get him there, and then wait there for me, Shacklebolt or Mad-Eye. Let's just pray this doesn't become a full incident. She ran off, heels clacking. Tonks turned to Harry with wide eyes. Eventful first day back. Huh? Harry? Chapter 5. Airs and Affairs. Harry's knees were still hurting from his trip through the flue to the Three Broomsticks, but at least he had hit the right grate this time. There's got to be a better way to travel. If there isn't, I'm going to make one. Harry thought to himself, trying to determine what runes could be pulled together to come up with a better system, though he came up blank. Gotta keep working with that. I refuse to fall on my ass every time. So, this sort of thing happened to you often, Harry? Tonks asked with a smirk as they walked up to the gates of Hogwarts. What? The looking like an idiot thing, or the horrible luck thing? Harry asked, swiping the last of the soot off his clothes. I was thinking the barrier thing. Don't worry about the idiot thing. Tonks snorted. It's only a matter of time before I go falling on my face too. I'm not exactly coordinated. Comes with the territory. What territory? Harry furrowed his brow and cocked his head at her. The punk rocker territory. Punk rocker. Harry pointed to her hair and Weird Sister's shirt. Oh, hell no. This is my favorite band. I've done the hair thing since I was toddler. My mother freaked out when I turned it blue, but it always got my dad laughing. I tend to stick with pink or purple these days. It's funny to watch people's reactions. Turned it blue, is there a spell to change your hair color? Harry thought back. There hadn't seemed to be anything like that in that book Lavender had gotten him, but then he hadn't exactly looked for one. His hair may be messy, but there was nothing wrong with the color. Not that I know of. It a metamorphagus thing. It's why I trip all the time too. My body changes enough that I'm never quite used to the length of my legs or my stride. Metamorphagus. Now, he just felt like an idiot. How much of this world did people expect him to just know? We're pretty rare. A dark look flitted across Tonk's face, and Harry caught her hair shifting to jet black for an instant before both passed. I can shift shapes into pretty much anything, though there are limits. Here, watch. Her nose changed into a pig snout and her hair switched to blonde. I'm a Malfoy. Harry burst out laughing so hard he had to stop and hold his sides. Tonks eventually shifted back and laughed with him. It's a lot of fun for the most part. Come on, let's get you inside the castle. Harry was still shaking his head at the girl and laughing as they walked through the great hall and sat down at the Hufflepuff table. I miss this place, Tonks sighed. You graduated recently? Class of 91. Had a hell of time convincing the hat to put me with the Puffs, though. Stupid thing wanted me to be a GRYFF. Mental those. Harry lifted his eyebrows at her. Ah, crap. You're a GRYFF, aren't you? He chuckled. Doesn't mean I can't agree with you. Besides, I had to argue with the hat, too. It wanted to throw me into Ravenclaw. Tonks snorted and held up a hand. Well, here's to us. Beating a stupid piece of clothing. Harry high-fived her. This girl was almost as much fun as Shiva. As if summoned, Shiva walked into the great hall heading towards the staff table. She glanced around, noticed Tonks and Harry, nodded to them, and kept walking. She made it another 2 steps before freezing with her foot in midair, then twisted her head to stare back at the 2 bug-eyed. Harry waved and Tonks saluted. Harry, Dory. Shiva ran over to them and pulled both into a hug. Merlin's balls, what the hell are you 2 doing here early? You all right, Harry? Didn't get into another death match with Two-Face, did you? Two-Face. Harry questioned. Well, I know you hate that I can't say his name easily, which I have actually been practicing, by the way. And well, Quarrelmort did kind of have 2 faces, so I like it. Shiva? You let him call you Shiva. Shiva? Tonks turned to Harry. What did you get on her? I want the goods. I've been trying to get good blackmail on this girl for years. Never going to happen, Dory. Shiva crossed her arms and grinned. Seriously though, what's a student and an Auror trainee doing here? 2 hours early? Or? Harry asked, looking between the 2. It's like the Muggle police. I got a badge and everything. See. Tonks whipped out and proudly displayed her badge while Shiva just snorted. A trainee badge. Hey, I can still introduce myself as Auror Tonks, Shiva. I count it as a win, Tonks huffed with a pout. Considering I can't imagine how you passed the sneaking portion. I can imagine. Yeah. Laugh it up, Mistress of Destruction. Harry ran afoul of a recalcitrant barrier, so I'm dropping him off. Bonesy said to wait in case we have to bring Ron Weasley in. I hope not. His brothers were cool, and I'd hate for them to turn their pranks on me. Recalcitrant barrier? Why would you bring Ron Weasley in? Shiva turned to Harry and just stared at him. Geez, kid, you didn't even wait till the term started this year. Hey, it's not my fault a house elf has decided the best way to keep me safe is to try to destroy the best part of my life. Or that Ron's an idiot and can't wait 5 minutes for a better option. Shiva worked her mouth for a minute before giving up and sitting down across from them. Let's try this again. What the hell happened? Tonks shrugged and pointed to Harry. First I'm hearing about the house elf. When I was back with the Dursleys, a house elf visited to tell me that Hogwarts wasn't safe. He was trying to convince me to stay away. The little guy practically seemed to worship me. It was a little sweet in a creepy kind of way. Harry shrugged. When I kept refusing to stay away from here, he decided the best way to keep me away was to launch a cake into the middle of my uncle's dinner party. Shiva's face lost a lot of color at that, but Harry just shrugged. I have to admit that was a pretty good idea, even if I wanted to strangle him afterwards. Uncle Vernon got pretty mad, and then the letter from the ministry certainly didn't help. You said you were in law enforcement, Tonks. Do you know Mafalda Hopkirk by any chance? Hopkirk? Tonks asked, taken aback by the shift in direction. I think so. Older woman. Bit of bitch. Yeah, that'd be the one. The ministry blamed me for the hover charm Dobby, the elf, used. I'm not even good with that charm. A float stone, sure, but not the stupid hover charm itself. They have completely different signatures. I tried to get it overturned a few weeks ago, but after arguing for an hour, she tossed me out. Stupid woman wouldn't listen to anything I said, refused to give me any of the truth stuff I asked for, and then flat out refused to talk to her boss because it's just a simple case of underage magic. Stop fighting this so much. Don't suppose you could talk to her for me? I'll talk with Bonesy about it. Tonks frowned. If you had a legitimate excuse or weren't responsible, she's supposed to bring it up with Bonesy anyway. Typical, Harry muttered with a scowl. Shiva frowned further, hearing that though Tonks looked lost in thought. Harry sighed and continued. Anyway, I'd be willing to put money on Dobby deciding that if I couldn't get through the barrier, then I wouldn't be able to get to Hogwarts. He doesn't really seem to have the best logic. House elves can be a little weird sometimes, Shiva admitted. What barrier are we talking about? The one to platform 9 3/4. Harry shrugged. It was solid when Ron and I tried to get through. Ron panicked and decided to take his dad's flying car to follow behind the train. I just went to sit on a bench until someone managed to get back through from the other side. Tonks and her boss showed up before I got bored and sent you a letter telling you I was stuck. Shiva's mouth had dropped open in shock by the end. She turned to Tonks. A flying car? Hence why I'm waiting here, Tonks said. Shiva banged her head on the table and groaned. Thank you for not going with him, Harry. I think I would have had a heart attack. Harry reached over and patted her shoulder. Shiva ended up pulling Harry off to the side a few minutes later, while Tonks went to find some food. Harry, you said your uncle was upset after the cake incident. Harry stiffened but nodded. Did he? He stopped before he went too far. Harry said softly while giving Shiva a small shake of his head. I didn't get to eat for a few days, but he still gave me water, so it wasn't too bad. I got a little worried for Fred when Uncle Vernon saw the flying car, as the twins rescued me. But we're all fine. That's not. Shiva sighed and hugged him. You shouldn't be starved for something that is not your fault, Harry. It happens all the time, Shiva. I'm used to it. It doesn't matter. He was finding it easier to relax into these hugs. At least when it was just Shiva and Hermione hugging him. It does, and you shouldn't have to be used to it. She let him go and held him at arm's length, staring into his eyes. I'm sorry I didn't come visit over the summer, Harry. My hands were tied. How? Harry asked, cutting her off. Shiva closed her eyes and sighed. At the end of the year, I brought up the issue of your guardians with Professor Dumbledore, and it turned into a bit of a fight. By the end of it, we were both shouting, and he threatened to fire me if I didn't drop the matter and stay away for the summer. Something about wards being renewed being critical to your protection. I've never heard of wards that would require that, though. At least not ones that would apply in your situation. He threatened to fire you. Nearly the entire modicum of respect Harry grudgingly had for the headmaster died a fiery death in that moment. Yeah, and I figured it'd be better to stay here, where I could be around more often. But I've been trying to look into some things, and she sighed and pulled him back into a much shorter hug. Look, Harry, if I can get you away from those people, would you be up for it? Harry froze completely. He pushed back and stared at Shiva. He looked her up and down, taking in the stiffness of her body, the set of her jaw, and the slight sheen to her eyes. Slowly, ever so slowly, Harry nodded. I would do anything short of killing somebody to get away from the Dursleys for good. I don't believe you can. I've tried before, but thank you for asking. You've tried before? Shiva asked, carefully schooling her features into a neutral expression even while her voice dropped into a dangerous monotone. Harry kept staring at her. For a full minute he stayed completely silent and still. Eventually, Harry took a deep breath and started talking. I talked to one of the teachers at school when I found out I had a name like the other kids. He didn't believe me when I said I hadn't known it before that day. I asked the school nurse about why we got to eat so much during lunch and how much most kids get to eat. She didn't believe me when I said I usually only had 1 or 2 meals a day with half portions. I talked to the principal, who said that the Dursleys were upstanding members of the community. A few months later, I talked to a police officer who never came back after the first visit. I asked some shop owners in the area, and they said they would never believe the words of a delinquent, which was one of the stories the Dursleys liked to spread about me. I asked the parents of one of the girls at the school, who promised to look into it, but did nothing after that. So, yes, I've tried, and I've given up, because nothing ever happens, and I've learned I can't trust any adults. So thank you for offering, Shiva. I really do appreciate it. It's the first time someone else has said something first, but I don't believe that anything will happen this time either. Harry, Shiva's asked, voice still completely flat, do you trust me? Harry shut his eyes and turned away. Yes, he whispered. I don't want to, because I'm pretty sure that sooner or later you are going to hurt me just like the others, but yes. Harry found himself enveloped in another bone-crushing hug. I swear to you, Harry, Shiva whispered, I am going to do my absolute best to make sure I never hurt you. I am going to figure out a way to get you the hell away from your relatives, and I am going to help you with whatever else you need. You hear me, kid? I'm here for you no matter what. Harry nodded, and some of the tension drained out of him. Thank you. The school year started off relatively normal despite the fun of the first day. After Ron had finally shown up, via crashing into a tree which tried to beat him, and the car into paste, Amelia Bones spoke with him but let him off with a stern warning after it was confirmed that no muggles had seen anything. Though she did promise the young Weasley that if he ever did something so stupid again, the consequences would be far more severe. The howler from his mother was painful to listen to. Harry knew it was mostly deserved, and he had no love for the redhead, but berating him in front of the whole school for something done in a panic seemed a bit harsh. Tonks had followed through with her promise to let her boss know about the hover charm incident, and by the end of the first week, Harry had received 2 letters from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The first was an official, if somewhat biting, apology and retraction letter from Mafalda Hopkirk, which had Harry smirking. The second was one from Amelia Bones herself, personally thanking Harry for letting her know about the barrier and car before it could become a problem, as well as apologizing for Hopkirk's behavior. Bones had also assured Harry that Hopkirk had been placed on probation, and if he had any further problems to let her know immediately, and if he wasn't comfortable with that, then to inform Tonks, who would get in touch instead. Harry wasn't quite sure how to deal with that. Tonks was one thing, as she almost seemed less mature than himself, but Amelia Bones, a reasonable authority figure in an actual position of power, was something entirely new. He could be generous and say that Professor Flitwick was nice and seemed perfectly reasonable, but the man had no real power. Even Shiva didn't have any actual say in the school. Amelia Bones, however, did. Harry eventually resolved to wait and see how things played out. Shiva had stayed quiet on just what she was doing concerning the Dursleys, but he noticed she had started disappearing on weekends for several hours every few weeks. When asked, she just said that she was doing Muggle paperwork, and it's far more involved than I had expected. It gave him a warm feeling inside to know that someone besides Hermione and Neville actually seemed to be completely on his side, that someone besides them actually seemed to care. Hermione herself had stopped trying to defend Professor Lockhart, or Flophart as Harry started calling him, after his first lesson. Once the man ran and hid from a swarm of pixies, Hermione lost any potential respect for him. It was actually rather amusing. Harry and Neville had simply been content to ignore and insult him. Hermione, however, had gone a step further. Look at these dates. Hermione said, throwing two of Lockhart's books onto the library's table. Her slamming had Harry and Neville jump. It even started two girls at the next table. Harry idly noticed that they were the ones from the bookstore who had been as annoyed with Lockhart as he had been. See here? Harry turned back to his friend and saw her pointing at two sections, one in each book. He says he fought the Yeti at the end of August in 1989. And in this one, he says he wrestled that river troll during the Algerian flood. The Algerian flood was the last week of August in 1989. These two events can't possibly have happened at the same time. He's lied. The blonde from the other table twisted slightly and raised her eyebrows at Hermione. Does that really surprise you, Granger? Well, the man is obviously incompetent, but he's written about these things. To use inaccurate information is one thing, but to outright lie in a book. Oh, I wish I could give that man a piece of my mind. Books aren't always all they're cracked up to be, the blonde's friend said, hanging her head. Well, yes, I realize that, but still. Hermione, there's no point in getting worked up about it. You're never going to get Flophart to admit to it. And nobody is going to take our word over his, Harry said, trying to placate his friend. Yeah, Hermione, anybody who actually talks to the man knows not to take him seriously, Neville said with a shrug. Even Lavender has stopped gushing over his hair and is starting to grimace in his classes. Lavender? Seriously? Hermione's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open. The blonde also looked intrigued. Really, Brown isn't infatuated with Fool anymore? No, she isn't Greengrass. Neville snorted. His last test, the one that asked about his favorite color and birthday? Lavender sneered at it and muttered that the class was utterly useless for teaching any sort of defense, and she might as well just go to Hermione to learn the actual material. Then she muttered how she hoped the curse got Lockhart so that they could get a competent teacher. Greengrass blinked while Hermione just stared at Neville in shock. Harry laughed. Wow, you just know the guy's an idiot when Lavender hates him. Though I never would have pegged her as actually wanting to learn, she does seem far more interested in gossip most of the time, Hermione admitted. Well, anyway, I recommend all of you take everything he says with a grain of salt. While there are details in these books that lead me to believe at least some parts are useful, the contradictions are glaring. I'm going to go over each one and note down every section that proves he's lied. With any luck, I'll be able to get enough proof from his own works in order to expose the man, Greengrass friend's side, and finally turned to the rest of them. You can do that, Granger. Or you could just expose the affairs he's having with the 6th and 7th years. Hermione dropped bonelessly into a seat while Neville's mouth dropped open. Harry just looked confused. He's doing what? Hermione squeaked. We don't have proof, but can you really see him not taking advantage of at least the girls of age that are throwing themselves at him? Granted, he's pretty, so I can't really blame them, especially since I doubt any of them expect anything serious. But it's still pretty scandalous going at it with a teacher. Davis, if you and Greengrass know this, why haven't you told anyone? Neville asked with a hand over his eyes. Davis shrugged. Well, I said we have no proof. Besides, what is Dumbledore going to do? He can't fire the man. There's no applicants for the job to take his place. And it's not technically illegal as long as he's careful who and where. It's just icky. Tracy's right. The blonde girl nodded. There's really no point in letting the information out. There's nothing to gain from it. He's a good enough spin doctor. He'd probably end up looking better afterwards. I almost feel like I should be taking lessons from the man. He may be a horrible wizard, but he certainly knows how to talk. Ugh, Daphne, I have a headache again. I'm going to head back, Tracy said, rubbing her forehead. I'll walk with you. Good day. Daphne nodded goodbye and grabbed their things before leaving the library. That was Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass of Slytherin, correct? Hermione asked. Yeah, Neville nodded. Man, I really don't want that mental picture in my head anymore. Lockhart's not dating the older girls, right? Harry asked, frowning at his book. No, Harry, he's not dating them. Hermione rolled her eyes. And you guys were obviously talking about more than just hugging and kissing. Yeah. Neville said, squinting over at Harry. A dawning look of understand appeared in Hermione's eyes. So, what's an affair then? Harry asked, trying to work out exactly what Lockhart was doing with the girls. Neville's mouth dropped open. Hermione's eyes widened in silent horror. Harry, she said in a careful voice, do you know what sex is? That's another word for gender. He nodded, wondering where she was going with this. Not the noun. The verb. Sex isn't a verb. Hermione, Harry said as his frown deepened. Neville made a strangled sound, and Hermione sighed. Damn those Dursleys, Hermione muttered before continuing in a normal, if slightly strained, voice. Harry, I think you need to go and talk to either Madame Pomfrey or Shiva. Harry's expression darkened considerably. Of course, the Dursleys had forgotten to mention important pieces of information. You can't tell me? Neville hurriedly shook his head, so fast he probably got whiplash. Hermione twisted her hands together before replying. I would really prefer you ask one of them first. It's I can do it. I've certainly read enough about it, but it's rather uncomfortable, especially with you. And, well, look, just please. She turned to stare at him with wide eyes, and her mouth quirked just so, and Harry leaned back. She knew just how to defeat him. Start of the talk, Shiva, Harry said as he walking into his mentor's office. Do you have a few minutes? Sure, Harry. What's up? Shiva asked as she pushed a few papers to the side and looked up at him. Well, Neville, Hermione, 2 other girls, and I were talking in the library a few minutes ago. The others started talking about Lockhart having affairs with the girls in 6th and 7th years. After the other two left, I asked Hermione and Neville what they meant. Harry's brow furrowed. She started getting really evasive and nervous, and then asked whether I knew what sex meant. He paused for a second as Shiva coughed and paled. I told her that it was male versus female, but apparently that was the wrong answer. She said I should come talk to you or Madame Pomfrey, but she would explain if neither of you would. So, what am I missing? Shiva had covered her face in her hands by this point and was muttering unintelligibly. Harry could only catch a few words. Bastards, supposed to have years to prepare myself, need a basic class on this. Shiva took a deep breath and slowly lowered her hands to peer critically at Harry. Harry, you've never had a sex ed class before? He just shook his head, still looking utterly confused. Merlin's balls. I could kill those damn muggles. Are you sure you want me talking to you about this? Madame Pomfrey would do a far better job. Hell, McGonagall would probably do a far better job. Both of them had kids. I don't exactly have much, experience with explaining this. I trust you, though, Harry said simply. What does having kids have to do with this? He thought to himself. This is likely going to be exceedingly awkward. I gathered that. It takes a lot to fluster Hermione about basic facts and explanations, Harry said, raising his eyebrows at the older woman. Oh, for crying out loud, fine. Shiva held up her hands before walking around the desk and collapsing into a seat near him. If I'm going to explain this, then you are going to sit there and listen, understand? You are not going to run away before I get done. Yes. He nodded. Damn it. Okay. Look, you know boys and girls have different parts. Yes, Shiva. I told you, I know about male and female sex. Harry rolled his eyes. Ugh. Sex has two meanings, Harry. One is gender, like you're saying. The other is a verb. The act of sex. How can sex be an act? Would you just let me explain? Shiva grumbled. This isn't exactly peaches and cream for me either, you know. I'm 20. I'm not supposed to be explaining sex for another few years at least. Arg. Okay. Let's try this again. Sex is how babies are made. What? Harry just stared at her. When a boy and girl love each other. Well, actually, they don't have to love each other, but you really should. Then they have sex. When they're ready. Generally late teens or early 20s, but of course that's not a rule, and there's nothing wrong with waiting. I don't understand. Shiva, you're not making any sense. Males have a penis. Females have a vagina. Tab P into slot V. Harry, tab P into... Harry trailed off as his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Good. Got that. Thank God. Okay, so when a boy and girl love each other, they join. And if a boy finishes... If they what? Finishes. Climaxes. Have you ever woken up at night after a strange dream and your sheets were a bit sticky with white stuff instead of pee? Yes. Harry tried to burrow into the chair. That's called semen. And girls have eggs. But eggs that are inside of a girl's bodies. If a boy's semen is left in a girl at the right time, and it comes in contact with an egg, then there is chance that the girl could get pregnant with a baby. Oh, Harry's voice was rather high, and he was trying very hard to stare at anything besides Shiva. Now, sex doesn't just have to be to make a baby. Actually, generally, it's not. It's fun, and it feels good, and it's a natural progression of most relationships. And some people just do it sometimes because they're bored, but you shouldn't do that. You should only have sex with someone you really care about because it's a sign of trust and love, and you shouldn't do it before you're at least a teenager. Shiva was flailing, but it helped that both Harry and herself were beet red. Now, I'm not going to tell you what age is appropriate because I'd be a hypocrite, and I know what people get up to in broom closets here. That's what people mean when they say, find a broom closet. Harry squeaked. Well, it's part of it. Generally, people don't go all the way in broom closets. It's not exactly comfortable or romantic in those. Rather cramped. I don't recommend it. Shiva slapped a hand to her head. Now she was giving recommendations to a 12-year-old? Arg, forget I said that. There are other things you can do rather than full-on sex. It's called foreplay or fooling around. Touching a girl's breasts or her private area or her touching your privates, or even just kissing. Kissing can be extremely satisfying too for a couple. Oh, Harry said, trying very hard to sound normal. And failing rather spectacularly. Yeah, so that's about it. Well, actually, I suppose that's not totally it because there are other types of sex. There's oral sex, where one of the partners uses their mouth. And then there's anal sex, where instead of using the girl's vagina, you use her arse instead. And then there's group sex, which is when there's more than just two people involved. And you can always use toys or something, but the muggle stuff doesn't work here, so it cuts out some of the fun. And then there's bondage, which is just tying someone up, but if you do that, you want to have safe words, so everyone knows it's too far, and to immediately stop. And, Shiva trailed off, staring very intently at the wall above Harry's head. Anything else? Harry asked, quietly, desperately praying this conversation could be over. No, I think that's about it, Shiva said, nodding hurriedly. Oh, wait. You started asking about Lockhart having affairs? That wouldn't surprise me, but it's sleazy. An affair is a term for having sex secretly or cheating on your spouse, and you should never have sex with a teacher. It's an abuse of power on their part, and bad. We can't really punish it because the wizarding world is kind of backwards on some things, but that doesn't mean you should do it. Harry just nodded hurriedly. Please stop talking, he silently pleaded. Okay, I think that's it. If you have any questions, come and ask. I'm not going to teach you the contraceptive charm until you are at least 14, got it? I prefer 15, but your best female friend is almost a year older. So I'm going to be at least somewhat realistic here. And Hermione, Harry blurted out as his features twisted in horror, desperately trying not to imagine his best friend doing those things. Yes, Hermione. It's a chance at least. Though I suppose she'll probably already know it by then anyway. But still, the guy should always know it as well. You can't be too careful. And the last thing you need is to become a father as a teenager. Are we done? Can we be done? Please. Yeah, I think we're done. Ask Hermione or Pomfrey for some books. I have absolutely no idea what is good to read beyond romance novels, which are utterly useless for realistic information. Shiva finally managed to look down at Harry, who reluctantly met her gaze. I did tell you this was going to be exceedingly awkward. I'll listen to you next time, Harry muttered as he got up and hurried to the door. Just before slipping out, Harry turned back to glance at her. Air. Thanks, Shiva. That was probably better than going to Madame Pomfrey. With that, he practically ran out the door and back to the tower. Shiva slumped down in her chair and eyed the cabinet with her fire whiskey. Merlin, I haven't even officially gotten custody of the kid yet, and I'm already giving him the talk. End of the talk. Harry had avoided being alone with Hermione for several days after that, and it didn't pass unnoticed. Eventually on Halloween, his friend stopped him while they were heading down to the feast. Harry, this is ridiculous. You have to stop avoiding me sometime, she said, glaring at him. I'm not avoiding you, he muttered. You are. Technically, I'm avoiding most girls, he said, trying to appease her. Hermione just huffed. Well, that's just stupid. Obviously you talked with Shiva. Nobody's just going to jump you. Not for another few years at least. I mean, you're cute and all, and... Oh, Merlin, I can't believe I just said that. Look, Harry, you can't avoid talking to girls just because you understand the birds and the bees now. She thinks I'm cute. Harry's brain caught on that part of the statement, and he turned his head to stare up at her. Neville nearby had his hand over his mouth and was shaking with muffled laughter. Thanks for the support, Nevada. Harry glared at his friend. Fine. Hermione, I apologize for avoiding you. I'll promise to stop doing that. Now, can we please go? I'm starving, and the feast is hungry. Food. Kyle. Kill. Harry frowned and stared at the wall where he heard the voice. What? Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. Harry. There. Food. Kill. Eat. No. Come on. We have to stop it. Stop what? Neville shouted after Harry as he tore off down the corridor after the voice. Harry heard his friends pounding along behind him, but he focused on the voice, trying to follow it. Harry, what's going on? Hermione yelled as Harry rounded the corner. He stopped dead, and his friends plowed into his back. Harry just lifted a finger to point at the nearby wall, and Neville and Hermione both gasped. On the wall, written in what looked like blood, were the words, "The heir of Slytherin has reopened the Chamber of Secrets. All enemies beware." Below the dripping words, Mrs. Norris lay on the floor next to a small puddle of water. She was completely frozen solid. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said with soft smile from behind his desk. I'm sure you can understand why we are having this meeting. I'm not your boy, Professor, Harry said firmly, the rage in his voice audible. He had sat down in the chair across from Dumbledore after being brought the office thanks to discovering Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, was perched on Harry's shoulder softly crooning to the youth. He was a beautiful bird and was at least somewhat helping Harry's nerves to calm down. Why, you little? Snape sneered from behind Dumbledore's shoulder. What are you even doing here? Sir, Harry said, glaring at the potion's master. Harry, I trust Professor Snape. I assure you I don't see what that has to do with anything. Headmaster. Harry turned his glare on Dumbledore. If I'm going to be interrogated, shouldn't my head of house be here? Or Professor Babbling? Babbling has even less reason to be present than I do. Snape snarled. Harry met his gaze and felt his head start to ache. I can't believe the arrogance you display. Well, I trust Professor Babbling. If the headmaster is allowed to bring in someone he trusts who has nothing to do with this, then I should be allowed to bring in someone I trust who has nothing to do with it. Harry rubbed his forehead, still glaring at Snape. And you admit that you have no reason to be here? That's enough, Harry, Dumbledore said firmly. Now, if you would please tell me what happened. I already told you, with everyone else down there. I heard a voice that sounded like it came from the walls. I ran after it, and we found Mrs. Norris. The end. If you don't believe me, ask Hermione and Neville. They heard no such voice, Snape said with a look of supreme satisfaction. Doesn't change the fact that I did. Are you going to give me detention for hearing voices now? Or maybe you're going to take points for not being at the feast. Everyone is required to attend the Halloween feast. Harry, it is a celebration. Dumbledore smiled down at him, but Harry just scowled. A celebration. Sure. Everyone seems to forget that I hate this day. The Dark Lord was vanquished today, you insolent little, Snape started, but Harry cut him off. And my parents died today. Today was the day I was sent to live with my relatives because my parents were murdered. Harry yelled. He completely missed the door opening behind him and a teacher stepping into the office. Today was the day I watched Dudley go out year after year in costume after costume, while I got locked back up in my stupid little cupboard. Today was the day Hermione almost died last year. And now I can say that today was the day I apparently started going insane and hearing voices no one else can hear. Harry! Dumbledore started but trailed off as Professor McGonagall laid a hand on Harry's shoulder not occupied by Fawkes. Harry cringed down into the seat, immediately falling quiet though Fawkes nuzzled against his cheek. McGonagall, to her credit, immediately lifted her hand as she noticed Harry's reaction. I believe that is enough. Albus. The Gryffindor head of house turned her withering stare onto first Snape and then Dumbledore. Mrs. Norris was petrified with something very strong and likely very dark. No second year could know how to do this. Harry and his friends have shown a remarkable proclivity to being in the wrong place at the right time. This is clearly yet another instance of his particular brand of luck manifesting. If you have no further questions, I will take my lion back to his dormitory. Of course, Minerva. Have a pleasant evening. Harry, Dumbledore nodded to Harry with that annoying, ever-present twinkle still present. Harry just scowled at him and Snape before, following McGonagall out. Thanks, Professor, Harry muttered as they walked away from the gargoyle. I never did apologize for my actions last year, Mr. Potter. I was wrong to brush off your concerns. Harry frowned. Since when did adults apologize to him? I know you speak with Professor babbling about things every once in a while. I want you to know that if you feel the need, my door is open as well. I may be set in my ways, but I can promise you that I will listen to any issues you have in the future, Mr. Potter. You are one of my better students. I would hate to think I lost you because of one foolish mistake. Harry cocked his head at her. Thank you. I'm probably going to keep going to Professor babbling, ma'am. But if the headmaster calls me in again, I would appreciate if you would be there to back me up again like earlier. McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. I always endeavor to support my lions, if they are in the right, Mr. Potter. As your head of house, I should have been present in that meeting to begin with. If something similar occurs in the future, know that you are allowed to refuse to say anything until I arrive. Yes, ma'am. The tension in his shoulders had started to lessen. This change in Professor McGonagall was interesting. Maybe Shiva talked to her. The two fell into silence until they approached the portrait into the Gryffindor Tower. I hope the rest of your evening improves somewhat, Mr. Potter. Have a pleasant night. Excuse me? Professor babbling, Hermione asked hesitantly. She poked her head around the corner of the office door. May I come in? Shiva frowned, looking at one of Harry's friends. The girl hadn't ever come to talk to her before. Of course, Miss Granger. Please take a seat. How can I help you? Well, it's about Harry. Hermione wrung her hands, clearly uncomfortable with bringing this up. Okay. Shiva sighed. Of course it was about Harry. Judging from the nervousness of Hermione, though it wasn't something small or typical. Why don't you tell me what's wrong, Miss Granger? I'm not... Hermione took a deep breath, smoothed her robes, and stared at Shiva with a firm expression. I'm worried about him. I know he speaks with you, but I'm not sure if he's been in the past few days. Has he mentioned at all about hearing a voice in the walls? It came up, yeah, Shiva said, nodding. Neither Neville nor I heard it. However, we don't believe Harry is making it up either. I've been searching for things that might have caused that, but I can't find anything. He's scared, and I want to help, but I don't know what to do at this point. Nothing in the library has anything that might indicate why Harry could hear voices that we couldn't, and I need some method to help him. I admit, Miss Granger, Shiva said with a small smile, I'm a little surprised you've come to talk to me about this. I would have bet you'd go to Professor McGonagall. Normally I would have, but, well, I already feel like I'm going behind his back, as it is just coming to you, and I know he has a close relationship of sorts with you, not as close as he does with you and Neville. I think you underestimate the amount of influence you have over him, Professor, but I am not here to talk about that. Harry trusts you. I know he wouldn't want me to speak of this with anyone really, but I also need to help him, and I feel like if I spoke with you he'd understand. Shiva regarded the younger girl before nodding. I think you underestimate yourself as well. Hermione, I assume you've checked most of the sensory reference books, as well as the divination sections. Hermione nodded. If it helps, I've done a bit of reading myself over the past few days, and come up blank as well. I don't think there is much either of us can really do at this point, except be there, if he needs us. He is not going crazy, Hermione said with a harsh glare. Shiva just held up her hands in response. I don't believe that is the case any more than you do. Just like neither of us believe that stupid rumor about him being the heir of Slytherin. Yes, that certainly doesn't help matters. Professor. Hermione trailed off again, looking even more uncomfortable than before. Harry has, at times, I am worried that his relatives are unhealthy for him. Shiva snorted. Well, that's certainly a far tamer word than I would use. Hermione's eyes widened as she looked up to the professor. Has he said anything specific about them to you? I've been careful not to push too hard, but it would make things easier if I had more details. Hermione shook her head somewhere between bewilderment and hope. Nothing specific, no. Mostly just vague comments every now and then, and my own suspicions. He does not like being touched. He doesn't seem to shy away from me anymore, which I've taken as a good sign. But still, Fred and George have also informed me that he was locked in his room with bars on the window when they rescued him. I confronted Harry about that, but he simply said, I'll have a better plan next time. I don't want him to go back to those people. You and me both, kid, Shiva sighed. I was hoping you had more details. Look, I'm working on a way to get him out from under them, but it's slow going. I don't have too much experience in the Muggle world, and I can't use magic for this because it has to be completely above board. I don't want to tell Harry and get his hopes up for nothing, but I should know for sure in another few weeks if it'll work. After I tell him, I'll have him tell you, okay? If I have anything to say about it, that kid is going nowhere near those relatives of his again. Hermione sighed in relief. Thank you, Professor. We both want what's best for Harry. If you, Neville, or Harry find out anything else, about anything we talked about, then please don't hesitate to come talk to me, okay? Hermione nodded in reply and walked out, her shoulders considerably less tense. Harry had actually been looking forward to this duel. Even finding out that the club was being run by Snape and Flophart instead of Flitwick hadn't really dampened his enthusiasm too much. At the very least, he could have used the opportunity to show off the disarming spell that Flitwick had taught him last year, and make Malfoy look like a fool. Maybe he could have gotten even luckier, and carefully tossed one of his slug vomit runestones at his rival, the idiot or the greasy git. He really had to remember to thank Ron for that idea. His backfiring spell from a few weeks ago had certainly given Harry a fun idea for a prankstone. Fred and George were loving it too, especially since Harry had managed to figure out how to make his special prankstones disintegrate after use. It was a bit annoying having to etch new ones each time, but it left no evidence behind. And it held promise for using other materials for the shorter duration prankstones. Unfortunately, before his duel with Malfoy had even started, Snape had apparently given the blonde Ponce a fancy conjuration spell. The large snake that Draco formed was somewhat impressive. Harry gave him that. However, it was also completely useless. Why bother fighting with something that had a brain of its own? When Harry glared at it, the snake slithered into the crowd. It looked like it was going to end up attacking one of the Hufflepuffs, though. So Harry was forced to yell out to it, "Hey, leave him alone." Speaker, the snake turned to Harry and bobbed its head. "If you want to attack anyone, then attack the blonde idiot up here. He was the one who summoned you," Harry said, gesturing to Malfoy. Harry didn't notice that the entire hall had gone, so quiet you could probably hear a quill drop. However, as much as he is an idiot, I'd recommend just heading out into the forest. There's a lot of food out there. Very well, Speaker. The snake started to slither down the line of people towards the main doors when Snape finally roused himself and strode forward, vanishing the serpent. "Hey!" Harry yelled at his hated potions teacher, hands clenched. "Why did you that? It wasn't hurting anyone. It was a dangerous serpent, Potter," Snape said with a sneer. "It was just... Be quiet, boy." Harry flinched at that comment, then scowled at himself. 15 points from Gryffindor for talking back to Professor. Lockhart came forward, his ever-present grin perhaps a bit forced. "Yes, well, I believe we've all experienced enough excitement for the evening. I call the session of the Dueling Club to a close." Whispers broke out around the hall as Harry started to walk back to his friends. They had barely left the room before Malfoy called out, "Potter, how's it feel to wield some power for once?" Malfoy laughed at him, while Hermione and Neville stepped up to Harry's side. "Going to set your pet snake on the mudblood there next time?" "How dare you?" Neville yelled, striding forward, face quickly turning red. Harry was a bit slower on the uptake, but quickly moved to support his friend. He may not have recognized the slur, but he figured it was bad to get Neville that mad that fast. "Nev, Hermione." "He's saying Hermione has dirty blood," Neville hissed through clenched teeth. His wand's tip was glowing white in his clenched hand. Harry's face froze, and he turned to stare at Malfoy. "Careful there, Longbottom. Potty," Malfoy said with a mocking grin. "Professor Snape is just... catch." Harry thumbed the activator on the slug vomit and tossed it at Malfoy's head. The blonde proved his intelligence by reaching up a hand to grab the projectile. Harry's grin had an evil little fringe to it, as the rune stone sent a dull yellow glow into Malfoy's hand. The smirk on the boy's face was wiped away an instant later as the rune stone disintegrated, and he doubled over, throwing up slugs all over the hallway. "You might want to wash your mouth out, Malfoy." Harry turned and stalked away with Neville and Hermione following along after a final glance at the Slytherin. None in either group noticed Daphne and Tracy watching the confrontation from the sidelines. "I have to admit, I'm impressed," Daphne said to her friend. "I know there have been some rumors about Potter, but between the snake and how he handled Malfoy, he has a lot more potential than I had expected. Right, Trace?" Tracy barely even responded. She just kept staring at the floor in front of them. "Trace, what?" Tracy looked up, shook her head, and focused on her friend. Oh, right. Potter. Yeah, that was pretty cool. It's nice to see the pond's taken down a peg, even if it is by a GRYFF. We should really be able to police our own. Agreed. Daphne nodded and started to walk back to the dungeons with her friend. Being a Parseltongue isn't going to do the boy any favors, though. I can't stand this. Harry snarled as he slammed his book closed, causing Neville and Hermione to jump. There's nothing on the chamber. There's nothing on the lineage of Salazar Slytherin. There's nearly nothing on Parseltongue beyond a very rare ability to speak to snakes. Real helpful there. Harry, you need to calm down, Hermione said, reaching for his arm. Don't tell me to calm down. Hermione, you're not the one that half the school is looking at like an insane dark wizard. And if I can't prove I'm not, then what the hell am I supposed to do? Harry, we know this is frustrating, Neville said in an overly calm voice, but throwing a temper tantrum isn't going to help at all. I know. Harry flopped down into his seat, crossed his arms, and scowled. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just tired of them all whispering behind my back and running the other way when I walk down the corridor. Harry, I've been thinking. Hermione ventured softly. Harry and Neville turned to her with raised eyebrows. Well, it's possible the Slytherins know more about who the heir is than they let on, right? I mean, it would stand to reason that the heir would be in their house after all. So, what if we snuck in and got them to talk? What, like use the ninja or my dad's cloak? Harry asked, leaning in. Well, we could do that, but we couldn't really interact with them or steer the conversation at all. So I was thinking, Hermione said, taking a deep breath, what if we used polyjuice? Neville whistled. Merlin, we are a horrible influence on you. Hermione, what's polyjuice? Harry asked, looking between the two. It's a potion. Hermione explained. It's a potion that when you drink it, it will turn you into someone else. You need a bit of the target, either a hair, skin, or blood sample, though I imagine hair is the least disgusting. It takes some time to brew, and there are some rather rare materials. Hermione, you know that's supposed to be a newt-level potion, right? Neville asked. Harry, on the other hand, was trying to decide if there was an easier way. An illusion twined with a physical wrapped in an alteration, and he sighed. Damn. I think I might be able to make a runestone that could do something similar, but I don't think we'd be able to use too many spells without dissolving it. And it would have to be keyed to a specific target which couldn't be changed without an entirely new etching. It's probably easier just to brew the potion. Hermione nodded, while Neville just shook his head. You guys really are insane. Oh, well, if we're going to do this, let me know which ingredients we need to owl order. Chapter 6, Bludgers, Bodies, and Buddies. Professor Flitwick? Harry asked after Charms class. Yes, Mr. Potter? Can I help you? I noticed you were having some difficulties with the freezing charm, the diminutive man replied with a smile. Oh, no, sir. Hermione can help me with that. I actually wanted to ask about the dueling club from the other week. A gleam entered Flitwick's eyes as he sat up straighter and grinned from ear to ear. Oh, looking to take up the circuit then. Harry snorted at the immediate enthusiasm of the teacher. He certainly was a determined fellow. Not yet, sir. Flitwick gave a sigh and shook his hand in defeat, but nodded for Harry to continue. I was actually wondering why you hadn't been teaching it instead. I feel like we would have actually had more than the one meeting then. Ah, Flitwick said, shifting uncomfortably. You see, it's just that Professor Lockhart and we have differing opinions on teaching methods. I was a little worried we would not mesh well. I hear Professor Snape didn't end up performing much better, though, in my place. Yeah, you could say that. Harry shook his head. Well, thanks, Professor. I was just curious. As he walked out of the classroom, two Hufflepuff girls stepping in front of him and smiled. Hello, Harry, the redheaded said. Hi. Harry responded with a frown. He carefully scanned the surrounding area. It was rare these days for anyone outside of Hermione and Neville to talk to him without setting him up to be jinxed or hexed. It's Susan, the girl continued. Susan Bones. And this is my friend Hannah. I know we haven't talked very much what with the different houses and all, but I talked to my aunt a few days ago, Harry, and your name came up. You apparently made a bit of an impression on her. I brought up that their stuff. She made me realize I've been a bit of a bitch regarding all this. Harry's frown deepened, but he nodded to her and stopped checking the corners. Susan wrung her hands and looked at the floor while Hannah nodded along. It's stupid to blame you for something you're born with, and it's stupid to think that you'd have a problem with Muggle-borns considering you're best friends with one. So I'm sorry. And so am I, Hannah put in with a firm shake of her head. Aunt Amy also mentioned that House Potter and House Bones used to have an alliance back before that night. So, Susan took a deep breath, looked straight at him, and bowed low before continuing. I, Susan Amelia Bones, heir to House Bones, formally apologize for any harmful and inappropriate actions I have taken in the past against you, Harry James Potter, as well as any insults that I have made against House Potter. I am prepared to accept whatever sanctions or punishments you deem appropriate, and wish to reestablish a benevolent relationship between House Bones and House Potter. Hannah then bowed as well. And I, Hannah Marie Abbott, heir to House Abbott, formally apologize for any harmful and inappropriate actions I have taken in the past against you, Harry James Potter, as well as any insults that I have made against House Potter. I am prepared to accept whatever sanctions or punishments you deem appropriate, and wish to reestablish a benevolent relationship between House Abbott and House Potter. Harry's mouth dropped open, and was only dimly aware of Neville whistling and moving to his side. Susan remained bowed while Neville leaned over to quietly talk to him. Harry, this is a bigger deal than you might think. You have two options here. One, accept their apology on behalf of House Potter, and offer to determine reparations at a later date, or two, refuse their apology and break off the alliance between your houses. That would be bad, right? Harry whispered back while Hannah started shifting nervously from foot to foot, though Susan remained firmly planted. It's up to you, Harry, Neville said. Susan's really nice, though, and her aunt is very fair. Hannah's also very nice, and her family has good business deals overseas. If it was me, I'd accept the apology, but you're the one who they were calling the heir of Slytherin a few weeks ago. Harry turned to regard the two girls in front of him. After nearly a minute, he sighed and stood up straighter. I, Harry James Potter, accept the apologies of Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott on behalf of House Potter. All previous insults are forgiven, though reparations will be determined at a later date. He glanced at Neville in case he had missed something, but the other boy just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Susan and Hannah stood up together and smiled over at him. Thanks, Harry, Susan said. We really are sorry for what we said. We'll try to talk to some people in Hufflepuff to see if we can get them to stop spreading those rumors, Hannah said, nodding. I don't think many of them really believe it, you know. We're all just a little scared. Yeah, I understand, Harry sighed. Thanks for apologizing, girls. We should probably all head to dinner. I bet Hermione is wondering where we are. Anyway, Ronald Weasley looked on from the corner as the four left the hallway. He scowled to himself and muttered, "Oh, of course Potter has gotten those two to listen to him. He must have used some sort of dark parcel magic on them. Everyone knows that parcel tongues are evil. Of course he's the heir. Well, I'm not fooled, Potter. I'll watch you, and when you slip up, I'll figure out how you're doing it, and I'll expose you. I'll stop the heir of Slytherin. I'll save them all." The Quidditch match against Slytherin was a joke. Malfoy strutted around like a prince beforehand, showing off his amazing new Nimbus 2001 and bragging to the entire school how it was hands down leagues beyond Harry's poor old broom. Of course, Harry proved that the talent trumps money by literally snatching the snitch from beside the Git's ear. That would have made the game fun, if only one of the bludgers hadn't decided it had a personal vendetta against Harry's head. Oliver would have tried to stop the game once the team had realized the bludger was ignoring every other player, but the Slytherins managed to keep distracting Madam Hooch before he could get her attention. The point was moot once Harry caught the snitch. Nobody bothered to tell the bludger the game had ended, though. It ended up breaking his arm before being destroyed by a seething Hermione. Harry would have laughed at her telling off Hooch if he hadn't been busy trying to run from Flophart. "What did you do?" Harry moaned as he held his apparently newly deboned arm. "Ah, yes. Well," Lockhart chuckled slightly as he stepped back. "The spell can go a bit wrong sometimes. Guess we'll just leave the rest to Madame Pomfrey. Harry..." He flashed a winning smile at Harry. The boy tried to remember whether or not he had any runes that could let him castrate the teacher and not get caught. "Now, just remember this for your own work later there. Harry, it's important to always have a healer on standby for delicate work just in case the spell fails." "I'm going to," Harry growled. "Professor Lockhart, I would thank you to refrain from touching my patients again in the future," an ice-cold voice said. Harry cut off and looked with relief to the school healer. Thank God for Pomfrey. He would never complain about her potions' tastes or her bedside manners again, if she would just keep the lunatic away from him. "Come along, Mr. Potter. I'm going to have to keep you overnight to fix that. Dobby." Harry sighed as he woke up in the middle of the night to see the little house elf sitting despondently on his hospital bed. Harry's arm felt like he had thousands of tiny needles thrusting into it, but he did his best to keep the pain from his face. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. "So let me guess, you enchanted the bludger?" Dobby nodded his head and turned shimmering eyes on Harry. "Dobby is sorry, great Harry Potter, sir, but Dobby felt if Harry Potter, sir, was hurt badly, then he would be sent home." Harry shut his eyes and counted to 10 before responding to the elf. "Dobby, first off, I am sorry for getting mad the first time we met. Second, I do appreciate the concern you're showing, as well as the efforts to get around your orders. Third, please stop trying to save my life. But Harry Potter, sir..." "No, listen to me, Dobby," Harry said forcefully. Dobby stopped what he was doing and just stared at Harry. "Good. Now, your attempts at saving my life, while well-meaning, are just putting me in more danger. You understand that that bludger could have killed me. Not kill Harry Potter, sir. Never kill. Just grievously injure." Harry had to stop to take a few deep breaths again. "And if it had hit my head..." Dobby's mouth clanged shut. "Or if it had me while I was 100 feet in the air..." Dobby started to reach for the nearby potions tray, but Harry had been expecting that. He reached out, caught the house elf's arm, and forced him to sit back down before the little guy could hurt himself. "Like I said, Dobby, your efforts to save me are dangerous. I know the danger is whatever monster is in the chamber. My friends and I are trying to figure out what it is. Just like you don't want to let me be hurt by staying, I don't want them to be hurt either. So if you can't give me any information on this, can you at least not try to get me to leave anymore before I can help my friends? Please, Dobby. Dobby. The house elf wrung his hands, glancing longingly at the potions tray. Dobby would respectfully request Harry Potter. Sir leaves the school with his friends. Well, that's some progress, Harry thought. We can't leave, Dobby. But Harry Potter, sir, Miss Moni died the last time the chamber was opened. Harry Potter, sir, must be. Dobby cut off as the sounds of conversation drifted into the room. Both human and house elf turned to look at the door to the hospital wing. Dobby popped away, and Harry flopped back into his bed just as the door opened. Professors McGonagall and Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Madame Pomfrey all walked in, floating an unconscious Colin Creevey ahead of them. Harry sucked in a breath at the way the younger boy's arms were held in front of his face, clutching his ever-present camera. It is the same as Mrs. Norris, Poppy, Dumbledore said in a low voice. There is nothing I can do without those mandrakes, Headmaster. I can't even tell if they're conscious or if their minds are as frozen as their bodies. Nevertheless, we must wait. I will speak with Pomona about when her crop will be fully matured. The teachers moved back out of the room, and Harry turned back, overthinking. You're just going to leave him there? What if he is conscious? Someone could go crazy trapped in their mind without anything to distract them. What is wrong with these people? Okay, Ginny, you've got the rotation list? Harry asked the young redhead in the Gryffindor common room the next afternoon. The girl nodded, so fast her hair started fanned out. When he had asked her that morning about getting together a list of Colin's friends who would be willing to sit and talk to him for a bit each day, Ginny had barely managed to eke out a quiet sure before running off. That's great, Ginny, Neville said, smiling at her. She shyly returned his grin before handing over the list of people. No, Ginny, Harry said, pushing it back to her. You should tell everyone, and around the times. Just try to make sure it's for at least 3 hours every day, okay? She nodded again. Great. Hermione, Nev, we've got to go check that thing, right? His friends nodded and joined him as they left the common room and headed down to the bathroom they were sharing with Myrtle's ghost. Moaning Myrtle could be depressing and a little creepy, but she was nice enough to let them use the room, and she kept anyone else away while the trio was gone. Harry, do you really think that we're going to be able to keep the rotation going until the mandrakes are ready? Hermione asked, chewing on her lip. Well, I've got 2 ideas for that, actually, Harry said. I've been thinking of trying to set up a telly for him. Harry, you know we can't. Electronics don't work here. It says so in Hogwarts. A history. Hermione huffed, crossing her arms and glaring at him. They don't work yet, Harry said, smirking. I've been thinking about it, and I figure if I can work a suppressor into a local cluster and figure out a way to stamp it onto the machine, then we just need to deal with the power issue. Anything with batteries should work fine. Meaning if I can't figure out a way to run an electric line in or convert magic into electricity, then at the very least we ought to be able to get a radio set up. Harry trailed off as he noticed that Hermione had stopped in the middle of the corridor and was just staring at him with her mouth wide open. Harry turned to Neville, who just shrugged. You figured out how to make electronics work at Hogwarts? Hermione squeaked, pointing at him. I might have figured it out. It's going to take a bit of tinkering, you know, and I still probably won't be able to deal with the power issues for a while. I'm mostly just hoping for the radio, I guess. What? Hermione's mouth snapped closed, and she shook her head. And they tell me I'm the genius. Harry heard her mutter. Come on, you two, let's check on the potion, Hermione said over her shoulder. You know, Harry, Neville said following their friend, you could always just set up a wizarding wireless instead of creating an entirely new rune cluster. Oh, Harry at least had the decency to blush at the mention of a mundane solution. Yeah, I guess that could work too. So, why exactly am I going with you three to talk with the headmaster? Shiva asked Harry. He was currently leading Hermione, Neville, and Shiva down the halls towards Dumbledore's office. Because I need backup in case this doesn't go well, Harry said with a shrug. I figure Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick will probably be on my side. Snape is likely to shoot it down just because it's me bringing it up. I'm not sure about Professor Sprout. I wanted to make sure we had a swing vote just in case. Shiva snorted. And how are you so sure that I'm going to like this brilliant plan of yours? Because you and Hermione are always yelling at me to look for mundane solutions instead of resorting to runes all the time. So I talked with Neville, and we came up with a mundane solution. I'm actually a little surprised none of the adults brought it up already. He turned to give her puppy dog eyes. And because you said you'd back me up on anything. Shiva gave a deep laugh at that. Cute, and I give you points for the eyes, kid. But your delivery timing needs some serious work. Harry chuckled before turning back. Well, it was worth a shot. I'm not as good as Hermione. He ignored her shout of protest and continued. But in all seriousness, Shiva, I really do believe you'll think this is a good idea. All right, but no promises if it needs work, Harry. Sugar Quill, Shiva said to the gargoyle and motioned for the trio to head on up as it stepped out of the way. Ah, Harry, my boy, come in, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the seats in front of his desk. Harry ground his teeth. This was not the time to remind Dumbledore that he was certainly not the man's boy. Thank you, Professor. Harry, Neville, and Hermione took their seats while Shiva moved to the side with Dumbledore and the other heads of house. And just what are you doing here babbling? Snape sneered at the younger woman. Inside, Harry seethed at the man, but he schooled his features before calmly stating, I've been consulting with her, sir. Severus, Dumbledore said with a small glance at the potion's master. The greasy-haired man ground his teeth, but fell quiet. Now, Harry, you mentioned in your request that you had a solution to our problem with Mrs. Norris and young Mr. Creevey? Well, actually, sir. Snape again cut off Harry. We will not be using any of your experiments on school children. Potter. Severus, be quiet. 8 heads turned to goggle at McGonagall, who blushed slightly but returned her harsh stare onto Snape. We are all worried about the petrification. Let the boys speak. Thanks, Professor, Harry said, shocked. He shook his head and turned back to Dumbledore, setting his features again. As I was saying, it was actually mostly Neville's idea. The other boy blushed. We know that the Mandrake Drought is the best way to restore Mrs. Norris and Colin, but we think it's stupid to wait for the mandrakes here to mature. You arrogant little. Severus, McGonagall snapped. He cut off, and the deputy headmistress nodded for Harry to go on. We don't see why Hogwarts can't just order mature mandrakes via owl post. Hermione helped Neville make the list of all the suppliers in Britain who have mature mandrakes currently. Neville handed the list to Dumbledore while the other teachers present just stared at the trio with varying shades of shock flickering over their features. We sorted it by price and delivery time. Going the middle-of-the-road option would have both Colin and Mrs. Norris up, and about by the end of the week. 2 tops, if you choose one of the slower delivery venues. This is... McGonagall seemed almost speechless as she leaned over to look at the list Neville had provided. An excellent idea, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger. Flitwick exclaimed. 50 points to Gryffindor for each of you. I agree, Professor Sprout said, peering at the list as well. I think some of these top options are a bit too much for our current budget, but these others should be perfectly within reason. Excellent mundane solution. Harry, Shiva said, flashing them a thumbs up. Snape just sneered, but at least he didn't say anything against it. This was an ingenious idea, my boy, Dumbledore said, peering at Harry. He got a slight headache as he met the man's gaze, but resisted reaching up to scratch at his forehead. I will bring this up with the board as soon as possible. Okay. Everybody got their doses? Hermione asked for the third time. She received rolled eyes and nodded heads from Harry and Neville as both held up their potion vials along with Hermione. Excellent. Now remember, we only have an hour after we drink this. Harry, you found the Slytherin common room already right. Another nod. And you know the password? Like I said before, Hermione, it's Balderdash. Can we please just do this already? Harry said in exasperation. Her attention to detail was generally welcome, but after going over the same information for the fourth time, it got frustrating. Yes, I think we're ready. Bottoms up, everyone. Hermione chugged back her potion vial as the boys did the same with theirs. A few nauseating moments later, Pansy Parkinson, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle were staring back at each other in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom with varying degrees of cringing and fascination. Hugh, I feel dirty, Crabbe Neville rumbled. Polyjuice tastes disgusting. Well, Pansy Hermione replied, it's supposed to change taste and color based on the target. Perhaps it's just these three that are gross and sickening. Goyle Harry ventured, slipping his glasses into his pocket. Come on, guys. Let's not waste any time. Venturing down into the dungeons, Goyle Harry led his friends into the section of corridor housing the Slytherin dormitory. He couldn't help a slight nod of approval as they let themselves in. The people might leave something to be desired for the most part, but the rooms themselves seemed nice enough. The tapestries were nice, and the sunken pit in the middle gave it a bit more character than the Gryffindor common room. The trio plopped down on a couch near Malfoy with Goyle Harry grunting at him. There you three are, Malfoy said, rolling his eyes at Goyle Harry and Crabbe Neville. You sure took your time getting back. Pansy, why are you sitting way over there? Pansy Hermione stuttered. She shot a quick glance at Goyle Harry before shifting closer to Malfoy. Goyle Harry barely managed to stop his snarl as Malfoy draped his arm over her shoulders and pulled her into his side. Pansy Hermione stiffened, but gave no other sign of discomfort. Sitting at one of the desks against the opposite wall, Daphne narrowed her eyes at the newcomers and nudged Tracy. Her friend didn't look up from her paperwork or her little book until Daphne elbowed her again and subtly nodded towards the couches. So, where were you? Malfoy asked, not even bothering to look at his bodyguards. We heard something new about Potter being the heir of Slytherin, Crabbe Neville said. I can't believe people actually believe that tripe, Malfoy snorted. I mean, really? That idiot as the heir of a founder? Pansy Hermione's lips curled up in a snarl, but Malfoy didn't notice before she schooled her features again. Daphne and Tracy, however, raised their eyebrows at the girl. Goyle Harry leaned forward and stared at Malfoy. You really don't know anything about who it actually is? You aren't holding out on us, are you? My father had mentioned something about it ages ago, but he's never elaborated. I wish I could find out who is doing this, though. Then I could send them after the best targets. Malfoy's face seemed to light up as the trio of infiltrators darkened. I mean, really, Creevy was annoying and all, but they could have gone after Potter's posse with Granger first, or those foreigners, the Patil twins, or even the Lee girl. She may be pretty, but she's never going to be worth anything beyond a mistress. Pansy Hermione's eyes had been squeezed closed, and both Goyle Harry and Crabbe Neville's hands were clenched so tight their knuckles were white. Still, Draco, you've got to have heard whispers. Pansy Hermione let out, her voice strained. I've told you time, and again, I don't know. Malfoy laughed and stood to stretch before shaking his head at the girl. Honestly, Pansy, you're supposed to be smarter than these two. I'm going to turn in. See you 3 in the morning. The trio looked at each other. Goyle Harry checked his watch and then nodded towards the door. All 3 calmly got up, made an excuse about going to check on something with Snape, and stalked out of the dungeons. They turned into an unused classroom a few corridors down and waited a minute for the polyjuice to wear off. Once the transformation was finished, all 3 pulled off their Slytherin uniforms and swapped back into the Gryffindor ones. I never want to do that again, Neville said, shuddering. I wanted to floor him so bad. You and me both, Nev, Harry muttered darkly. At least now we know for sure that Malfoy is just a blustering fool, Hermione said, though her frown spoke of badly. She wanted to use far stronger language. Come on, guys. Harry moved to the door, but as he opened it, he was greeted by 2 smiling faces. Hello, gentlemen. Lady, Daphne said as she swept past Harry, followed by Tracy. Tracy casually pushed the door closed and leaned against it while Daphne looked at the Gryffindors. Green grass, Neville said, nodding to her warily. Mind if I put a few privacy spells up? The Gryffindors turned to one another at this question before Harry hesitantly nodded his okay. Daphne's smile widened before flicking her wand and throwing up several different silencing and anti-listening spells. Where did you learn those? Hermione asked, her curiosity winning out. It's standard for my family to be taught disarming, stunning, and anti-eavesdropping spells before we attend school. Better to be safe than sorry after all, Daphne said with a shrug. Now to business. Business? Harry asked as he stepped in front of the Hermione and Neville. Yes, business. Well, I suppose that might be too strong a word, as I don't really expect money to change hands. It's not like we're blackmailing you, or anything. Blackmail. Harry's eyebrows rose. Well, you did just illegally obtain or brew polyjuice potion and use it to infiltrate a rival dorm after all. I could blackmail you if I wanted to. Harry started to reach for his wand before Daphne waved him away, and Tracy quietly laughed. I said, I'm not going to do that. Really, Potter, listen better. Actually, I'm rather impressed. I wouldn't have thought any of you had it in you. Almost downright Slytherin of you, actually. Harry snorted at the irony inherent in that statement, but relaxed. These girls weren't part of Malfoy's group. They had already spoken with them a few times throughout the year after the library comment about Lockhart. And Tracy was not looking very well anyway. She hid it well with makeup and laughs, but he'd seen the signs of lack of sleep in the mirror enough to recognize how exhausted the girl was. So, you 3 were looking for information on whoever is performing these attacks? Daphne asked. Harry nodded, wondering idly, when the 2 had become the spokesman for either side in this arrangement. Yeah, we had kind of hoped it would end up being Malfoy, but didn't really expect it. He's too arrogant to not be boasting about it. Agreed. Daphne sighed. I don't suppose there are any candidates in Gryffindor. Not that we've noticed. Harry shook his head. I'd almost be tempted to say Ron Weasley, but since no Slytherins have been hit, yes, we really would be his first target, wouldn't we? Well, do you have any contacts in Hufflepuff? Yes, actually I do. They haven't heard anything, and most of them are pretty well convinced it's me. Yes, well, I never really expected it from the Puffs anyway. They aren't exactly known for their deviousness. I don't have anyone in Ravenclaw yet myself, and I doubt you do either. No, Harry shook his head. But I don't think it's them. Neither do I, Daphne shrugged. I don't suppose you think any of the staff could be at fault. I believe Snape, personally, but I'm not exactly unbiased there. Harry's face darkened thinking of the hateful man. True, you really aren't. I doubt Snape is doing this. He'd have done something sooner, and he'd likely have a target to take the fall. Since there isn't any clear perpetrator, it's unlikely to be him. My current guess, Daphne said, shrugging her shoulders, is someone in the upper years in my own house. I'd be willing to share any information, Tracy. And I discover if you would be willing to do the same. Harry considered for a minute. He glanced back at his friends, who just shrugged and nodded back to him. Sure. I'd be okay with that. Excellent. Daphne held out her hand. A deal then. Deal, Harry said, shaking her hand. Tracy stepped away from the door. Great. Now that we're all partners, I think it's time to head back. Some of us need to get some beauty sleep. Her voice was nonchalant, but Daphne narrowed her eyes at her friend, and a brief flash of concern crossed her features. Yes, we probably should return. Potter, Longbottom, Granger. It's been a pleasure. Nodding to the trio, Daphne took down her spells and grabbed Tracy's hand to take her back to the Slytherin dorms. That was unexpected, Hermione said, frowning after the girls. Yeah, but I actually trust them. Go figure. Harry shrugged. Neville stared back with wide eyes. Seriously? I know. Harry shrugged. Search me as to why. Maybe it's because the Ice Queen actually talks to us almost normally, or that she seems to hate Malfoy as much as I do. Well, Tracy is a half-blood. Neville shrugged. She probably doesn't get star treatment in that house, and those two are practically inseparable. Harry smiled at his friends. A lot like the three of us then. Come on, guys. Let's get back before curfew. Shiva leaned back into her chair and rubbed her eyes. It had been a long few weeks. It had been a long few months, for that matter. Considering how many offices shut down completely during the holiday season in the wizarding world, she had been pleasantly surprised that her Muggle solicitor kept going strong. A knock on her door had Shiva groaning, but yelling out for whoever it was to come in. Hey, Shiva. Merry Christmas. Oh, hey, Harry, Shiva said with a small smile at the student plopping down on the chair across from her. How's your break been? Not as productive as I'd hoped, but I think I made new allies. Maybe not friends exactly, but allies at least. Harry frowned but ended up shrugging. Wow, way to be cryptic there, kid, Shiva said, chuckling. Says the woman who won't tell me, where she disappears to every few weeks, Harry replied with a raised eyebrow. Shiva's good mood dried up. She leaned forward and clasped her hands. Harry, I've been avoiding telling you because I swore I would do everything I could not to hurt you. I didn't want to get your hopes up if it turned out to be nothing. He nodded. But I finally got some of the information I've been looking for. His eyes widened, and he leaned forward as well. Did you know that according to official Muggle records you barely exist? What? Harry squinted at her. You have a birth certificate. Your parents have a death certificate. You are registered as attending primary school. That's it. So what does that mean? That means, Harry, Shiva said slowly, that my solicitor can proceed as I asked him to. Harry, she reached out a hesitant hand and clasped the preteen's own. What would you say if I asked if you wanted to live with me? She watched a flurry of emotions play across the boy's face before it settled into a hopeful but confused expression. I thought that wasn't possible. Technically, it's difficult. Not impossible. We don't have any blood relation, and I can't really explain the majority of our mentoring thing to muggles, but the solicitor I'm working with is a squib who's done this sort of thing before. We don't have a plethora of evidence that is useful against your relatives, unfortunately, but the simple fact that they never bothered to officially file any guardianship or adoption papers for you, and that you have next to no legal footprint, is damning enough, as it is. There's also the fact that I doubt they'd bother trying to fight for custody. Shiva frowned at the thought of people not bothering to fight for this kid before shaking her head and giving Harry a slight smile. I still have a lot of paperwork and court stuff to go through if we do this. But I need to know, do you want me to do this, Harry? You won't get in trouble with the headmaster? Harry asked, furrowing his brow. Leave it to you to be worried about someone else before yourself, Shiva said, smiling. I'm doing this completely without magic and completely in the Muggle world. That's a large part of the reason it's taking so long. This isn't a snap process, and there's a lot of just waiting for things to move through the system on the administrative side. The upside to that is that Albus Dumbledore and purebloods in general have next to no knowledge of anything that goes on the other side of the curtain. As long as no one brings this up to him before it's all complete, there's nothing he can do after the fact. I'm making sure it's going to be ironclad, and that it would be a criminal offense to remove you at any point before you turn 17 for any reason beyond your parents miraculously returning from the dead. And even then, it'd still be unlikely. Harry leaned back in his seat and ran a hand through his hair. After a few minutes, he asked her another question. Would I still be able to keep my last name? I don't want that link to my parents to just die off. It's really up to you, Harry. I could ask my solicitor to move forward with either an adoption or a legal guardian status. Legally speaking, they'd be the same thing. An adoption would have you taking my name, or at least hyphenating it in. A legal guardian would basically still have you as a member of my family, but more as a ward than a son. Shiva gave his hand a squeeze before continuing. You don't have to answer right now, Harry. Take some time to... Legal guardian, he said, cutting her off. Sorry, I want you to be my legal guardian. Then I can keep the Potter line going, but still get away from the Dursleys. And I trust you. I don't like adults. I like you. I'd like you to be my legal guardian. Shiva, Harry finished in a rush. Shiva pulled the boy into a hug, and for the first time she could remember, he hugged her back. You sure, kid? Yes, he whispered into her shoulder. Okay. She lifted a hand to quickly wipe away a sheen from her eyes. My solicitor warned me that this might take a few months. But worst case scenario, it shouldn't be any longer than a week or two into the summer before everything is finalized, tops. And even if it takes that long, I want you to... No. Harry pulled back and shook his head. Shiva frowned at him, but before she could ask, he already answered. If it takes until a few weeks into the summer, then I'll stay with them until it's done, but I am not about to risk being stuck there for another 5 years simply because I couldn't handle 2 weeks. I'll stay until it's done, and no one can do anything about it. Shiva regarded him carefully before sighing. You are very stubborn, you know that. Professor McGonagall says I get it from my father. Professor Flitwick says I get it from my mother. He smiled at her. The way I see it, I'm cursed to be twice as stubborn as either. Shiva had just sent off her owl to her solicitor with instructions and was headed back to her office when she saw a figure moving to block her path forward, a figure whose teeth caught the glint of the full moon. Sighing internally and steeling up her features, Shiva nodded to the idiot in front of her. Evening, Gilderoy. God, how she wished she could use his last name instead, but she honestly didn't trust herself not to call him Flopheart like Harry, and his friends liked to. Ah, Babs, fancy running into you on this most beautiful of evenings. His smile widened while her teeth clenched at the horrible nickname. Why, the night is almost as beautiful as you, my dear. I've asked you not to call me that, Gilderoy, Shiva said, quietly counting to 10 internally. But Bathsheba is such a horridly mismatched name for a nymph, such as yourself. Lockhart walked a little closer. It was close enough for her to smell his aftershave, which was a shame because the scent itself was actually rather nice. It was just that it wrapped such a disgusting package. I'm not like your little fangirls prancing around the upper classes, Gilderoy. I've had a long day. Good night. She tried to push past him only to find him stepping back in front of her. Shiva hissed in frustration. Would this idiot ever stop? How many times did she have to shoot him down before he gave up the chase? You've said that for months now, Babs. Just one evening. You will never regret it, I promise. There are many who can testify to that. He winked at her. He actually winked at her. Shiva had to fight down the urge to vomit. Oh, look, mistletoe. You know what they say about traditions. A horrible idea came to Shiva, but she couldn't stop the manic grin from spreading across her face at its potential. Oh, that it is. You want a kiss, Gilderoys? The idiot smiled and moved in, closing his eyes. See, that's the spirit, my. Argurks. Lockhart collapsed to the stone floor, hands clutched between his legs and knees clenched tight. Have a pleasant evening, Gilderoy. Shiva waved over her shoulder, walking away. The grin stayed plastered to her face, and she whistled happily all the way back to her office. Chapter 7. Accusations, Associations, and Applications. March was upon Hogwarts, and an additional 3 students had been petrified. Harry was feared and hated by about half the school, since the idiots still believed him to be the heir of Slytherin. He had taken to walking around with the concussor and ninja stones on his belt, in case either was needed. Thankfully, he hadn't had to defend against any actual attacks beyond the typical tripping jinxes and fearful gazes. The bigger surprise was the other half the school. Harry actually had allies. Hermione and Neville, along with the Weasley twins and their sister, were almost assured. A blonde, first-year friend of Ginny's, apparently named Luna, had also pledged her support. Though Harry hadn't been entirely certain whether the girl was agreeing that he was not the heir or if she was pledging her support to help him take over the school and purge the Raxburts, Lavender Brown, Parvati, and Padma Patil, and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team rallied behind him. The Hufflepuff support really only came down to Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, besides Padma and Luna. The Ravenclaws were also mostly avoiding him, with the notable exception of Sue Lee and Cho Chang, who had both stated unequivocally that they believed Harry had nothing to do with whatever was going on. The real surprise had been Slytherin. Most of the upper years had apparently been annoyed that Harry was rumored to be the heir and ignored it on principle. In their own year, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis had reported that Millicent Bulstrode had taken to threatening anyone who claimed Harry had anything to do with the attacks, and Blaise Zabini had also begun to support him from the sidelines. Now, if only Harry could figure out exactly who the heir was. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom? McGonagall asked from the open door to the charms classroom. I must speak with you for a moment. I'm sorry, Phileas, but I need to remove your students a little early. Of course. Of course. Flitwick responded with a worried look. McGonagall just gave a slight shake of her head. Don't forget to practice for your homework, gentlemen. Harry and Neville frowned at each other, an expression which only deepened after they had grabbed the bags and noticed that McGonagall was exceedingly drawn and tired. The stern head of house had never looked so withdrawn in front of her students before, and Harry felt the first fluttering of dread settle in his stomach. Professor, what's happened? Harry asked, pushing down his worry, as simply overreacting. She was probably just coming to tell them what was taking so long with purchasing the mandrakes. He had been asking her every day after all. Then where is Hermione? How come she never showed up for class after running off at lunch? When does Hermione ever miss class? There has been another attack, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was soft. Too soft. Too controlled to be remotely natural. Where is Hermione? Harry's brain screamed. So, are we being questioned by Professor Dumbledore again? Does Snape want to accuse me of the attacks yet again? We are going to the hospital wing, Mr. Potter. The student was found in the hallway outside the library. Harry barely heard any more of his professor's sentence. He was too busy fighting down panic. Hermione was going to the library after lunch. She had had an idea. She had gone to research her idea. Where was Hermione? I assure you both that we will find the cause of this, and where? Harry's mouth ran dry and had to start again. He did his best to ignore the gibbering fool screaming for bloody murder in a corner of his mind. Where is Hermione? Professor McGonagall. The three came to stop outside the doors to the infirmary, and McGonagall turned shimmering eyes on Harry. Miss Granger is inside. Harry. She was petrified, just like the other victims. Harry's control strained against its bonds, but he managed to keep hold long enough to open the doors to the wing. He nearly sprinted to his friend's side, Neville right behind him. Hermione was lying in a bed near Colin Creevey and the others. Her hand was extended with a small mirror clutched in it, and a look of surprise frozen on her features. Her other hand was curled into a ball and held to her breast. Harry collapsed on top of her, and for the first time in 6 years, he cried. My boy, I am sorry. Dumbledore's voice droned out somewhere behind Harry. He couldn't be bothered to care. Please take all the time you need here. I am sure Miss Granger would not want you to neglect your classes on her account, however. Harry's hands clenched, and he started to rein himself back in. It wouldn't do to hex the headmaster. Hermione would never let him hear the end of it when she woke up. I don't see what the fuss is all about. Snape drawled near Dumbledore. The girl is just the same as the others. Harry's blood ran cold, and his tears stopped immediately. He sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Where are the mandrakes, Headmaster Dumbledore? Harry said, still clutching Hermione's side. Sorry? The mandrakes, Harry repeated. He lifted his head and gazed at them. If looks could kill, then Snape would be a smoldering pile of rags, while Dumbledore would likely be twitching in pain. The mature mandrakes that Neville, Hermione, and I advised you to buy weeks ago. The mandrakes that are now out of season for the large majority of Britain, and so have a diminishing stock every day. The mandrakes that we had compiled a list of. The mandrakes to restore our classmates and friends. Our mandrakes will be ready in mere weeks, Snape said. Neville growled right back at the professor while Harry never took his gaze from Dumbledore. Where are the mandrakes, sir? Nobody took much notice of the breeze picking up or the curtains beginning to flap near the windows. Despite the windows not being open, Dumbledore sighed. The Board of Governors, at the urging of Lucius Malfoy, has determined that there are insufficient funds in the Hogwarts budget to justify the purchase of mature mandrakes while a crop is already growing on the grounds. Neville's growl increased to a full snarl. He started to take a step towards the teachers, but Harry stood up, and all eyes turned to him. Harry's face was seething in rage. His lips curled into a primal sneer. The hair on his head whipped about as the breeze in the room became a small maelstrom centered on Harry. Harry stalked towards the assembled staff amidst complete silence from everyone else present. You bigoted, racist arseholes. Harry yelled. Budget concerns. Budgets. You bastards. Would there be budget concerns if any of these people were purebloods? If their parents could be here yelling about the lack of treatment? If they had enough money to donate to the right causes or the right pockets? Would there be budget concerns then, Professor? Would there be budget concerns if anyone cared that they were losing months of their education due to these attacks? Well, sir, would there be budget concerns then? His eyes almost seemed to glow, and the air near them had several small sparks flaring off every few seconds. My boy, I assure you, I am not your boy. My parents are dead. And the same philosophy that caused their murders is leaving my friends lying here. Budget concerns. You can take your budget concerns and shove it where the sun don't shine, sir. Harry snarled and swept past the adults. Mr. Potter, where are you going? McGonagall asked softly. She started to reach a hand out to him, but seemed to think better of it, and stopped halfway, letting her arm fall back to her side. To the library, Professor. Harry scowled, not bothering to look back. If none of you can figure out what the bloody hell is going on, then I'll do it myself. Neville. Neville nodded to him and hurried to catch up. Send off the forms. We'll buy the damn mandrakes ourselves. If the stores are out of stock, send it off to the ones we found out of country. I'll figure out what Hermione was searching for, and if it has anything to do with why she was attacked. On it. Neville reached the doors a second before Harry, and took off down the corridor, while Harry turned towards the library. The staff was left gaping behind the two. What just happened? Pomfrey asked quietly. We were told very firmly how our world seems to work these days by two 12-year-olds, McGonagall said. She turned her gaze on Dumbledore with barely contained disgust. And they were absolutely correct. Potter? He had no right to speak to us like Snape tried to spit out glaring after Harry. He was cut off mid-rant by McGonagall slapping him across the cheek. 3 sets of eyes turned to McGonagall in shock, who simply lowered her hand. As I said, Harry and Neville were absolutely correct. You, Albus, could have overrode the board in the matter of safety of the students. You, Severus, could have immediately searched out low-cost, fast alternatives to waiting months for our crop to mature. And I could have taken a far more targeted interest in healing my students than allowing this farce to continue. You all know as well as I do that if Draco Malfoy was lying in one of these beds, not even a week would pass before he was walking around the castle again. And yet Mr. Creevey has been lying there since before the turn of the new year in his first year. We should all be ashamed of ourselves. McGonagall scowled at all of them and turned to stalk out of the hospital wing. I, for one, am going to attempt to catch Mr. Longbottom before he sends that owl in order to add my own gold to their purchase efforts. The wind trailing Harry had finally calmed by the time he stalked into the library. He was still riled up, but he had regained enough sense to speak with Madame Pants in a somewhat even tone. She had shown him the book that Hermione had been using prior to running off. Dangerous Magical Creatures. And it was missing a page from near the beginning. Harry stared down at the missing section with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. Hermione vandalized a book. The thought of such an event almost had Harry doubling over in laughter and shock. At least he had somewhere to start now. Hagrid would be the next stop. Harry had just walked out of the library and almost ran into Neville and McGonagall when he froze again. A soft beeping sounded from his left shirt sleeve, and a red mark glowed faintly before dying down. Harry, Neville asked, cocking his head at the fading rune mark on Harry's robe. What was that? Someone's trying to get into my trunk, Harry said, confused. His features twisted in rage a second later, and he repeated, "Someone's trying to get into my trunk." He took off sprinting down the corridor. Neville and McGonagall shook off their surprise and ran after him a few moments later. They had just managed to open the fat lady's portrait door when Harry whipped out his ninja stone, activated it, and flew up the stairs to his dormitory. As he threw open the door, he saw Ron Weasley sitting on the floor near Harry's open trunk with the invisibility cloak in his hands. Harry's world turned red, and he lashed out. A kick to the redhead's hands saw the cloak fly out and flutter to a heap on the floor. Harry didn't even notice the door to the dorm bang open again as he threw a punch into Ron's ribs. The boy cried out, but Harry sent another punch into Ron, silencing him with a wheeze. He lost his hold on the ninja stone and melted back into view, but he didn't care. Harry grabbed Ron and tossed him to the wall. He tried to throw another punch into the whimpering boy, but found his arms restrained as ropes wrapped around him. Neville caught him, so he didn't fall, and Fred and George ran into the room as well. "You little git," Harry yelled. The twins looked from Harry to Ron and back. "Mr. Potter, would you care to explain?" McGonagall said, lowering her wand. "I saw the look he gave my invisibility cloak last year. Professor." Harry spat out. Fred and George were there. They saw it too. Ask them how Ron looked at it. McGonagall glanced at the two older boys who looked guiltily at each other before turning back to her and slowly nodding. "It was the first time I ever got anything. I got worried he might try something, so I warded my trunk. There's 3 layers. One in case someone tries to open it that sends an alert to the entwined rune on my robes and sounds a warning here as well. The second activates if they try again, and it marks their head. See." Harry jerked his chin towards Ron, who had the word thief across his forehead, as if written with a green magic marker. One of the twins snorted and nodded approvingly. McGonagall's eyes just narrowed. "The third layer knocks them back and gives a mild electric shock. You have to deliberately want to take something to keep going through all 3. Harry spat at the redhead who had finally managed to stumble to his feet. "What? Got tired thinking how the heir of Slytherin had such nice things. You wanted to take some for yourself?" "I heard Hermione was attacked," Ron yelled back, his face darkening. "I wanted to follow you and get proof that you're the one hurting people. That cloak's the best way to do it. That's the only thing I have of my father, you arse. You want to take the pictures of my parents as well. How about my mother's notebooks? Or maybe you're more interested in the rune case Shiva gave me, or the etching set from Hermione. Well, what else do you want, you?" "That's enough, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said forcefully. Unlike in the hospital wing earlier, Harry calmed down enough to simply glare at Ron. "Mr. Weasley, 25 points from Gryffindor, and a week of detention served between myself and Mr. Filch. I am ashamed that you resort to petty theft of a family heirloom. Rest assured this will be brought up to your parents, Mr. S. Fred and George Weasley. Please escort your brother to the hospital wing to ensure that any injuries he has are treated. Both twins nodded and moved to grab Ron's shoulders. Fred patted Harry on the back as they passed, muttered a quiet, "Sorry, mate," to him. "Mr. Potter, I understand the stress you are currently under, but this is not the way to deal with the situation. 15 points deducted for physical altercation. 5 points gained for a creative wording scheme." McGonagall sighed. "Miss Granger will be fine, Harry. She was petrified, yes, but she is otherwise uninjured. You need to calm down so that you remain that way yourself. Mr. Longbottom, please ensure to take care of him in the meantime." "So, why are we going to Hagrid again?" Neville asked, following Harry. It had been nearly a day until Harry was calm enough to go out and talk to the large man. Shiva had tried to speak with Harry a few times since then, but he had simply stayed silent, standing vigil over Hermione. Hermione was looking up something about dangerous magical creatures. Who do we know who is the best source to get more information on that particular topic? Harry said with raised eyebrows. Neville chuckled. "Yeah, good point." He stopped and squinted towards their friend's hut. "Hey, that's the minister. And Aurors, what are they doing at Hagrid's?" Harry's insides went cold. "Neville, activate your ninja and listen at the window. Are you sure?" "Yeah." Harry grabbed his own rune stone and pushed the activator etching. Feeling the now familiar shiver of the camouflage and silencing wards wrapping around him, Harry hurried to kneel down by the window to Hagrid's hut. He saw a small shimmer in the air next to him and knew that Neville had arrived as well. "Really, Minister, this is unnecessary." Dumbledore's voice drifted out to them from somewhere inside. Now, Albus, the attacks have yet to stop. The Ministry must be seen to be doing something." Harry's eyes narrowed at the implications of that statement. He shifted so that he could watch the man in the lime green bowler hat. The minister was standing behind a trio of Aurors talking with Dumbledore, while Hagrid sobbed into a large handkerchief at his table. Hagrid does not even have a wand. And the last time he was accused, the creature he was found with was an acromantula. Acromantulas cannot petrify victims in any way. Cornelius, one of the Aurors, shifted her weight from foot to foot. Harry started as he recognized Tonks. Her hair wasn't pink anymore, but instead was brown and mousy. He could barely recognize her without the wild hair or carefree expression. "He's right, Minister Fudge. I looked it up. Acromantulas can kill no problem. And they're smart as hell, but they couldn't be related to what's happening right now. Be that as it may, I am the minister. And I say what is and is not possible." Harry snarled. This man was even worse than Ron. At least the idiot Weasley used some form of logic. Now arrest him and bring him to Azkaban until this mess is all solved. But what about a trial, sir? Tonks tried again. Dumbledore just sighed and shook his head. The old man, the chief warlock, didn't seem to be willing to do anything, and Harry felt the wind picking up around him again. "Rook," one of the other Aurors said to Tonks, "let it go. If you want to graduate, just shut up and do what you're told. That doesn't seem—" "It's all right," Hagrid said with a final wheeze into his hanky. "I'll go. Tonksy, just promise me you'll find who's doing this and help those kids." "We'll figure it out, Hagrid," Tonks said, wilting even further. "How dare they do that, Tonks?" To Hagrid. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and turned back to the dim outline of Neville. His eyes widened as he noticed that he himself was visible again. With a start, Harry saw the small tornado that was whipping up by him and the sparks flying from the ninja clutched in his hands. Harry hurriedly damped down on whatever wild magic he was sending off, and the ninja stopped sparking, the illusions and silencing wards snapping back into place around him. Breathing a sigh of relief and nodding thanks at Neville's outline, Harry turned back to the window. Enough of this. Arrest him. I have other meetings to get to, Fudge said with a twist of his hat. The small group stepped out with Hagrid in some sort of cuffs between them and Tonks trailing dejectedly behind. If being an Auror did that to her, he hoped she didn't end up graduating. Tonks should be fun, and cheery, not looking like Dudley had been jumping on her back. Within a minute, everyone had left Hagrid's hut, and Neville and Harry dropped the ninja stones back into their belt holsters. What the hell is going on, Harry? Neville stared where the group had disappeared to in the distance. I don't know, but now we really have to figure it out. The government obviously doesn't seem to want to solve anything. Harry's glare increased. Yet another strike against people with authority. I'm sorry, Hermione, Harry said, holding his friend's hand. He and Neville had stopped in to talk with her after classes had let out. We can't get the mandrakes for you just yet. Apparently, Harry spit the word like a curse. Lucius Malfoy has managed to get a new law passed that regulates the import of dangerous magical substances and requires a holding period to ensure they are properly stored and inspected. By the time we could get them here, the ones growing would already be mature. I'm going to get that man. I don't know how, but I'm going to get back at him somehow. Neville smirked from her other side. We did find the book you were looking at, though. I know Harry thinks you tore out that page, but I still say he's mental. I mean, really, Hermione Granger defacing a book? That's more insane than teaching Trevor to do the tango. He chuckled. We did order a new copy, though just in case you really did do it. That way we can check the page and try to figure out what you already knew. Yeah. Maybe next time tell us what you're running off to check, so that we don't have to guess. Harry said, squeezing her hand. He frowned. She was holding something in the hand, clutched to her chest. What the Neville, look at this. What? Neville leaned over Hermione and peered at the hand. Is that paper? Hang on. Harry grabbed one of the tweezer-like instruments on a side table near him and carefully worked the paper out of her hand. He unfolded it and held it up in triumph to Neville. Told you she tore the page. Yeah, bully for you. What's it say? Harry squinted at the little piece of paper. No snakes are more feared than the king of serpents, the basilisk. A basilisk is born by hatching a chicken egg warmed from under a toad. They continue to grow as long as they live, and specimens have been known to survive millennia. A basilisk's gaze will immediately kill nearly anything that looks into its eyes, and in addition, the snake's venom is the most potent poison known to our world, only able to be healed through the tears of a phoenix. Basilisk hide is nearly immune to spell fire, even more so than a dragon. The only known weakness of a basilisk is the crow of a rooster, which is nearly instantly fatal to the creature. Neville, Harry stared down at the paper with wide eyes. Weren't all the roosters killed on Halloween? Yeah. Neville swallowed nervously. But that can't be the monster, can it? The book says its gaze kills, not petrifies. Harry slowly shook his head, staring at the mirror still stuck in Hermione's fingers, and the camera Colin was clutching. But what if someone didn't see it directly, Nev? What if someone saw it, say, through a mirror, or a camera, or a puddle of water? or a reflection in a suit of armor, or through a ghost. And Salazar Slytherin was supposedly a Parseltongue like me, right? It would make sense for his monster to be something only he could control, and it would explain why you could hear it. And we need to find Babbling and the other professors and let them know immediately. Wait, Nev, give me a minute. Harry tore into his bag, pulled out his etching tool, and whipped off his glasses. Harry, this isn't the time for a new invention. We have to tell them there's a monster snake on the loose that can kill you by looking at you. Bloody hell. It's a miracle no one's died yet. I know. This should just take a minute. What are you doing, Harry? Neville was practically jumping from one foot to another. It's a reflection rune twined with a magic rune. Maybe it'll bounce the gaze back at the thing, if we stumble across it. Harry finished his work, and the glass of his lenses flashed briefly before the lines faded back to barely visible patterns. Harry put them back on his face and grabbed a shiny tray from the table, handing it off to Neville. What I don't get a reflection thing. Can you transfigure glasses? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Neville wilted and shook his head. That's what I thought. Besides, there's probably a 50-50 shot that this does nothing anyway, and the basilisk just kills me. This way, at least one of us will probably survive if we get unlucky. Harry and Neville practically flew down the corridors, slowing only at intersections where Neville would carefully hold his shiny tray to peer around the corner, and Harry would pray his reflector lenses held up. They had just tore around the corner to Shiva's office and raised their fists to slam on the door when it was pulled open from the inside. A white-faced Shiva stared back out at them, jerking back slightly in surprise before regaining her composure. Harry, Neville, this really isn't a good time. I have to get to the teacher's conference room immediately, and Shiva, we know what's been attacking everyone. Harry explained hurriedly. Before he could get the nature of the beast out, though, Daphne Greengrass barreled into the corridor at a flat run. She saw Harry, Neville, and Shiva and angled for them. Before anyone could say anything, Daphne had grabbed Harry's robes in both hands and was pleading with him. Potter, please tell me you've seen her. She ran and I can't find her. I should have realized something was wrong, but I didn't see it until it was too late. Please, I need to find her. Harry had never seen Daphne with so much as a hair out of place before, but now she looked like Dudley had been chasing her for miles. Her face was splotchy, her hair wild. There were tear tracks down her face, and her voice was just short of complete panic. Daphne, what are you talking about? Harry asked, trying to ignore the hands still clenched in his robes and focus on the girl in front of him. Tracy, I touched that stupid diary, and she completely freaked out. She ran out of the room, and I lost her, and she's gone. She's gone. Potter, I need to find her. I don't know what's going on, but something is horribly wrong. Tracy Davis? Shiva said in a whisper behind the three students. Her face had lost what little color it had left. Yes. Have you seen her, Professor? Please, I need to find her. She's my friend, Daphne said with a hitch. Miss Greengrass, All students return to your dormitories. All students return to your dormitories. Remain in your common rooms. Instructions will follow. Dumbledore's voice reverberated through the castle, sounding almost as if it was coming from the very walls themselves. Harry's blood ran cold as he turned between the frantic Daphne and the despondent Shiva. Shiva? Where is Tracy? The three of you inside. Now, Shiva said, as she wiped a hand down her face and pushed her door open further. The students dutifully filed into the office. I am sorry to have to tell you this, but another message was discovered on the walls a few minutes ago. It appears that Miss Davis was taken. Taken? Neville asked as his eyes narrowed. Taken where? How? Harry's mind started turning. How did this fit? Why take Tracy? Into the chamber. We don't know how. I'm sorry, Miss Greengrass. But that's no. Daphne yelled, not letting go of Harry's arm. Her eyes widened, and she took a shuddering breath before sitting up straight, and her features visibly freezing into a mask of calm and disinterest. What did the message say, Professor? It said, Shiva said, that Davis' skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Her death will feed the rebirth. She gave a dark chuckle. We have so utterly failed this school. What the hell would a basilisk need Tracy for? Neville asked, collapsing back against the wall. A basilisk? Shiva and Daphne both stared at the boy in utter confusion. It's the air, Nevada. The basilisk is just the weapon, but someone needs to be controlling it. Someone who's done it before. Or at least someone who's figured it out and is using this as the perfect opportunity. What if it's Lockhart? Maybe it's him, and he needed Tracy to complete some ritual or something. Flophart? There's no way that idiot is the heir. Neville shot back. It would be a good cover. Harry muttered. What the hell are you two talking about with the basilisks? Shiva asked, turning a hard stare on Harry. Harry, I need to get to this staff meeting, but if you know what is going on, I need to know. Now, Hermione figured it out before she was attacked, Shiva. Harry explained. The monster is a basilisk. It's vulnerable to roosters. All the roosters were killed on Halloween before the first attack. Its gaze kills, but nobody has seen the direct gaze. Everybody's been really, really lucky and only caught a reflection or a distorted view, and so they've just been petrified. It's supposed to be Salazar Slytherin's monster, and he was a Parseltongue. It all fits. The monster is a basilisk. Shiva cursed, and Daphne's eyes widened, turning between the two boys present. But if Lockhart has a basilisk under his control, why go after Tracy? Search me. Harry shrugged. Let's go ask him. Shiva growled before sweeping to her feet. Wait, Shiva, can you transfigure glasses? Or at least something reflective? Harry asked, grabbing her arm before they could leave the room. What? Why? Harry pointed to his glasses. The eyes. Shiva, a basilisk kills if you meet its eyes. I etched these into reflector lenses which might bounce its gaze back at it. But neither Nev nor I can transfigure glasses, so he had to make do with that tray. Neville helpfully held up his medical tray. Shiva peered at his lenses, noticing the faint rune lines stenciled into the glass. She stood back up, shaking her head. I suck with transfiguration. Good catch, though. Flicking her wand, 2 small mirrors flew out of the inner room and into her hand. She handed one to Daphne and took the other herself. These will have to do for now. Come on, everyone. The foursome hurried down the corridors of the castle. With any luck, Lockhart would be at the staff meeting, and they'd have backup. Shiva was directing them towards his office first, though, since it was on the way. She didn't even stop to say anything as they pulled up outside. Shiva just slashed her wand down with a muttered banishing hex, and the door slammed open. As the 4 stepped into the office, Lockhart looked up from in front of his desk, pushing his trunk closed. Oh, hello, everyone. Lockhart's smile was strained, and his face pale. I'm afraid I just received a call from my editor, and I must be off immediately. You're not going anywhere, Gilderoy, Shiva said, glaring at the man. "Where's Tracy, you bastard?" Daphne snarled. Her wand started to come up, but Harry held her arm down, shaking his head, and nodding towards Shiva, letting his mentor take the lead. "Come on, Gilderoy. We're going to the rest of the staff, and you're going to explain some things about what's been going on around here since you showed up. I really have no idea what you're talking about. I must be going." Lockhart shifted slightly, so that his side was facing the group with one arm hidden. He started to bend, to seemingly pick up his trunk, but spun with his wand out. Before an incantation could leave his lips, 4 disarming spells slammed into the man. Lockhart was thrown back into his desk while his wand flew out his hand and smashed into the ceiling with a crack. The wand dropped back to the tiles, almost broken into 2, but held together by a sliver of wood and unicorn hair. "Real smart, Gilderoy," Shiva said with a snort before picking up the wand and pocketing it. "Now where's the girl?" "What?" Lockhart wheezed, holding his head and shakily getting to his feet. "The Davis girl? How should I know?" "Because you're the one who took her arsehole," Daphne yelled. She threw off Harry's arm and pointed her wand at the teacher with the tip glowing. "I lost her near Myrtle's bathroom." "Where did you take her?" Harry froze. "Myrtle's bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Moaning Myrtle. Moni. Bloody hell. The entrance is in the bathroom," Harry said, gaping. "What?" Neville and Shiva said, giving him a quick glance before returning their attention to Lockhart. "Dobby said that the last time the chamber was opened, Moni died," Harry explained, feeling numb. They had been sitting right outside the bloody thing for nearly a month and never once noticed it. "The only Moni I can think of is Moaning Myrtle. Moaning Myrtle who haunts the place she died. Daphne, you lost Tracy outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The chamber's entrance is in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I can't believe I didn't see this before. I am such an idiot." Neville's mouth dropped open as he processed what Harry was saying. Daphne's glare just hardened, though her wand tip stopped glowing. Shiva's eyes narrowed in thought before giving a short head nod of agreement. "Good enough for me." She flicked her wand towards the entrance. "Move it, Gilderoy. To the bathroom. Harry, take Daphne and Neville and go get some backup." "No," Harry said with a firm shake of his head. "Harry, this is not a debate. If you think I am leaving you alone with him and a basilisk, you are insane." Harry snarled at her, losing his grip on the rage that seethed up. "You are the closest thing to a bloody loved one I've ever had, and I'll be damned before I let you go into the chamber alone. I'm coming with you." "As am I," Daphne said, stepping beside Harry. "If Tracy is down there, there is no way you are leaving me behind." Neville moved to stand with the other 2 students. "And I'm not backing down from this either. I'd never be able to look at my mom and dad again if I let you 3 go alone." Shiva growled and muttered, "Merlin be damned, teenagers." "Fine, but you all listen to me and do exactly what I tell you, yeah?" 3 answering nods later, Shiva continued, "Good. Okay, fine." Tilly. A small house elf popped into view near Shiva, startling the 3 students and Lockhart. This one looked far better off than Dobby, though she was still clad in little more than a fancy tea towel. "How can Tilly be helping Mistress Shetty?" "Tilly, go to Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Dumbledore. Tell them I believe the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is inside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and I am en route with the assumed perpetrator." "What?" Lockhart squawked. Shiva ignored him and kept going. "Tell them I believe the instrument of attack to be a basilisk, and require immediate assistance. Got that? Yes, Mistress Shetty, Tilly said, bobbing her head. Tilly will be telling the professors immediately. She popped out of the room with a snap. Shiva nodded and turned to the others, gesturing towards the door out. Lockhart tried protesting again, but found himself tossed out the door by a flip of a wand. The three others followed along behind him. As the stumbling staff members started walking towards the ghost's bathroom and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, as they got to the bathroom, Harry grabbed Shiva's arm. Shiva, I should go first. Like hell, kid. Not happening, she said, snorting. I'm the only one with glasses. I'm the one who talks to snakes. If I go first, and it's there, I have a far better chance of surviving than anyone else here, he said, staring at her. You know I'm right, Shiva. She worked her mouth for a few moments before scowling. Sometimes I really hate that you can use logic. You know that? You open the door and take a quick peek. That's it. Nothing else. You see anything besides Myrtle, and you slam that door closed. Got it? Harry nodded, and Shiva let out an explosive sigh. Fine. Everyone step back. Lockhart, stay where I can see you. She motioned to Harry and made sure she could cover both the door and Lockhart. Harry took a deep breath and cracked the door to Myrtle's haunt. He opened it just a sliver, enough to take a short scan of the room beyond. It was empty. Letting out his breath, Harry pushed the door open completely and waved the others forward. As they trooped into the room, Myrtle floated out of her stall. Hello, Harry. Hello, Neville. Come to visit with me. Actually, Myrtle, we need to ask you a question, Harry said, taking the lead. Daphne looked ready to jump down the ghost's throat, but Neville gave her a slight shake of his head, and she backed down. Really? Me? How can I help you? Well, please don't freak out, Myrtle, because this is really important. The ghost nodded at Harry's plea. We need to know if you remember how you died. Myrtle just shrugged. It wasn't exciting. I was crying because Olive had said something mean. There was a noise. A boy had come in and started talking and hissing. I got angry at him because this is a girl's room, so I opened the door to yell at him. Next thing I know, I'm staring into these giant yellow eyes, and then I'm dead. Nothing fun like Nick. Merlin, Shiva breathed out. It really is a bloody basilisk. Do you remember where the eyes you saw were, Myrtle? Harry asked. Myrtle shrugged again and pointed towards the sinks. Over there. Are you going looking for whatever killed me? Harry and the others nodded. Lockhart squeaked. If you die, you can share my bathroom, Harry. You too, Neville, Myrtle said bashfully. Harry and Neville both tried to ignore the fact that a ghost apparently had a crush on them. Harry walked over to the sinks and started looking on, under and around them, with Daphne coming over to help. Shiva stayed watching Lockhart. You know, I really don't know why I'm here. Lockhart started. I mean, sure, I may have lied a bit on some of my books, but kidnapping and attempted murder? Me? Really? Yup, Shiva replied simply. I'm really only good at one spell, you know. I'm a genius with memory charms. I'm not very good at anything else. I simply don't have the necessary skill set to kill someone, even if I ever had the motivation. What would be the point, Babs? He held his arms out to his side. Why would I bother trying to kill anyone? All I want is fame and fortune. I have both. I have witches lining up to sleep with me. Why would I risk any of that to try and kill some students? Search me. Shiva glared at him. And are you really going to keep using that horrible name that I hate while I am half convinced you're a wannabe murderer and have a wand trained on you? Lockhart paled again as the implication sank in. Potter, Daphne exclaimed. She pointed towards a section of one of the sinks. Look, a snake motif. This must be it. Harry shifted around to look at the spot she was pointing at to see a tiny snake etched onto the side of the faucet. Worth a shot. Everyone ready. 3 answering nods later, Harry turned back to the sink. Open, he said to the snake motif. Nothing happened. That was English, Harry, Neville said. Try Parseltongue. It's not exactly easy to do on command, you know, Harry grumbled irritably. Well, you don't exactly practice it. Neville rolled his eyes. Try imagining it's real before you say anything again. Harry sighed and turned back to the little imprint. He tried to imagine the thing waving its head at him and shifting its body. After a moment, Harry felt something click in his head, and he whispered, Open. This time the snake responded. It coiled into a circle around the faucet, and the entire sink structure sunk into the floor, exposing a dark tunnel leading underground. Well, Shiva said, dumbfounded. That's new. Let's go. Tracy's down there. Daphne looked ready to jump down before Harry grabbed her and pulled her back from the edge. 1 second, Daphne. Harry pulled over his pack before popping the top and grabbing the rune case Shiva had gotten him last Christmas. Neville, Daphne, here. Sorry, Shiva, I only have 2 extras, he said with a shrug. These are concussors, reductors, and blasters. They work basically just like the spells they're named after, but you just have to channel a bit of magic into it to activate it, instead of going through a wand motion. The rune pattern directs the spell, so make sure it's facing away from you, and your fingers aren't covering it. That hurts. A lot. Daphne frowned at him. I can fire a reducto with my wand. Potter. Yeah, I can too, but this is faster, and you can use it in your offhand while using a wandin. Your main hand if you want. As long as you don't use it continuously for 5 minutes or so, it shouldn't disintegrate or crumble on you. Should we wait for the reinforcements? Neville asked. Both Shiva and Daphne shook their heads. If Davis is down there already, every second we wait could be worse for her. There's nothing I can say to make any of you stay up here. Lockhart raised his hand before she snorted at him, and he closed his mouth. The rest just shook their heads. Shiva sighed but nodded. Very well. Lockhart, you first. I'll follow. Then Harry, Neville, and Daphne, you bring up the rear. I really don't think this is a good, Lockhart said before Shiva flicked her wand, and he soared into the tunnel shrieking like a teenage girl. You know, I'm starting to think maybe he really isn't the controller, Shiva said with a sigh. Be careful, everyone. If he isn't, Merlin knows just who is actually down there controlling the bloody snake. Keep on your toes, keep your mirrors out, and be ready to shut your eyes if you see scales. She stepped up to the edge and muttered, Merlin help me and Goddess watch over these kids and their idiot of a professor. She stepped over the side and slid into the tunnel. Harry quickly jumped in after her. He heard Neville and Daphne follow him down, and then there was a grinding noise reverberating down the tunnel along with what little light filtered through disappearing. Harry flew out the end of the tunnel skidding along on the dirt and mud before stopping near a small pile of bones against the wall. The lower section was lit up by Shiva's wand, and he rolled out of the way as Neville and Daphne flew out on his heels. Tunnel closed as I jumped in, Daphne said, getting to her feet and brushing her robes off. Looks like the reinforcements aren't going to make it. Shiva swore, and Neville turned a bit green before squaring his shoulders. Harry just shrugged. Well, I fought Voldemort alone last year. I'm already doing better, so far. Chapter 8. Snakes and Anagrams. That, Neville set his eyes wide. is a very large piece of skin. He was pointing at a discarded moult which had presumably been left by the basilisk. It looked to be about 30 to 40 feet long. Harry shrugged. This thing was Salazar Slytherin's pet. It's over 1,000 years old. Of course it's going to be big. Nevada. Daphne stared at Harry and shook her head. How the bloody hell are you so calm about this? Well, when you've fought a man with a face poking out of the back of his skull, a big snake isn't quite as bad. Harry paused and sighed. Also, I'm not calm. I'm terrified. I've just had a lot of practice with hiding some of my emotions. His eyes narrowed, and a small storm of fury played over his features. And this thing hurt Hermione. I'm going to kill it, right? Remind me not to piss you off, Daphne muttered, edging away from him, slightly. The small group walked a little further down the tunnel before Harry stopped and turned to Shiva. Shiva, can you transfigure a rooster? It would make this a lot less dangerous. Shiva rubbed the bridge of her nose. Seriously? I can't transfigure glasses. Why would you think I can transfigure a rooster? You could at least try, Daphne snarked. You are a teacher? A runes teacher, Shiva muttered. Fine, it can't hurt to attempt it, I suppose. You know, even if I manage to get a rooster, it's not very likely to do much of anything beyond scare the thing. Transfigured animals aren't actual animals. A transfigured rooster won't have whatever properties allow real roosters to hurt the basilisk. It's a 1,000-year-old snake, Harry replied dryly. Any advantage is a good advantage. Shiva crouched down, aimed at a large rock in the tunnel about the size of a chicken, and started muttering enchantments and flicked her wand at it. After a few seconds, the rock, with a bit of a pop, turned into a craggy, rooster-like shape that gave a croak before flopping over onto the ground, and not moving. I told you I suck at transfiguration, Shiva grumbled. As she started to stand, Lockhart suddenly rushed her. Neville yelled, attempting to fire a stunner at him, but the shot went wild. Harry and Daphne drew their wands towards the man, but he twisted back away from Shiva with his broken wand in hand before they could do anything. Such a shame that you all were killed by the basilisk. This will make a perfect end to my newest book, Lockhart said with a manic grin. He started to slash his wand down. Shiva yelled out, Protego. At the same time as a luminous shield sprang into existence, in front of the group, Lockhart screamed out, Obliviate! His spell shot out from both ends of his wand. One beam struck Lockhart, sending him into the wall of tunnel. The second beam hit Shiva's shield and rebounded into the ceiling. A spreading crack was all the warning the group had before a large section of ceiling shattered and gigantic pieces of rock crashed into the corridor. Harry dove, knocking Daphne out of the way of the debris. Both students holding their hands over their heads as the dust settled and the rumbling stopped. Picking himself up, Harry turned back to the newly formed blockage. Daphne was the only other one he could see. Shiva. Neville. Harry yelled, frantically throwing some of the smaller rocks back. Please let them be okay. Please let them be okay. Please let them be okay. He didn't know who he was praying to, but prayed anyway. Harry, a muffled voice yelled back. Harry, are you okay? Is Daphne all right? Harry breathed a sigh of relief at hearing Shiva's voice. He looked over at Daphne, who coughed, and gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, we're fine. Shiva, are you okay? Is Neville all right? I'm fine. Harry's. Neville's reply was just as muffled as Shiva's. Looks like Lockhart brought down the ceiling. One rock hit him in the crotch as it fell. Serves the bugger right. Now that Neville mentioned it, Harry could dimly make out a sort of muffled groan. "Harry, stay there. I'm going to try to shift some of these rocks," Shiva said. A few moments later there was a soft crash as some of the boulders moved, and the ceiling groaned. Harry could hear soft cursing coming from the other side of the barrier. Bloody freaking hell. "Okay, guys, I'm going to have to shore up the ceiling as I shift this stuff. I'll add some runes into the supports to make sure it holds, but it's still going to take close to an hour to get through this shite." Daphne snarled and grabbed Harry's arm. "We can't wait that long. Tracy could be dying." Harry looked between his friend and the cave-in. Eventually he sighed and nodded at her. "Shiva, Daphne, and I will keep going. You guys catch up when you can." "What the bloody hell? Don't you bloody dare you get. You two stay right." "Shiva," Harry yelled back, cutting her off. "We came down here without waiting for the others because Tracy's in danger. We'll be careful, but we can't afford to just sit here and wait. I don't give a rat's arse about that, you little shite. I have not been looking out for you for the past 2 years or fighting to get custody for the last year, just for you to run off and get yourself killed and eaten by a bloody basilisk. You hear me, Harry? You stay right there until I get through this." But Tracy could be. Harry tried. "I don't know Tracy. I know you. I care about you. It's bad enough I let you convince me to bring you down here. You can't run off on me like this, Harry. Not now. Not ever." Having someone yell at Harry because they cared about him was an entirely new experience to the boy. Even Hermione hadn't ever really raised her voice to him quite like this. He cringed, a huge feeling of guilt settling onto his shoulders. "Listen to me, Harry. This isn't a Cerberus lullaby music or a troll you can hit with a club or an exploding rune. This is a bloody basilisk. A creature 1,000 years old with venom strong enough to kill you with a single drop and a stare that spells instant death. If you and Daphne go forward without us, in all likelihood you will die." Daphne grabbed his hand and drew his gaze into her eyes. "Please, Potter. I can't leave her there. Please." Harry took a shuddering breath, squared his shoulders, and turned back to the cave-in. "Shiva, what if it was me in there? Would you want someone to wait while they could maybe save me by going ahead?" The stream of curses that followed greatly expanded Harry's vocabulary. He knew he'd won the argument. It didn't make him feel any better. "Fine. You are going to end up giving me a heart attack before I hit 25, you bloody bastard. I swear to the goddess, if either of you die in there before we get through, then I am going to personally resurrect you just so I can kill you again. Harry, make sure you're careful, mate." Neville yelled, also sounding rather frustrated and annoyed. "If you get hurt, Hermione's going to kill me for letting you go alone." "He's not alone," Daphne yelled. "Be careful with the tunnel and hurry up." She started down the tunnel. "Come on, Potter. Let's get Tracy and get the hell out of this place." Harry nodded and started after her. They had gotten a few dozen meters further down when he heard a soft crack and looked down at his feet. Lifting his boot, Harry saw he had stepped onto a pair of small glasses. "Daphne, hold up. I need a minute here." Daphne came back and glared at him. "We have to keep moving, Potter." She stared at the glasses in his hands and froze. Reaching out a shaking hand, she pointed at the lenses. "Those are Tracy's reading glasses." "Well, at least we know she's definitely here," Harry said distractedly. He pulled out his etching tool and quickly added the markings to turn them into reflector lenses. Harry really wished he paid more attention to the charm Hermione had used the first time he met her. "Here," he said, handing them over to her. The left lens is a little cracked, but I think the runes will mostly hold. Remember, I have absolutely no idea if these things will actually work to reflect its gaze. If either of us gets hit and petrified, then we know it doesn't work. If the left lens cracks, then close your eye, because that cluster will be broken. Daphne nodded, slipping the glasses onto her face with a small grimace. Well, at least her eyes are mostly good. This is still going to give me a headache, though. Better a headache than dead, Harry retorted, standing up. You can see, though, right? Well enough. Can we go now? Yeah, let's go. The two proceeded a bit further into the tunnel before stopping in front of a large door covered with snake motifs around a central circular seal. Guess this is it, Daphne said, barely above a whisper. Potter. Harry, thanks for this. We'll save her, Daphne, Harry replied. He turned to the door. Open. The snake carvings slithered away from the central seal, and the door swung open. Be careful, Harry said, stepping through the door, wand and rune held high in each hand. Harry and Daphne padded cautiously into the Chamber of Secrets, covering both sides as they walked forward. When they were halfway through the cavernous room, the torches along the walls lit up, illuminating the rest of the space. Blinking from the sudden light, Daphne's eyes widened when she centered on the figures near the base of a statue of the front of the room. Tracy. Daphne ran forwards with Harry cursing and following after her. Tracy, she yelled, skidding to a halt next to her friend. Daphne grabbed her sweaty, pale hand and checked for a pulse. Harry, meanwhile, had pulled up and held his wand on the transparent figure standing nearby on top of a vaguely familiar ratty old book. So, Harry said with forced calm, you're the one who's been doing all this? Technically, Tracy Davis has been, but yes, I've been whispering to her and forcing her hand, the spirit said with a small nod. She's alive. Daphne carefully let her friend's hand drop back to her chest, then stood and pointed her wand, and the figure with a snarl. What the hell have you done to her? Arsehole. She did it to herself, the figure shrugged. She poured her heart and soul out into me. Quite literally at that. He chuckled. Being in love with one's own best friend is apparently enough to upset one quite dearly. Times certainly have changed since I first prowled these halls. Daphne visibly flinched at that comment, and her wand hand shook. Harry grimaced, but resolved to deal with the issue later after everyone was still breathing. I'm going to kill you, you bastard, Daphne whispered to the spirit. Who the hell are you? And how do we save her? Harry asked. You must be Harry Potter, the spirit said, raising its eyebrows. I have to say I'm a little disappointed that you're not more intimidating. However, you did reach this place, so I suppose you're not a total disappointment. Tell me, how did you kill me? I am ever so curious. What? Harry and Daphne both exclaimed. How did you kill me? Do you remember? Tracy said you were just a baby at the time, so I doubt it was intentional, but still you never really know with things like this. A growing horror seeped through Harry at the figure's words. That's not possible. Oh, I assure you it is. I took great steps to ensure my longevity after all. Daphne looked between Harry and the spirit. What the hell is going on, Potter? Can you kill it? Will that help Tracy? Oh, he can't kill me. The spirit laughed again. I am not the physical. Not yet. You look a lot different than you did last year, Harry said. Stall. Worked last time. Maybe I can keep him talking long enough for Shiva and Neville to get here. Maybe they'll know how to kill a ghost thing. So that was true? Tracy wasn't certain if those rumors had substance. Well, It's good to know my later efforts weren't entirely wasted, even if he has been rather pathetic overall. Really, 10 years to make a play. I will do far better once I regain form. Who the bloody hell are you? Daphne whispered. You haven't figured it out yet? Shame. I thought you were supposed to be intelligent. I was actually planning to give you a high place in my society. Well, perhaps a bit of help, I suppose. He took a wand out from behind his back. Daphne's eyes narrowed, and her lips curled into a snarl. That's Tracy's. Yes, I am draining her after all. It's not like she can use it at the moment. He drew a series of glowing letters in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Now watch closely here. I thought this a rather ingenious anagram myself. The words rearranged themselves into, I am Lord Voldemort. Daphne's face emptied of color. That's impossible. Why did you think that was a smart anagram, Riddle? Harry asked, swallowing a lump of dread. Doesn't seem all that hard. Well, Harry, Voldemort means flight of death in French. I have become immortal. Well, parts of me have anyway. It is quite appropriate. All I saw last year was a pathetic ghost parasite that could barely exist on its own, Harry taunted. And all I see now is another little pathetic leech. Harry heard Daphne's mouth snap, closed, and her face take on a slight grin at his words. Good, stand up to him. It's just a shadow or something. Keep focused, Daph. Little pathetic leech. Riddle snarled. Fine. You want to play games, Harry Potter? Let's play. His sneer broke into a wide, predatory smile. Bessie, kill these two. Harry saw movement in the mouth of the statue behind Riddle, and his eyes widened. Oh, shite. Come on, Daphne, he's called the Basilisk. Harry grabbed her arm and pulled, running towards the closest pillar and ducking behind it as a large weight crashed to floor behind them. Plan. Daphne asked, holding her wand and Rune Stone tight enough for her knuckles to turn white. Well, I've got a plan A, Harry said, peeking around the side of the pillar. The basilisk wasn't quite looking at them, thankfully, but it was close enough Harry could shout to it. Hey, Bessie, I'm Harry. That guy you're talking with isn't on your side. Help me and my friends instead, and we'll give you all the food you want and get you some better living quarters. The snake froze and turned towards Harry. He quickly lowered his eyes before he could meet its gaze. No point in testing the reflector lenses if it wasn't needed. You may be a speaker child, but you are not the master. Bessie will not fall for tricks. Bessie has been waiting eons for a master to return, for food larger than rats. Bessie will not follow you. A loud hiss followed the small speech, and the snake started towards the pillar. Plan A failed, Harry said, ducking back and paling. Plan B. Daphne asked, shoot it until it dies. Harry said with a slight hesitation. Works for me. Daphne jumped out and started tossing diffindos, reductos, and confrigos at the snake from her wand, while letting loose with the reductor from her offhand. Harry jumped out of the other side of the pillar, also tossing spells and rune-powered shots. He tried adding a few disarming and stunning shots into his volley. Bessie just hissed in what Harry dimly realized was laughter. Their spells weren't even making a scratch on the hide of the beast. The giant tail of the serpent came around, aiming at Harry's head. He ducked and rolled. As he regained his feet, he made the critical mistake of looking up. Harry met the basilisk's eyes, and time seemed to stop. Riddle laughed in the distance. Harry almost laughed in return, as he could still feel his muscles twitching in fear. He wasn't petrified, but then neither was the basilisk. It shook its head after a few seconds, and opened its hissing mouth wide, doing an extremely good impression of a pissed-off lion's roar. Harry took the opportunity to run. He got to Daphne's side, and they ducked behind a pillar further back down the chamber. Plan B isn't working so well, she grunted, trying to catch her breath. I noticed, responded dryly. Reflector lenses work, though. I think I stunned it for a few seconds. Yeah, maybe for you. My left lens busted the first time it looked at me. It seems only one eye reflection doesn't affect it. And I'm half blind now. Harry flinched and quickly looked her face over. Breathing out a quick breath of relief, Harry saw her. I wasn't actually injured. She just had it screwed shut, since the left rune cluster hadn't held up under the strain of the magic. Okay, I have a plan C, but I'm going to need a minute to get it ready. Can you distract it? Harry asked, holding the blaster against the pillar and palming his etching tool. Maybe. What are you doing? Setting a feedback loop into the blaster. Basically, a somewhat controlled explosive failure. You're making a magical bomb. More like magical grenade. Also, it might blow me up once I charge it. Harry grimaced. There's a reason I've been staying away from volatile clusters, you know. Daphne stared at him with wide eyes. You are either the bravest or stupidest boy I've ever met. Just distract the bloody snake, please. Don't die. Harry. Daphne jumped out from behind the pillar as the basilisk closed in on them. She yelled at it and tossed out more spells, leading it towards the next pillar in line. Harry finished his modifications, uttered another short prayer to whoever was listening, and then yelled out, Bessie, your mother was a chicken, and your father was a toad. The basilisk turned from Daphne to hiss menacingly at Harry. I should kill you simply for thinking that was a worthy insult, hatchling. As soon as the snake opened its mouth, Harry charged the altered blaster and tossed it at the snake. It ended up exploding a foot or so from the mouth. The stone shards pelted the monster, but didn't seem to do any noticeable damage. Bloody hell. Harry ducked back behind the pillar, swearing, if anyone's listening up there, I could really use some help about now. Not expecting any actual answer, Harry nearly dropped his wand, and concussor as the air above the basilisk blazed into a burst of fire. A song Harry remembered Fawkes trilling resounded throughout the chamber before turning into a screech. Harry twisted to look around the pillar in shock, noticing Daphne doing the same around her own. The beautiful avenging phoenix dived towards the group. It tossed a large hat clutched in its talons towards Harry before twisting and attempting to dive bomb the eyes of the basilisk. Bessie was faster, though, and managed to stare at Fawkes just before he impacted. The phoenix dissolved into a burst of feathers, and Harry's stomach plummeted again. I'm sorry, Fawkes. Thank you so much for trying, buddy. Harry, look out. Daphne screamed. Harry glanced up and saw the basilisk striking towards him with its fangs bared. Since when does a snake have more than 2 teeth? Harry idly found himself wondering as he dove out of the way. He tumbled down near the hat that Fawkes had brought. What are you waiting for, boy? Put me on, the hat yelled. Harry stared dumbfounded before realizing it was the Sorting Hat. Harry hurriedly grabbed the hat and jammed it onto his head as he ran from the basilisk towards Daphne. The hat had barely touched his hair before a weight settled onto the top of Harry's head. Dashing behind the pillar, Harry pulled the hat off and handed it to Daphne. A sword fell out of the top and clattered to the ground at Harry's feet. That's the sword of Godric Gryffindor, Daphne said, her mouth gaping. I would have preferred powerful staff or energy lance rune cluster myself, or anything long range, Harry said, picking the sword up. Beggars can't be choosers, Harry Potter, the hat said before falling silent. Okay, new plan. Harry said, glaring at the hat. Your other plans have sucked. Yeah. And this one sucks more. Not instilling a lot of confidence here. Daphne said, I'm going to stun it with the reflector lenses, then I'm going to stab it with the sword. That's a horrible plan. Do you have a better one? Harry asked, glaring at her. Daphne ground her teeth. The basilisk was almost on them again. Don't die, Harry. I'm just starting to like you. Likewise, Daphne. Harry took a deep breath and leaped out. This time, instead of running away, he ran towards the giant snake. Bessie opened her mouth, baring her fangs at him, and pulled back, readying a strike. Harry came closer, hoping his horrible brand of luck would hold long enough to finish this. Bessie struck forward. Harry finally managed to catch a glimpse of the basilisk's eyes, and it froze in place as he jumped forward. The stun was just starting to wear off as Harry leaped into its mouth and thrust the sword up through the top plate of its jaw. The sword pierced through like a hot knife through butter, and Bessie made a horrible screeching sound. Harry was flung out of the snake's mouth as it thrashed. He flew through the air and landed on Daphne, who just barely managed to cast a cushion charm on them both. Bessie screeched again and snapped her jaw shut. That was apparently the exact wrong move. The top of Gryffindor's sword pierced up through the snake's head, and the basilisk flopped down to the chamber completely still. Merlin! Daphne whispered, the awe evident in her voice and the trembling of her arms around his waist. You killed a 60-foot basilisk with a bloody sword. We still have to kill Riddle, Harry whispered back as he glanced towards the figure at the front of the room. The spirit of young Voldemort was much more solid now, and Tracy seemed far paler. He said she was pouring out herself out to him, right? She's been writing in a diary since the year started. He was standing over a small book. Was that the diary? Yeah. Daphne nodded, letting her arms go and shifting Harry so that they could both get up, look exhausted and beaten. Not going to have to fake that, Harry muttered. I'll grab the sword, and we try stabbing the books. Hell, it worked on the monster snake. Why shouldn't we be able to kill a book with a sword? Daphne paused and giggled. That sounds so stupid. Harry's eyes widened at the manic sounds coming from his friend. Hold it together another minute, Daph, then you can break down. Help me open its mouth. Together the two students managed to pry the mouth of the dead basilisk open enough for Harry to reach in and grasp the sword. Careful. Don't touch the fangs. Basilisk venom is some of the deadliest stuff there is, Daphne said. Really? I didn't know that. Thanks, Daph, Harry replied dryly. No need to be a jerk about it, Harry. Harry got the sword free, finally, though it was accompanied by a small amount of black liquid dripping from the wound in the mouth. Holding onto the sword in one hand, Harry and Daphne supported each other as they stumbled back over towards Tracy and Riddle. You two are far more impressive than I initially assumed, Riddle said with narrowed eyes as they drew close. You would do well under me. I could lead you both to greatness. Harry spied the diary still lying under Riddle's foot. He walked a bit closer. You know what I have to say to that, Riddle? What we both have to say to that, Daphne chimed in. Riddle cocked his head. Go to hell, arsehole, Harry yelled. He raised the sword and stabbed it forward, spearing the diary. No, what have you done? Riddle screamed, first in astonishment and angry. The scream quickly shifted to pain as ink began to spurt out of the diary. As the ink drained, the spirit lost its substance. Tracy's wand clattered to the ground from insubstantial fingers. Tom, Riddle gave one final roar of pain and defiance before fading completely, the diary falling completely dormant under Harry's sword. Tracy. Daphne exclaimed, falling to the ground beside her friend. Tracy, please wake up. Please don't let us have been too late. Please wake up, Tracy. Tracy moaned, and a bit of color started to return to her cheeks. Her eyes fluttered open and locked onto Daphne. Daph. She glanced around the room. Potter? Well, what? Oh, goddess, Tracy. Daphne flung her arms around the girl and pulled her into a bone-crushing hug. I thought you were going to die. I thought. She broke off and just clung to her friend. You all right, Tracy? Harry asked, leaning on the sword for support. It probably wasn't the most respectful way to treat a priceless artifact from one of the founders, but then he had just killed the pet of one of the other founders and casually tossed aside their enchanted hat. Leaning on the sword was probably the least disrespectful thing he had done that day. No, not really, but I'm better. I think, Daph Potter. I think I'm the one who was opening the chamber. She leaned her head against Daphne and started to sob. Shoo, it's okay, Trace, Daphne whispered, running her hands in circles along the other girl's back. It wasn't you. That diary was a trap that Vival Voldemort left. It possessed you. You didn't do anything, Trace. You know who? What? No, I was writing to Tom. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't stop. It was Voldemort, Tracy, Harry said. A memory or spirit or something from when he was teenager. He showed us his name, and it's an anagram for I am Lord Voldemort. You got tricked. It's not your fault. You aren't like Quirrell. You didn't invite the arsehole in. It was really him. The other two nodded. I can't believe it. I don't even know where I got that stupid diary from. It was in my stuff when I got back from the bookstore before school started. I must have picked it up, but I don't remember it. Wait. She pulled back from Daphne's grip and stared between the two. If that was you-know-who, and if he was possessing me to control the monster, then where are we? And how are we going to kill it? Trace, Daphne said, clearing her throat. She pointed towards the dead basilisk. We killed the diary already, so Voldemort is dead. And Harry killed the basilisk. Tracy's eyes followed Daphne's arm and widened before turning back to the other two and gaping. With a sword. Tracy's eyes flowed down to rest on the sword in Harry's grip. She looked back at his face, and Harry just nodded. Tracy slumped into Daphne's arms again and groaned. Can this day get any weirder? Trust me, you don't want to ask that. Harry sighed. It's better not to tempt the universe. Can you walk? We should get back to Shiva and Neville. Who the bloody hell is Shiva? Tracy asked as she accepted their arms to pull her to her somewhat shaky feet. Harry winced. Professor babbling. I'd appreciate it if you both kept it quiet until next year that I call her by her nickname. Well, considering you both saved my life, I think I can do that. Tracy looked at him like he was crazy. Daphne just shook her head and nodded. And wait, since when do you call him Harry? Daph. Tracy got an odd look as she stared at the two of them. Somewhere in the middle of getting down here and killing the basilisk. I think that qualifies as a bonding experience, don't you? At least enough to bump him up from Potter to Harry, I would say, Daphne said, looking amused. Well, I was hoping for friends myself, Harry grumbled good-naturedly. Trial basis, Daphne said before all three of them broke into laughter. The trio of students got themselves under control and walked back down the middle of the chamber. Daphne stopped to pick up the sorting hat, which stayed resolutely silent even when she placed it on her head, so she could keep supporting Tracy with one arm and hold her wand with the other. Harry stopped as they approached the pile of feathers where Fawkes had given his life to try and help them. I'm so sorry, Fox. I never wanted. Harry trailed off and stared in astonishment as a tiny, nearly featherless bird poked its head out of the feathers and ashes. It looked at Harry and squawked happily. Harry's mouth just dropped open and scooped the baby phoenix up in his hand. What the? That's a phoenix, Harry, Daphne said with an arched eyebrow. They're reborn when they die. Oh. Harry just nodded, still dumbstruck, as the phoenix cuddled into his hand. Come on, let's go. Daphne started leading the group back up the corridor again, pausing only long enough for Harry to again open the door out. It seemed like forever before the tired group made their way to the caved-in section of tunnel. There was now a large hole opening in the center. Shiva was standing in the center, finishing an inscription of a rune Harry recognized as stability. It flashed as she finished it, and she turned back. Neville, come on. I'm done. Let's go. Good timing, Harry said with a soft chuckle. Shiva twisted so fast he thought she would fall over. Her mouth dropped, and Harry just lifted his arm from under Tracy's side and waved tiredly at his friend. We won. Harry! Shiva lunged forward and wrapped him in a hug that rivaled one of Hermione's. He hugged her back, laughing as Fawkes chortled from his shoulder. Shiva heard that and pulled back in astonishment. Is that a baby phoenix? Daphne, Tracy, are you two all right? What are you three covered in? Is that the sorting hat? Is that a sword? In order, Professor Babbling, Daphne said. Yes, it is a baby phoenix. Fawkes, to be precise. I am okay, though bruised over quite a lot of my body with several small cuts in addition. Tracy is physically more okay than me, but spiritually/emotionally less okay. Her life force was being sucked out, but we stopped it, so now she's just weak, but she should get a full examination as soon as possible. We are covered in an absolutely horrendous mix of sludge, dirt, grime, blood, and ink. Yes, it is the sorting hat. And yes, that is a sword. Godric Gryffindor's sword. Actually, whatever goddess you seduced, Harry, I don't think she has anything to do with logic. Shiva managed to get out after trying to process that. Are you okay? Just tired, Shiva. The short version is that nothing we were doing worked. Fawkes came to help bringing along the sorting hat, but got killed and reborn during the fight. The hat gave me the sword, which I used to kill the basilisk. The ink is from an enchanted diary made by Voldemort when he was a teenager, still going by Tom Marvolo Riddle, that was possessing Tracy. I stabbed the diary with the sword, killing Memory Mort, and spraying the three of us with what passed for its blood. That about covers it. Neville laughed. Man, Harry, you really have some of the worst good luck I've ever heard of. You can say that again, Nevada. Can we go now? I'd really like to sit down for a few minutes, Harry pleaded. Shiva just nodded numbly. Neville switched with Harry. Harry, let me help you. Harry handed Tracy's left side over to Neville, who supported the girl, while Harry leaned against Shiva for support, as the group slowly started to trudge back towards the slide up to the castle. So where's Lockhart? Harry asked, as they left the makeshift tunnel under the cave-in. Though Harry's question was answered, the professor was bound in ropes with a bandage around his groin and staring off into space with a happy grin on his face. Lockhart's quite out of it. His spell was powerful enough to hit all of us at once, and that full force blasted right into him. Shiva flicked her wand, and the man floated ahead of them. He doesn't even remember his own name. I'm actually not entirely sure he remembers how to speak at all. We only bound him up because he kept wandering off down the tunnel, and I got rather annoyed with him. Well, if it makes you feel better, I cursed out Memory Mort while I was annoyed with him. And you called him a pathetic leech. Don't forget that. That was funny, Daphne chimed in. Man, I miss all the fun, Neville complained. You can kill the next iteration of Voldemort. Okay, Nev. Okay. Now you can't complain when I get him before you do, Harry. Tracy looked between the three of them, shaking her head. You people are all insane. The group stopped at the bottom of the section of tunnel leading back up to Hogwarts proper. Shiva was about to try transfiguring little steps when Daphne snorted. Everyone looked over at her, and she shrugged. Do you really think Salazar Slytherin would simply jump into a dank hole? Especially with no easy way back out. Harry laughed and got her meaning while Neville, Tracy, and Shiva just squinted at Daphne with furrowed brows. Harry turned to the tunnel and breathed out. Stairs. Nothing happened. Steps. A dull thump resounded as a staircase extended out from the floor of the tunnel, spiraling away into the darkness. Harry raised his eyebrows at Daphne. Much better. That is far more appropriate. The girl responded with an entertaining regal huff. Shiva shook her head in exasperation. Haha, very funny. Up we go, people. Harry, you, and me first so you can open the door up top, too. Lockhart floated along ahead of them as the small group of battered students and teachers limped their way up the stairs. When they reached the top, Lockhart made a quiet mewl of protest as he bumped into the sealed doorway out before Shiva moved him back. Whoops, she deadpanned. Harry couldn't blame her for being rough on the man. Besides, better for her to take her ire out on Flophart than on him. Open, the sink and trapdoor slid open at Harry's command. Walking back up into Myrtle's bathroom, Harry and Shiva were immediately swamped by Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Pomfrey. Snape hung back until Daphne, Neville, and Tracy climbed out. Then he swooped down on his own students. My boy, what happened to you? Dumbledore asked immediately with his mouth set in a frown. Harry glared at the man, but didn't reply. Dumbledore cast a swift glance at the others and stared at the Sorting Hat still perched on Daphne's head. Flopsy, give them room. Albus, McGonagall said, pushing her superior back, slightly, and waving Pomfrey forward. Babbling injuries, the healer asked, cutting straight to the point. Potter and Greengrass have multiple cuts and abrasions as well as exhaustion, likely both magical and physical, Shiva reported in a tired but calm voice. Davis has been spiritually drained, but the process was halted partway through. She's coherent and without obvious physical injuries, but also exhausted. Longbottom has minor abrasions. Lockhart had a major groin injury, as well as abrasions on his left arm. He is experiencing extreme trauma from a backfired memory charm. I have no idea if he can even speak anymore. Pomfrey began uttering several charms under her breath with wand directed at Tracy. What did you do to my students, woman? Snape said, checking over Daphne and Tracy. His last word was uttered almost like a curse as it was directed at Shiva. Nearly everyone in the small bathroom bristled at that. Daphne, Neville, and Harry all stood up straighter and glared at the man. She helped us to rescue my best friend, sir, Daphne said, her mouth set in a thin line. She saved the three of us from being hit by an obliviate powerful enough to render Lockhart functionally deceased. She did not hesitate a moment to proceed into a long-lost section of the castle, expecting to confront a 1,000-year-old basilisk simply because a student was in danger. Please do not deride her character in front of me, Professor. Professor Babbling deserves a great amount of respect. Harry's eyes widened as he witnessed something he never expected to see. Snape glanced between Daphne and Shiva, and his scowl noticeably lessened before nodding at the older woman in a show of respect. "Perhaps we should take this discussion to the infirmary," Flitwick said, stepping forward from where he had been examining Lockhart. "Yes, I think that might be best," Dumbledore said softly as he gazed sorrowfully at the assembled students. As he turned back from Harry, he froze mid-step, cocked his head, and then his jaw dropped open. Fawkes. After everyone had been arrayed onto their separate cots, the story of how they came to be down in the chamber was delivered to those assembled. Fawkes remained on Harry's shoulder the entire time, occasionally letting out a trill and headbutting Harry's neck. Hedwig appeared in the window to the infirmary a few minutes in and stared at the baby phoenix before giving a hoot of approval and turning her head, to all appearances looking like she was settling in to hear the story, as well as the humans. Harry could only chuckle at his familiar. "And so we ended up stabbing the diary with the sword," he finished with a shrug. "I find this all very hard to believe, Potter," Snape said with narrowed eyes. "Surely you exaggerate. There is certainly no way a mere child such as yourself could destroy a creature, such as a basilisk." Before Harry, Shiva, Neville, or Tracy could say anything, a low growl floated through the room. Daphne stood from her bed and walked over to stand in front of Snape with her fists clenched. "You pathetic, spiteful, hate-filled cretin. Harry Potter, and I just faced down a creature 1,000 years old and 60 feet long. A creature that was intelligent enough to taunt us when Harry tried to reason with it. A creature whose fangs were longer than my forearm. A creature whose gaze we only survived because Harry was smart enough to come up with an effective counter. A creature that could have swallowed us whole. We nearly died at least 6 times in under 2 minutes by my count. We faced down an apparition of Voldemort himself. Do not insult us, Professor Snape. Do not insult the struggle we just walked away from. Do not insult that danger we were in, or the risks we took to help my friend. Make no mistake, Professor. Harry performed something that nearly every adult witch or wizard I know would run from screaming with soiled pants. Do not deride him in my presence, sir." Daphne finished her speech with her features twisted somewhere between resignation and fury, but she got in one further jibe. "It is common knowledge that you praise Slytherins and disparage Gryffindors, as it is common knowledge that you bear some sort of grudge against Harry Potter. Do not let your hatred blind you to facts, Professor." Snape looked completely dumbstruck. His hand was clenched hard enough to turn the knuckles white. Eyes were wide, and his mouth was hanging open. "Daph," Tracy said quietly. Daphne sighed and turned to pad back to her bed, giving Tracy's hand a short squeeze on the way. "Be that as it may," Dumbledore said, filling the sudden silence, "I am still uncertain how Fawkes was able to come and assist you. Harry shrugged. "Search me. The feedback blaster didn't do squat. I asked for help, and then, boom." He waved his arms wide. He showed up in a burst of flame with the Sorting Hat. "Thanks again, buddy." Fawkes headbutted him again and gave a short trill of approval. Hedwig bobbed her head and hooted in reply. "Most curious." "Headmaster," Shiva asked, sitting on the edge of her own bed, "do you have any idea what that diary thing that Riddle created was? I know Voldemort is stupid powerful, but I've never even heard of binding a spirit memory to an object before. At least not one that could both think for itself and attempt a full possession." "I am unsure," Dumbledore replied slowly. Both Harry and Shiva narrowed their eyes at the old man. Harry couldn't help but think back to Dumbledore's responses to his questions from last year with Quirrell. The headmaster knew far more than he was letting on. Voldemort was certainly familiar with arcane branches of magic. I will have to do research on this subject to ascertain the extent of what was done. Dumbledore turned and met Harry's gaze with his twinkling eyes. A moment later the man held a hand to his forehead with a groan and slumped down in his chair. Pomfrey rushed to the headmaster while Snape turned on Harry. "What did you do, boy?" As Harry glared at Snape, intending to tell him off, the potion's master also yelled out in pain and fell backwards. His hands clutched his head, and he twisted towards Harry, though he kept his eyes clenched shut. "Potter!" the man roared. "I didn't do anything," Harry yelled back. Most of the residents of the infirmary just stared between the three, completely lost. Only McGonagall and Shiva seemed to figure out what had just happened. The deputy headmistress scowled and stalked towards Dumbledore, while Shiva wore a furious expression and put herself in between Harry and Snape. As Pomfrey moved from Dumbledore to Snape, McGonagall hauled the older man to his feet. "What has the boy done to warrant that attempted intrusion? Albus? Save the life of a classmate? Slay a danger to the entire student body? Gain the favor of a founder? Question one too many things. Never attempt to read a student or any minor without cause in front of me again, Albus, or I will see you run out of here before you can say lemon drop. I would expect such foolhardy behavior from Severus, but not from you. And you, Severus." McGonagall turned to the potion's master, who simply glared back at her. "You are a fool. If Albus Dumbledore was summarily rebuffed, what makes you think you could get through? Go do something productive and make a healing draft. Get out. I have every right to... Get out." McGonagall screamed, pointing at the door. Snape snarled but stalked out of the room. McGonagall turned back to Dumbledore, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "Perhaps you should leave as well. Headmaster." "Minerva, I..." Whatever Dumbledore was going to protest was interrupted as the doors to the infirmary swung open again, with Lucius Malfoy waltzing in, cane in hand. Harry's eyes widened as he saw Dobby trailing behind. Of course, it'd be Malfoy. Tracy said she had the diary when she got back from the bookstore. Malfoy was there at the same time I first saw Tracy and Daphne. He planned all of this. Harry thought, his surprise fading away and being replaced by fiery anger. "Ah, Dumbledore," Malfoy said, his voice like silk. "I was informed you were here. As the head of the Board of Governors, it is my duty to inform you that the death of Tracy Davis has led us to remove you from..." "I'm not dead," Tracy said, waving her hand from the nearby bed. Malfoy's head snapped to Tracy, so fast his silvery hair whipped his face. "What? You are..." Harry's world dissolved into red. Head of the Board of Governors, the man had said. The board that had prevented Harry from getting the Mandrake potion. This man had set Tracy up to let loose a basilisk. He had prevented the healing of the victims. He had nearly gotten Shiva and his friends killed. He had hurt Hermione. Where's the reductor? Harry thought, searching the table for his rune stone. From his shoulder, Fawkes started to quietly trill, and a feeling of calm settled over Harry. Breathing deeply, he left the table alone and turned to Fawkes. "Thanks," Harry whispered to the bird quietly. Fawkes' song stopped, and Harry breathed deep. New plan. "I'm not the only one who wants to beat Malfoy." While Harry had been wrestling with his control, Malfoy had been carrying on a short conversation with Dumbledore and McGonagall. "Well, I suppose that concludes my business here. Good day." As Malfoy swept out of the room, Harry leaped out of his bed and jumped past Shiva to Daphne's side. "Daph, I need a glove." "What?" The girl stared up at him like he'd gone crazy. Maybe he had. This wasn't exactly the best of plans. Harry. Shiva came up behind him and laid a hand on his shoulder. I have an idea. That was Dobby. Please, I need a glove. Harry admitted he did sound a bit frantic, but there wasn't much time to get back to Malfoy and Dobby before the man left the castle. Here. Daphne pulled out a glove from her bag on the side table. How did you know that I? Tell you later. Thanks. Shiva, I'll be right back. Harry sprinted out of the infirmary and bounded down the stairs 2 at a time. He caught up to Malfoy and Dobby as they walked into the entrance hall. Hey, Malfoy. As the man turned, Harry tossed him the glove while eyeing Dobby and jerking his head to the side. What is this, Potter? You purebloods follow the old rules, don't you? A toss glove is supposed to signify a duel. Since you weren't man enough to do it when you started this round, I figured I should toss my own now at the end. I won this fight, Malfoy. Stay away from my friends in future. Malfoy sneered and threw the glove over his shoulder. Harry smirked as Dobby made a flying leap for the sailing clothing item, snatching it out of midair before it could hit the ground. Do not play above your station, boy. You are not prepared to fight in the circles I travel in. Come, Dobby. Malfoy had walked about 10 paces before he realized his servant was no longer following, and he turned to glare at the house elf. Harry had the pleasure of watching the man's eyes as he realized exactly what Harry had just done. You cost me my servant, Potter. Lucius Malfoy tried to draw his wand on Harry, but was immediately flung back into the wall of the hall with a crack. Dobby lowered his hand and glared at Malfoy. You will not harm the great master, Harry Potter, sir, the little house elf said, fury evident. Oh, my name's gotten even longer, Harry thought with a chuckle as he watched Dobby walk toward Malfoy. The man was laying crumpled on his side against the wall, groaning. Before he could move to sit up, Dobby reached him and lashed out with a vicious little kick. Don't mess with the little guy. Harry cheered as Dobby continued to lay into Malfoy. After a few more kicks, Harry sighed and walked over, laying a hand on Dobby's shoulder. As fun and justified as this is, Dobby, you really should stop. No need to get into trouble over this guy. Let's head back to the infirmary, yeah? Dobby cast one last vicious glare at Malfoy before nodding at Harry and following along. The two walked back into the room, greeted by stares of confusion. Dumbledore seemed to have left with the Sorting Hat and Fawkes before Harry had returned, though all the other teachers and Hedwig were still present. Harry, care to explain? Shiva said, the anger in her voice barely controlled. Had to free Dobby, Harry said, cocking a thumb at the little elf, who nodded enthusiastically. The great master, Harry Potter, sir, has freed Dobby from Bad Master. The great master, Harry Potter, sir, declared a completed duel and tricked Bad Master into setting Dobby free. Then Dobby protected him from Bad Master. The great master, Harry Potter, sir, is the greatest wizard to ever live. Harry groaned as the rest of the room just turned to him. Hey, I've tried to get him to stop with names. Dobby, how about you head off to enjoy your freedom for a bit, and you can come back to chat sometime later after you get settled, yeah? Dobby nodded, hugged his leg, and then popped away. Harry trudged back to his bed and hopped up. Do I even want to know? Shiva asked, letting out an explosive sigh. Harry just shrugged. Honestly, probably not. I'll tell you later, though. How did you know I carried gloves? Daphne asked. You're a pure-blood heiress. I've picked up a few things from Neville. Neville blushed, but didn't respond. So, Professor McGonagall, Professor Babbling, What the heck happened before Malfoy barged in that got you both riled up and knocked Professor Snape and Dumbledore on their asses?" Tracy asked. Shiva rubbed the bridge of her nose again and sat down looking exhausted. Both tried to perform legilimency on Harry. It's basically mind reading. Very few people can do it well, but they're one of the group. It's not supposed to be done except with very good reason or consent. Their reasons weren't very good, and neither asked Harry, hence why we were angry. Dumbledore probably wanted to know what Harry was thinking about the diary, while Snape likely just wanted to see how Harry had ejected Dumbledore. And both were fools. McGonagall spat. Harry's eyebrows rose at that. His head of house was continuing to impress him this year. Honestly, you all just finished a tale where Harry's glasses were used to effectively reflect a basilisk stare. What idiot would think a simple legilimency spell would break through that sort of protection? The students looked at each other. Every one of them started to laugh hysterically while McGonagall, Flitwick, Shiva, and Pomfrey just shook their heads in exasperation. 2 days later, Harry was sitting in the chair beside Hermione as Madame Pomfrey dripped the mandrake draught into his friend's throat. The ones that Neville and himself had ordered finally came in a few hours ago, and Hermione was the last one to be revived. Pomfrey moved off, giving them some privacy as the potion began to take effect. Hermione blinked a few times, lowered her arm, and glanced about the room. Her eyes settled on Harry, and barely a half-second later, Hermione had surged off the bed and wrapped him in a hug. Harry chuckled. "It's good to see you too, Hermione." "Harry, it's a basilisk." "The monster, it's a basilisk," she said, pulling back and frantically starting to move away to find a teacher. Harry pulled her back and hugged her again. "We know it was a basilisk." Hermione's mind froze solid as she realized Harry had hugged her instead of the other way around. She hurriedly pushed that revelation aside to be examined later, though, in order to focus on the more immediate concern. "Oh, so you found the scrap?" "We did." "Great job they're figuring that out," Harry said, nodding as he let her go, and Hermione settled on his lap. Her gaze widened again. "But wait. It's likely moving through enlarged pipes or conduits running behind the walls. It's quite possible the chamber's entrance has been hidden somewhere in one of the bathrooms." "Yup, it was." "Moaning myrtles, ironically enough," Harry said, smiling at her. His friend had figured out the second half of the centuries-old mystery in moments. She truly was amazing. "Myrtles?" Hermione gaped at him. She shut her mouth and continued slowly. "How long have I been petrified, Harry?" "About 5 days," he said, shrugging. 5 days. "Yeah, 5 days. We killed the basilisk 2 days after you were attacked, and it took another 3 for the mandrakes to arrive. There was a bit of an import problem, but between the senior abbots, Bones, and Greengrasses, we got the new law repealed, and the mature mandrakes in pretty fast. You killed the..." Hermione was feeling her brain lock up again. Harry's complete nonchalance was certainly not helping her blood pressure. "Don't be modest, Harry," Tracy chimed in from across the room. She was sitting up in her bed and grinning at the two. "Granger, he killed the basilisk all on his own. With a sword." "Sword. Daphne was there too." Harry protested. "Yeah, but you're the one who ran straight at it screaming and stabbing it through the roof of its mouth." Tracy's grin widened as she saw Hermione's features twist from shock to frustration. "Harry," Hermione drawled, looking at her friend. Warning bells were going off in Harry's mind, but it was too late. Hermione was already sitting on his lap. He was trapped, though it was a rather pleasant trap. "Yes, Hermione, explain." Professor Babbling, do you have a moment? Hermione asked, peeking around the door into Shiva's office. Come on in, Hermione, Shiva said, waving the younger girl inside and smiling warmly at her. It's good to see you up and about. Thank you. It's good to be about. Hermione sat in one of the chairs. She didn't look nearly as uncomfortable as she had the first time they had done this. So what can I help you with? Can I assume that you yelled at him enough? It's rather pointless and counterproductive for me to do so as well. Hermione asked, getting right to the point. Well, that depends, I suppose. Shiva grinned. What would you be yelling at him for? His stupid recklessness and his frustratingly annoying nobility, mostly. Hermione huffed. In that case, yeah, I already yelled at him enough for the both of us. You could probably get away with a bit, though, Shiva said, laughing. Well, Hermione shifted a bit in her seat. I may have hit him a bit already when he told me the story. Shiva kept laughing, imagining Hermione slapping Harry's chest for nearly getting himself killed multiple times over. He'd tell you about afterwards with freeing that crazy little house elf and the poor thing breaking Malfoy's ribs. Yes, he did. He also mentioned Dobby's penchant for overly long names and to not be too surprised should he show up and start spouting off how Harry is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Muggle expression. Hermione nodded. On a related note, the girl adopted a stern, mildly frightening look as she leaned forward and fixed a stare on Shiva. He also mentioned that you were finishing up the paperwork to become his legal guardian. Ah, Shiva leaned back into her chair. She met the young witch's gaze and nodded. He told you that, huh? It came up when I tried to convince him to come to my parents instead of the Dursleys. Yeah, that would do it, Shiva said thoughtfully. Thank you for offering, by the way. Hermione nodded, never once letting go of Shiva's eyes. Of course. I will protect that boy in every way I can. Bathsheba Babbling, a.k.a. Shiva. Allow me to make myself perfectly clear. Hermione paused long enough for Shiva to nod. I believe we care deeply about Harry in our own ways. I also know that Harry looks to you as the sister he never had. You have been good to and for him. Hermione took a moment to breathe in deep and intensify her glare, calmly folding her hands into her lap. I am not in the habit of threatening authority figures, but if you hurt him, if you dangle this in front of him and then rip it away, I will make your life a living hell. Professor Snape is an arse, Ronald Weasley is an idiot, and Headmaster Dumbledore is foolish to an extreme. But you can hurt Harry in a way none of them can. You can cut him through the heart, and that is not something I will allow. I may only be 13, and I may not be a fully accomplished or accredited witch, but if you hurt Harry, make no mistake, I will end you. Shiva gulped and nodded. She could see why Neville said Hermione was scary. Hermione Granger would be fearsome when she had received her full education. Of that Shiva had zero doubt. I'm getting him away from those people, Hermione, and short of dying on him, I'm going to try my best, for as long he'll have me, to keep him from getting hurt like that again. I doubt Harry can ever have a normal childhood, but I can certainly try to at least make it more loving than it has been until now. Good. Hermione leaned back and let out a breath. Her demeanor instantly lightened, and a smile spread across her face. You know, you two can both be scary as hell when you get all protective, Shiva mused. What? Harry? Harry's not any more protective of me than anyone else, Hermione said with a laugh. Shiva just shook her head and grinned at the younger girl. Hermione asked Neville sometime about how Harry went ballistic on nearly the entire senior staff when you were attacked, then tell me he's not protective of you. And, of course, then there was the time when we were waltzing through the bones of the basilisk's victims, and Harry calmly stated, in no uncertain terms, that he was going to kill the basilisk because it had the audacity to harm you. Hermione gaped for a moment before replying, well, I'm sure he would have said that about any of his friends. You keep telling yourself that. Girl, yes, well, anyway, about next year's classes. Severus Snape sat in his office drinking. His bottle of fire whiskey was nearly half empty. It just wasn't fair. He wasn't supposed to be able to respect the boy. The Potter spawn looked nearly identical to James. How could he not be exactly like his father? Never mind the eyes. Never mind the genius he'd inherited from Lily. Harry Potter was the son of James Potter. That was all there was supposed to be to the matter. That was all the boy would ever be. Just some arrogant little shite that waltzed all over the school like he owned it, like no one else mattered. A tiny little boy who only cared about his friends and would do things simply for the glory and the adulation. Harry Potter was nothing to be respected, and yet Harry Potter had saved 2 Slytherins' lives. Harry Potter had killed an ancient basilisk. Harry Potter had done this not for fame, but because he wanted to protect an acquaintance. Harry Potter had earned the gratitude and protection of Daphne Greengrass, Ice Queen. And Harry Potter was actively rebelling against Albus Bloody Dumbledore. Harry Potter was not James Potter. So, what did that make him? Snape scowled and downed another glass of fire whiskey. That was not a thought train he wished to follow this night. While Snape was draining his liqueur, an old man was sitting in his office chair thinking. Albus Dumbledore was staring at his phoenix, but not seeing the small bird. He was lost in thought, his lemon drop bowl long since emptied of all sweets. Why did you go to him? Why would you take that initiative all on your own? Why take Flopsy? Dumbledore turned to the sorting hat laying dormant on the shelf. He knew the hat wasn't a fan of the name, but as far as he knew, there was no official designation for the relic. It wasn't even supposed to be truly active beyond the start of the year. That Fawkes had brought the hat to Harry without any input was worrisome enough. That the hat had then delivered the sword of Gryffindor to the boy was frankly frightening. To make matters worse, Dumbledore had been profoundly rebuffed from his attempts to claim the sword afterwards. The Greengrass and Longbottom heirs had both starting stating right of conquest and right of bequeathment, allowing Harry Potter to wiggle around and maintain control of such a dangerous weapon. The boy was treading a dangerous path. Dumbledore could see all the signs he had missed with Tom Riddle. Harry had been sent to the Dursleys in an effort to both ensure the boy's safety and to lower his confidence. As long as Dumbledore could influence the boy and direct him, Harry could be steered away from the dark. Yet now he was slipping through Dumbledore's fingers. Harry Potter was gaining allies and friends at an alarming rate, but Shada Babbling was making inquiries into his past and trying to remove him from the environment Dumbledore had so carefully engendered for the boy. He knew the Dursleys weren't loving, but they weren't as bad as other options. Taking care of the few people who looked too closely was trivial. The boy had simply been acting out as children were wont to do. But he could not simply obviate or compulse babbling. As frustrating as she was extremely skilled and resourceful. Somehow Harry had managed to win over Dumbledore's oldest supporter as well. Minerva had been berating him in public. Why could she not see that he needed to be the one to show the boy the correct path? The Longbottom scion had been a good choice of friends. Even the Granger girl appeared to quite useful, if frustratingly superior and resourceful. The Bones heiress could have been a problem if young Susan was closer, though on the periphery it left Amelia still removed from the boy, so the situation was not untenable. Dumbledore still lamented that young Ronald Weasley continued to destroy any hope of befriending the boy. The Weasleys were a firm light side family, and he had promised Molly long ago that Harry would be Ginevra's intended. At least the girl and the older members of the family were not pushing Harry away as Ronald was determined to do. Saving the Davis girl was unforeseen. Dumbledore had known, of course, about the basilisk. It was rather hard to truly hide information about the goings-on in the castle when many of the portraits reported to him. A 60-foot snake, even one that primarily stayed in the walls, was not particularly stealthy. He hadn't known for certain just who had been controlling the serpent, but it hadn't managed to take out anyone of importance prior to Granger. And even when it had, that had certainly worked as sufficient motivation for Harry. Dumbledore was a little disappointed he had run straight to babbling with his discovery rather than someone like Minerva or Severus or himself, but the boy had figured it out and still showed the determination to assist. That was a good sign. Green grass was a problem. Dumbledore was not fooled by the gray veneer. The neutral family. There was no such thing as neutral or gray. There was only light and dark, the good and the bad. That Harry was now closely associating with the dark was problematic, worrisome. Harry was already being corrupted. He had killed with no true remorse shown. Quirrell had been understandable. That poor man had been utterly corrupted by Voldemort's shade. But the basilisk was intelligent and desperate. Surely Harry could have reasoned with it. Surely he could have taken the time to make the creature see. Even after the stress of the situation was diminishing, Harry had allowed the house elf to assault Lucius. That the elf likely had legitimate grievances was irrelevant. Such violence was evidence that Harry was starting to slip. And the diary, the Horcrux, the indisputable proof that he had been correct, that Voldemort had survived utilizing these items, and that Harry Potter would have to die. The residual scans of the diary were clear. They matched those Dumbledore had taken long ago of Harry's scar. The boy was a Horcrux, of that there was no doubt. Greengrass involvement may have jump-started the corruption of the horrid remnant, or it may have become more active on its own. Either way, it was clear that Harry was being influenced by the spirit sheltering within him. If Dumbledore could not pull Harry back to the light and convince him of the rightness of the path he must tread, then Albus Dumbledore would make certain that Harry Potter did not walk the easier route. When Gellert fell to the dark, Dumbledore had lost his lover. He had lost his friend. He had lost his sister. When Riddle fell, he had lost his remaining faith and hope. Dumbledore would not allow a third Dark Lord to arise because of his lack of action. Harry Potter would return to the light and rid himself of the Horcrux willingly, or Harry Potter would meet his next great adventure before his ascendance to power. Tonks, whose first name is not to be spoken. Hi, Tonks. You had said I could write if I wanted, so I figured I'd send you a short letter. I imagine by now Susan has told her Aunt Amelia, great job letting me know that your partner that day was the big boss, by the way, about the Chamber of Secrets and the monster. In case word didn't filter back down to you, though, I wanted to give you a heads up that the monster was a basilisk. It's dead now. My friends and I killed the thing. I don't think it was entirely sane at the end, which is a bit sad. I might not have had to kill it if it had listened to me. I can talk to snakes, by the way. You're a metamorphmagus. I'm a parseltongue. We each have rare gifts. Anyway, you were right. Hagrid couldn't have done anything either this time or the last time when Moaning Myrtle was killed. It actually turned out to be the same person both times, ironically enough, though that's a bit of a long story to put in a letter. For the moment, let's just say that it was a very scary memory that was at fault along with a Ponce who horribly mistreats his house elves. I know that Hagrid's not in Azkaban anymore, but if you wanted to clear Hagrid's name from his first conviction too, then feel free to use this memory of my talk with Myrtle about how she died. Shiva told me how to extract the thing, and that you'd have a court pensive able to play it. I still think this is weird, but then again, I think a lot about the wizarding world is weird. I can't believe nobody ever actually asked her. This should be more than enough to clear Hagrid. And yet, in case you're wondering, I did see you when he was arrested. I know you seemed pretty happy about the Aurors when we met, and Amelia seemed somewhat reasonable, but if being an Auror is going to beat you up inside like it did that day, maybe you should reconsider. It was fun seeing you with your hair spiked and colored and bouncing around like the devil couldn't care. But watching you in Hagrid's hut didn't feel right. You should do what makes you happy and keeps your hair lively, Tonks. So this letter is getting longer than I had planned. Hope you're good. Harry. P.S. Just to make sure you get some color today. Nymphadora. Harry finished off his letter with a smirk and tied it to Hedwig's leg. He gave his owl a pet and fed her a few slices of bacon. She hooted at him in thanks. Remember, Hedwig after you. Drop this off with Tonks hang around Shiva. She'll take care of you until things are done. No point in annoying the Dursleys more than we have to. Hedwig nipped at his fingers and bobbed her head. Good girl. One more slice of bacon for the road. The owl eagerly gobbled the proffered treat, hooted a quick goodbye, and took to the air. Who were you writing to, Harry? Neville asked. Tonks, Harry said. I wasn't sure how much Susan told her aunt, and I rather doubt Dumbledore will do anything to help Hagrid. So I figured I'd let Tonks know at least. That was a good idea. Harry. Hermione flashed a smile at her friend. I suppose we should get on the train. Probably, yeah. Well, this summer should be better than the last one at least, right? Hermione said, as they walked onto the platform. Hopefully. Harry nodded. Harry, remember, Neville said, if you need anything at all, send for me or Hermione. And if we don't hear anything after 2 weeks, then we're coming on a rescue mission ourselves this time. We've already let the twins know as well. Hermione chimed in. Harry laughed. Thanks, guys. You know, for the first time, I'm actually looking forward to going back there. He gave one last glance at the castle, smiling. With any luck, this would be one of the best summers he had ever had. Chapter 9. Guardians, Gringotts, and Goblins. I thought you said Aunt Marge wasn't coming for another week. Harry groaned as he set the dinner table. Aunt Petunia had just informed him that Uncle Vernon's sister was coming over early. The horrible woman was now going to arrive, just time to have one last hurrah with Harry before he could escape the clutches of this family forever. Aunt Marge and her dogs were quite possibly the worst among his relatives. Uncle Vernon mostly just yelled and occasionally hit him. Dudley just beat him and scared away any potential friends. Aunt Petunia waged emotional and psychological warfare, but was somewhat reserved. Aunt Marge pulled no punches. She did everything she could possibly get away with to Harry, and he had realized several years ago that at times she did actively try to either have her dogs kill him or get him to kill himself. Needless to say, Harry had no intention of going to this dinner unprepared. Screw the underage magic laws. He had his freebie back if he needed to use it. He stuck a concussor, a lockpick, a boomstone, and a ninja into his belt slots. Shiva had old to say the legal guardian paperwork would be done tomorrow. Aunt Marge was not going to screw this up for him. Harry wasn't planning on firing the first shot, but he would make sure that he'd be the one firing the last. Her plans shifted, boy. Petunia sniffed. So add that last place setting like I told you. You know, I'm leaving tomorrow. I don't see why you want me to come to this dinner knowing none of you will ever see me again, Harry said with a scowl. Can't you just let me have one final night of peace here? We both know Aunt Marge is going to be horrible. Petunia sneered in response. Harry supposed he should be thankful she hadn't flung the spaghetti pot at his head like she had done a few years ago. He shouldn't have badmouthed Marge. But he was almost out. It was so hard to keep watching what he said to his relatives. I'm so glad you finally placed that boy into the system correctly, Vernon, Aunt Marge said, sloshing some of her wine as she patted her brother's arm across the table. Harry glared at his plate, counting down until he would be allowed to leave. St. Brutus is an excellent first step. I only wish you could put him where he truly belongs. As do I, Marge dear, Vernon agreed, nodding. Prison may be extreme in some cases, but with this child's antics, it is the only appropriate response. He has been nothing but trouble for you and Petunia. Too right, Petunia said. Harry's scowl deepened. This woman was related to his mother? It was almost enough to convince him to never have children. That's not quite how I handle things with my dogs, though, of course. What do you mean? Aunt Marge, Dudley asked, shoveling more food into his bottomless pit. Harry smirked at the idle thought that perhaps Ron and his cousin would get along smashingly, or they'd kill each other over the last plate of food. It was a toss-up. Well, the brat is obviously incurable. Aunt Marge lifted a pudgy finger at Dudley. One of the puppies in Ripper's latest litter was the same. Completely rabid, unable to be trained or controlled. Is she seriously comparing me to a rabid dog? Harry thought idly. It would almost have been funny if she hadn't been so serious about it. Now, I didn't just put that dog down. I put down the bitch as well. It's certainly not Ripper's fault that his spawn had issues. But the instability had to come from somewhere. Harry's brow furrowed, and he clenched his hands. She couldn't possibly be about to. If there is a problem with the bitch, there is a problem with the progeny. You put them both down for the good of everyone. You can't let freaks and crazies and rabbits like them continue their lines. Any who would shelter them should be put down as well, because only those who have no morals would possibly defend such an obviously broken and awful existence. Marge slammed her glass back and leered proudly at Harry. His teeth were clenched and his muscles locked. It was all he could do to hold the table and push the magic that was threatening to flood out back down. So, Dudders, Marge continued with a smile, I'm simply saying that if the boy was one of my dogs, he wouldn't have seen his first year, and his bitch mother would have shortly followed behind him. Harry lifted his gaze to scan the table. Dudley, surprisingly, was looking rather uncomfortable at the direction things had turned. Vernon, however, was happily nodding along, and Petunia simply gave a little noncommittal shrug. Harry desperately tried to remember why he needed to remain controlled. That letting go would only confirm what Marge was saying about him. I hear that you managed to find some foolish woman to take him off your hands, Vernon. It would be only appropriate for her to perish along with him, as they leave in the same manner as the brat's parents. It would serve them all. Shut up, Harry screamed. Insulting him was one thing. He was used to it. Insulting his parents was completely different. Insulting Shiva for rescuing him was the last straw. I've had enough, Harry continued in a voice barely above a whisper. All I've ever done to you people was be born. I gave up trying to get you to care a long time ago, and I understand that you hate me. I don't even really care anymore. But you will not insult my parents. My parents who died to save me, and you will not insult the one person in my life who is getting me away from you and your poison. Harry was standing with his fists on the table. He left the rune stones in his belt so that he wasn't tempted to use them. If he could get out of this without resorting to them, it'd be a bonus. The way that both Vernon and Marge's faces were purpling, though, it didn't seem likely. How dare you, you little freak! Vernon shouted. We put a roof over your head for years. We feed you. We clothe you. You throw rags at me that I have to staple to fit into. Harry yelled back. You stuck me in a cupboard. You leave me scraps. It is more than you or your precious parents ever deserved. Marge sneered. You should have died with those fools that night. I don't know for sure what you are doing for this woman claiming you, but it is certain to be unnatural. She should be ashamed of herself to allow her body to be defiled by you. Harry lost all control at that. The windows in the kitchen blew out, and the table flipped. Marge flew into the wall, leaving a whale-sized dent. Her dog, Ripper, flew towards Harry for daring to attack his mistress. Harry just ripped off the boomstone and activated it. The localized silencing charm snapped into place around him, while a piercing screech was let off just beyond his bubble. It was strong enough in the enclosed space that Harry felt the sound reverberate in his bones. The boomstone cut off after a second, but the damage was done. Ripper had fled to the backyard. Dudley was cowering in the corner behind the overturned table. Petunia was leaning against the counter for support, and Marge was still stuck half in the wall. Only Vernon was up. His ears were bleeding as he reached for Harry, but Harry grabbed for his concussor and held it aloft, pointed towards the man. Go ahead, Uncle, Harry whispered. He didn't know if the whale could hear him or not, but either way, Vernon proved to be mildly more intelligent than Harry had initially assumed. He stopped. I'm leaving. I hope Voldemort finds you and your family. Harry twisted and stalked out of the room. He pressed the lockpick to the door of the cupboard, and it popped open. Grabbing his trunk, Harry stormed out of the house, all his belongings held in one little container. Harry practically ran down several blocks before coming to a halt. He turned back in the direction of number 4, Privet Drive, and scowled. A low whine from behind him had Harry twisting back around in an instant with concussor held up. Whatever was making the noise was hidden in the bushes. Harry carefully put down his trunk and popped it open, pulling out his wand before shutting it again. The concussor was useful, but not very versatile after all. Hello, Harry asked into the dark. Now that he was starting to calm down again, he was starting to get worried at the amount of magic he had just performed at his former house. If he could get away with not using his wand, that would be preferable at this point. A thin, mangy-looking giant black dog crawled out of the bushes. The animal was huge, but it looked so sad and, well, pathetic that Harry dropped the concussor back onto his belt. It's okay. Boy, I'm not going to hurt you. You seem nicer than Ripper at least. The dog cocked its head at Harry and gave a soft woof before picking itself up and padding over to him. Harry petted the dog's head, and it panted its enjoyment. Squirming away from his hand, the dog reached up to lick his face, and Harry laughed. The dog then reached out to his hand, still holding his wand, and nosed it up. I'd prefer to keep a hold of this for the moment, buddy. Harry chuckled as the dog lifted his arm up towards the street with its persistence. Barely a moment passed before there was a soft bang and a large purple double-decker bus sprang into existence out of nowhere and came to a crashing halt on the sidewalk next to Harry. The boy jumped back, landing on his ass, and the dog gave a woof that sounded practically like a laugh. Shaking his head, Harry stared at the obnoxious vehicle. The doors opened, and a pimply head poked out. "Night bus at your service, sir. Last respite for the stranded witch or wizard too pissed to apparate home. I'm Stan Shunpike. How may I help you today?" Harry just gaped at the man. He shook his head before muttering, "Well, I guess that's one way to get to Shiva's." Harry picked himself up and grabbed his trunk, thanking his lucky stars that Shiva had mentioned her address in her last letter. "How much to go to Colchester?" "Say 73 Northgate Street." Harry saw the dog cock its head at that and let out a small woof. Colchester. Bout a galleon. That would include a hot chocolate too. Deal. Harry grabbed his trunk and turned to the dog, but it had already disappeared back into the night. "Good luck, buddy. Hope your night ends better than mine started." Harry left the night bus behind and stumbled up the steps of Shiva's apartment complex, working hard to ignore his still flip-flopping stomach. Leaning against the wall outside her door for a moment to regain his equilibrium, Harry eventually tamed his body enough to knock. A muffled curse sounded from the other side after Harry knocked twice more. "Do you bloody know what time it is?" Shiva's voice grouched from within. She opened the door with murder written in her features until her eyes lit upon Harry standing in front of the portal to the apartment. Shiva's anger melted into concern, and she wrapped Harry into a hug. "Geez, kid, what the hell are you doing here at this time of night? What happened?" She pulled him into the apartment and kicked his trunk to the side as she shut the door again. Hedwig hooted amicably from her perch in the corner of the living room, and Harry waved at his familiar. Shiva sat him down at the kitchen table and moved to the side. "So, how bad is it, and how awake do I need to be for this conversation?" "Air," Harry said, looking down at his rune belt. "Somewhere between a 6 and 9? How much trouble I get in will probably end up depending on just how much Mafalda Hopkirk hates me, and how much Amelia Bones likes me. In terms of wakefulness, probably about a first class of the day level." Shiva sighed and set a tea kettle of water on to boil. "Great. So tea for you, and 1 cup of coffee for me." She plopped down into a chair across from him, and Harry finally got a good look at his friend. It was blatantly obvious she had been sleeping before he knocked on her door. Her shoulder-length brown hair was arrayed around her face, not unlike Hermione's first-year norm, and her eyes were tired slits. The T-shirt she was wearing was large, hanging down to a few inches above her thighs. Harry realized with slightly burning cheeks that she was wearing a pair of tight boy shorts, and was suddenly very thankful that at least she hadn't answered the door in panties. "Why are you green?" Shiva asked, squinting at him. I took the night bus here," Harry grimaced. "I swear, literally every form of wizarding transit I've experienced so far hates me." Shiva laughed in commiseration with him. "If it helps, everyone hates the night bus. My aunt was convinced that it's deliberately horrible to make people less inclined to drink enough that they can't apparate anymore. Considering it's mostly used by minors these days, though it seems counterproductive to me." The pot whistled and Shiva poured Harry the tea and got the coffee set up for herself. "All right, tell me what happened." "Uncle Vernon's sister, Aunt Marge, came over tonight. She was supposed to come a few weeks later, but apparently word got back to her that I was leaving for good. And it seems like the Dursleys wanted one last pick on Harry Day. She's awful. Worse than the other 3 combined. And I still have some scars on my legs from where she used to let her dogs bite me." Shiva's expression darkened quite a bit as she perked up, the coffee in her hands mostly forgotten. "I knew it would be bad. So before dinner, I grabbed some of my rune stones just in case I ended up needing them. She started going on about how I was incurably insane and evil and other such stuff, but I'm used to that, so I mostly ignored it. Then she started talked about Mum and Dad and you, and how it was good they had died, and how she hoped that you and I would also die as soon as we got in the car to leave. I got a bit angry at that point. Go on. Shiva's face was carefully neutral, though Harry noticed the way her hands were clenched around the coffee mug. I started yelling back at them all for the first time in years. Vernon screamed back while Dudley and Petunia just sat there. I yelled again. Marge, air. She said it would have been better if I died as a baby, but that wasn't what set me off. And what did set you off? She started to say that the only reason you were taking me in was because I was having sex with you. I kind of lost my temper at that point. The windows blew out, the table flew across the kitchen, and Aunt Marge was knocked into the wall. At that point, I got my wild magic under control, but I wasn't thinking clearly, so I grabbed my boomstone, the one that makes a lot of noise like a boombox, set it off, partly to make them pay, and partly to scare off Ripper. Uncle Vernon started coming for me after it shut off, so I switched for the concussor and threatened him. He backed off. I unlocked the cupboard with my trunk with the lockpick and left. It was all over in under 2 minutes, but it was still a lot of magic. Harry was wringing his hands by that point. He hadn't even noticed Shiva had gotten up until he was pulled into another hug. You don't have to defend my honor, Harry, but thank you for doing so. Everything for the guardianship is done, signed, and ready. I'm just picking up the official document first thing, but it was all already legal by the time I went to bed last night. She whispered to him. You are never going back to them. Harry, nobody deserves to be raised by people like that. I can't get them locked up, but we will spend some time thinking about how to make them pay. Harry nodded, and Shiva pulled back. Okay, now let's get you to bed. We can go talk to Madam Bones and Hopkirk in the morning after I get the paperwork, okay? Can I say hi to Tonks while we're there? Harry asked, perking up a bit. Shiva laughed. Sure, kid. Figured you'd be sweet on Hermione, not going for the older women. That's not. I mean, she's just nice and funny is all. Harry sputtered. Uh-huh. And I want to make sure she's okay. Yup. Besides, neither she nor Hermione are interested in me, Harry finished, crossing his arms. Shiva slapped a hand to her face and shook her head. Kid, it is far too early in the morning for me to try and knock some sense into you, both about women and your general romantic suitability. Your bedroom is the first door on the right, mine is the last of the left, and the loo is at the end of the hall. Towels are in the closet in case I'm gone already by the time you wake up, and there's cereal in the cabinets. Shiva scratched her head. I think that's about it. Push the brick on the top left of the fireplace to open the flue for anything beyond. Calls though I'd prefer to be here, if you're going to let someone in. I've put wards on the windows so Hedwig and any post owls can get in or out on their own. Also, wait to read the Prophet in the morning till I get a chance to talk to you about it tonight, okay? That bad? Harry asked, looking worried. Shiva grimaced. Well, it's not like Two-Face showed up again, but yeah, it's kinda bad. It's also rather complicated, so I prefer to talk about while fully awake. Is that cool? Not Voldemort. Shiva shook her head. Harry sighed but nodded in agreement. As long as you don't just ignore it later. I can live with waiting. Sweet. Shiva moved to give him a quick hug and ruffled his hair before heading down the hall. Night, kid. Sleep well. Try not to stress too much. Night. Hedwig. Good night. Shiva? Harry looked around the apartment with a smile. For the first time in his life, he actually felt like he was home. Harry had just finished his shower and thrown some clothes on when Shiva walked back in the front door. A manila envelope was held in one hand while her other was balancing a large apple pie. "Brought food," she called out. Harry jumped up to grab the pie, his mouth already watering. "You are amazing." "Why, thank you." Shiva mock-preened. "Tarts are harder to find, and I can't bake to save my life. So you get pie instead." I got the paperwork and spoke to Amelia Bones. "We have an appointment for 10, which gives us some time to get you clothes that fit. Do you want to go in Muggle or wizard stuff?" "Air. The only wizard robes I have are Hogwarts." "I just said I was taking you shopping, kid." Shiva chuckled. "We only have time to hit up one store first though, so Muggle or wizard. Would it be okay if we went in Muggle stuff?" "Sure. I need a new set of jeans anyway." Shiva shrugged. "I thought you were a pureblood." Sorta," Shiva said, waving her hand. "My paternal grandpa was Muggle-born, so I'm technically considered a three-quarter blood, but nobody uses that term. I know most of the basics about Muggle stuff, but my dad always preferred the wizarding world, so I'm not as well-versed as I could be. I can get around, though, without standing out, and I can pronounce most of their terms correctly, which is honestly a heck of a lot better than some of the so-called experts. Like Arthur Weasley, for example," Harry said with a small cringe. "For someone obsessed with Muggles, you'd think he could say electricity, right?" Shiva laughed. "Yeah, Arthur's special that way. Great guy, though, and he taught his kids well." Harry raised an eyebrow as he munched on his pie. "Well, okay, he taught his kids besides Ron well." Harry nodded and went back to breakfast. "Don't get used to this, by the way. Harry, you're not getting pie for breakfast all the time. Stop pouting. Pie is dessert, not breakfast. Just because I can't cook doesn't mean I can't feed you right. And I should probably get you some nutrient potions as well, so we can get rid of some of the problems your relatives left. Actually, now that I think about it, have you had your inoculations, like for TB and measles?" Harry asked. He paused and tapped the table in thought. "I don't think I've had those, actually." "No, those are important, but I meant inoculations for things like for dragonpox and spattergroit," Shiva said. At Harry's blank look, she sighed. "Why am I not surprised? Okay, after Bones. We'll hit Gringotts, then get you your shots and potions. I'm going to have to talk to Min about forgetting to get you those." "McGonagall." Harry furrowed his brow. Why would Professor McGonagall have handled that? Well, all Muggle-born or raised are supposed to be brought to St. Mungo's for a full screening and inoculation set during their Diagon Alley trip. Oh, McGonagall didn't take me to Diagon. "Hagrid did," Harry said, hoping he wasn't about to get his friend into trouble. "Hagrid." Shiva's mouth dropped open. Then she muttered, "Dumbledore." She fumed for a moment before calming down and looking back to Harry. "Hagrid is nice, Harry, but he is not qualified to explain the important parts of our world to someone raised with Muggles." "I can agree with that," Harry sighed. "He didn't even tell me how to get on platform 9 3/4. I was lucky I read about it in Hogwarts. A history beforehand." Shiva just groaned and banged her head on the table. "Neville was right, kid. You seriously have the worst good luck possible. Good morning, Madam Bones." "It's nice to see you again," Harry said as he and Shiva met Amelia Bones in front of her office at 10. They shook hands, and Amelia nodded down to him. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Miss Babbling tells me you had a bit of an incident last night." "Yes, ma'am." And why does that necessitate coming to the department head to explain it? Amelia asked, glancing between Shiva and Harry. Well, Director, Shiva said with a shrug. Hopkirk didn't seem very reasonable the last time there was an incident, and Harry wasn't even at fault back then. This time he is, and there is a fair bit of magic involved from what he told me. We figured we'd head the problem off at the pass, and just ask you to sit in instead of coming with another complaint later. Amelia sighed and rubbed her forehead, letting the monocle fall off her face. Mafalda does tend to hold a grudge. It's really probably for the best. Not like I have much else I can do at the moment with all of our resources tied up in black. She waved them inside the office. Well, sit down. Hopkirk should be here right about. The older witch stalked in and took a seat without waiting for an invitation. Now, problems again, Potter? Hopkirk said with a barely disguised sneer. Harry resisted, snorting. This woman should take lessons from Snape if she wanted to truly master the art of a good sneer. Well, ma'am, considering this was my first underage magic event after starting Hogwarts, I don't believe it would be correct to say again. Play nice, Harry, Shiva muttered. Please tell us what happened, Mr. Potter, Amelia said, taking out a quill and parchment. Yes, Madam Bones, Harry said. He took a calming breath and sat up straighter. My relatives were having Aunt Marge over for dinner. She hates me even more than the rest of my relatives. Harry stopped for a moment at Hopkirk's snort. Is there an issue, Miss Hopkirk? Amelia asked, glaring at the woman. I simply find it hard to believe that the boy who lives family dislikes him. They are not my family, Harry snarled. They are my relatives. But Shada Babbling is far more family than they ever were. Shiva sniffled a bit at that, but Harry barged on. And just because reality isn't what you find believable doesn't make it untrue, ma'am. Please continue with your explanation, Mr. Potter, Amelia said before Hopkirk could say anything else. I spent most of the dinner being berated and insulted. Eventually Aunt Marge got around to saying that it was good my parents were dead, and that with any luck me and Miss Babbling would be joining them soon. I started yelling back at that point, and then Aunt Marge insinuated that I was intimate with Miss Babbling. Amelia's eyebrows rose at that statement while Hopkirk just snorted again. I had a burst of accidental magic after that which destroyed many of the windows in the room and knocked the table over in addition to sending my aunt careening into the wall. Her dog moved to attack me, and I defended myself by using a rune stone, which creates a very loud noise. After it cut out, I had to retrieve my things with the use of an unlocking rune and left the house. And that's when you went to Miss Babbling's home? Amelia clarified. Yes, ma'am. Miss Babbling, can you corroborate any aspects? Amelia's quill was scratching along as she turned to look at Shiva. Harry showed up at my door last night around 1 a.m. He had just gotten off the night bus but was still visibly upset, and some clothes were half sticking out of his trunk. It looked like he had left in a hurry. When I asked what happened, he told me the same thing you just heard. Shiva sighed. I was coming to pick him up today anyway. His relatives have a history of this sort of thing, ma'am. Really? Amelia's quill stopped moving, and she turned her full gaze upon Shiva. And why am I just hearing about this now? Simple, Madam Bones, Harry said. Nobody cared before Miss Babbling found out. He shrugged. Very few people care now. Mr. Potter, it is not normal for relatives to behave in such a manner. Again, that doesn't change the fact that nobody cared before, ma'am. I'm done with them now. I don't plan on ever seeing them again. You don't actually believe this, madam? Hopkirk asked, sounding incredulous. He's the boy who lived. No one in their right mind would say such things to him. He's obviously making the entire thing up to get away with breaking the law like a spoiled little child. Shiva glared at the woman, and Harry's eyes narrowed. Amelia just rubbed her forehead and picked up the quill. Mafalda, I placed you on probation last year because you refused to listen or investigate. You are doing the exact same thing right now. I advise you to stop speaking before I fire you. Madam Umbridge would never. I don't care what the senior undersecretary thinks or threatens, Mafalda. I run this department, and I don't take being given ultimatums well. Pack your things and get out. You can't do this to me. I already have. Out. Now. Amelia pointed towards the door with a scowl on her features. Hopkirk glared at the director but stiffly stood and walked out of the room. Damn. Now I need to find yet another clerk. Mr. Potter, Amelia said, switching gears and turning back to the others in the room, I believe your story and cannot fault the accidental magic. It's termed accidental for a reason. I can also understand the use of the noise and lock-picking spells, though I feel at that point the situation could have been handled better. You are, however, still only 12 years old, so that must be taken into account. Consider this an official warning. No charges or fines will be levied, but it will be entered into your record. If there is another incident, then you will be likely find yourself fined. She paused and set the quill down. On a more personal note, I apologize for the conditions leading to this. Am I safe in assuming that Ms. Babbling is looking after you from this point forward? Both nodded at that. Okay then. Do you have the paperwork to make that official? Yes, ma'am. Shiva handed over the papers she picked up that morning. Amelia quickly scanned the documents. This looks to be in order for the Muggle side of things. What about the magical side? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Madam Bones. Shiva said, trailing off with a confused look. The Muggle paperwork handles official guardianship. The magical side deals with the magical guardian. Doesn't that just implicitly follow if the legal guardian is a magical as well? Shiva asked. Harry could feel his stomach nodding. Of course, it was too good to be true. Honestly, I'm not sure. That's not my field. I never had any issues with my ward, my niece Susan, but it's always better to be sure. Ask Gringotts. They'd be able to tell you faster than dealing with the bureaucracy here. We were headed there next anyway. Shiva scowled. Thanks for the heads up. Of course. Amelia sighed. If you do run into problems with it, know this, Miss Babbling, Mr. Potter. Your place of residence and physical guardian is resolved in this paperwork right here. She pointed to the documents Shiva was holding, even should you not be his magical guardian. These make the boy your ward. Wizarding world decisions might be more difficult, but he can't be taken away. While those exist, Harry's stomach unclenched slightly. Worst-case scenario of being forced back to the Dursleys was apparently off the table. Thank you, ma'am. Amelia nodded. Of course. Now, if there's nothing else, I really do need to get back to dealing with this task force. Sure. Thanks again for your time, Madam Bones. Shiva stood up and led Harry back outside. She ruffled Harry's hair and grinned at him. So slap on the wrist ain't too bad. Don't worry about the magical guardian thing too much. We'll deal with it at Gringotts if we have to. Harry nodded back, trying to pat his hair back into a semblance of order. You wanted to stop by and say hello to Tonks, right? Ours should be this door. Harry entered the section of the building that Shiva indicated and glanced about the room. He almost missed Tonks at first, but then there was a loud crash and muffled cursing from one side of the room. Looking over, Harry had to stifle his laughter as one man was face first in a garbage bin, and Tonks was leaning against a desk, holding her leg, and looking guilty. "Sorry, Dawlish," she said, speaking up to be heard around the laughter in the room. "I swear that desk was few feet to the right before. Thanks for breaking my fall, though." Dawlish pulled his head out of the bin, glared at Tonks, and stalked out to the bathroom. Harry grinned and walked over towards Tonks. Still 2 left feet. Tonks. Watcher. Harry. Watcher. Shiva. Tonks grinned over at the two and dropped into the chair behind the desk, still rubbing at her leg. "I could do the 2 left feet thing. Want to see?" Harry laughed again. "That'd be a bit weird, I think. I see you got some color back." He waved to her dark blue hair. "Yup. Pink just didn't seem appropriate and all. I'm going to get you back for mentioning the name, where I couldn't hit you upside the head, you know," Tonks said, half glaring and half smiling. Yeah, I know. Did the memory help?" "Actually, yeah, it did. Thanks for that." Tonks dropped into a bit more of a professional bent. "Hagrid was cleared of most of the original charges on him, thanks to you. He's still got a sanction for keeping a dangerous controlled magical beast, but that was mostly just a large fine which had been paid long ago. Don't know if he's going to get a new wand anymore, or whatnot, but the option is open to him now." There was a slightly frustrated air about her, though she seemed to shrug it off before continuing. "I think he has something special planned for you when you guys meet up again at Hogwarts." "Cool. Good for him. I'm glad I could help," Harry said. "So what are you two doing here?" Shiva slapped Harry's shoulder while his face turned a bit red. "Well, this guy had a bit of a fight yesterday, and magic got involved. He put them in their place." She smirked and Tonks laughed. "Well, I certainly hope he did. Did Hopkirk give you any problems?" "Actually, I got her fired," Harry mumbled. Tonks' eyes widened. Her mouth dropped open, and her hair flashed through a rainbow of colors before settling back to blue. "Remind me never to piss you off, Harry." "It wasn't really his fault," Shiva said with a shrug. She ran her mouth and ticked off Madame Bones. Yeah, that makes sense. Bonesy has a bit of short temper at the moment. Fudge is coming down on her hard over the serious black case, and it's not like we have anywhere close to the amount of people we need with the recent budget cuts." "Fudge again." Harry's visage darkened. "Who voted for that guy?" "Malfoy," Shiva and Tonks both said at the same time. "I really hate that man." Harry grumbled. "Agreed," Tonks said. "Look, it's been fun, guys, but I really do need to work this case a bit. He is my cousin after all. It's pretty much my responsibility to find him." "Sure, we'll let you go. I just wanted to say hi." Harry waved at her as he and Shiva turned to make their way back outside. "Later, Harry." "Bye, Shiva." Harry and Shiva were almost to the front of the queue at Gringotts when she turned to him. "Remember, goblins take smiles with teeth showing as a sign of aggression. Be polite and direct because they don't like to waste time." "I know, Shiva. I talked to Flitwick about proper conduct regarding goblins before I left for the summer. I got it covered," Harry said, waving off her concerns. "The goblins weren't that bad. They at least were blatant in their dislike of most people." He could respect that. Stepping up to the free teller, Harry nodded and said, "May your gold ever flow, sir." Harry didn't notice it, but every goblin within earshot paused for a moment at the traditional greeting being spoken by a wizard child. The teller blinked down at the boy, and his original automatic sneer twisted into a confused frown. "May your hoard be increased, patron. What is your business with Gringotts?" His words were just as short as before, but the tone sounded far less ornery than the first time Harry had been here. I need to visit my vault, and I'd also like to speak with the Potter account manager. I have had a recent change in guardianship, and I need to ascertain that she is added to my accounts as well as any necessary paperwork is in order. Harry, Shiva whispered with wide eyes, you don't have to do that. I know, but I want to. The teller blinked down at the two again. Potter. Harry nodded. The goblin frowned, then snapped his fingers. A smaller goblin hurried forward from behind the counter. Follow the vault runner to the meeting room. Thank you, sir. May your enemies fall before you, Harry said with a small bow. And may their blood wet your blade. The teller responded with another surprised head nod. Hello, Griphook. I hope you've been well. May your gold ever flow, Harry said as he turned to the goblin they were to follow. You remember me? Griphook's eyes had widened considerably, and the pause in the surrounding goblins was noticeable to all nearby this time. Of course, that was 2 years ago, wizard. Griphook sounded dumbfounded. You were the first goblin I ever met, Harry said with a bit of chuckle. It made a bit of an impression. Griphook just nodded and shook his head before turning to lead the way back through the bank's corridors. As they trio moved off, many goblins' heads watched their progress. It had been a long time since wizards from a prominent family had bothered to remember their names, or to give proper greetings, or to even truly be polite. Perhaps Harry Potter would follow in his ancestors' footsteps after all. Harry and Shiva were led into a small office, and after greeting the goblin behind the desk, took their seats. I am Snapfist, Mr. Potter. It is good to see you have finally found the time to deem a response to my questions was warranted, though a simple owl would have sufficed. Wait, questions? Shiva said, furrowing her brow at the goblin. Harry scowled. Let me guess. You've sent me owls for years, and I've never replied to a single one. Snapfist leaned back with a barely concealed sneer. We have sent letters since you first turned 11, Mr. Potter. At least one letter every month for nearly 2 years now. I haven't received any of them, sir. I apologize for any offense taken, as I assure you none was intended. Snapfist's eyebrows furrowed at the little wizard's response. This was highly unexpected. An arrogant air was perfectly normal. A lying wizard was also perfectly normal. Both were exceedingly easy to spot. Harry Potter instead appeared nearly as frustrated as Snapfist himself. It certainly helped the child's case that wizard heirs, as a rule, never apologized. Certainly never to a goblin. You don't sound surprised by this, Harry, Shiva said. I'm the bloody boy who lived. Shouldn't I have gotten letters from half the witches and wizards in Britain with everything from simple thanks to marriage proposals? The first letter I ever got was from Hogwarts. The second was from Hermione. No, Shiva, it doesn't surprise me at all that someone's been stealing my mail. If you suspected this, Mr. Potter, why did you not say anything earlier? Snapfist asked, eyes narrowing. Because, Snapfist, if I started getting letters while still at the Dursleys, I'd be in for an even rougher summer than usual. I was waiting until I was free of my relatives. Now I am. Shiva was glowering at the situation as Harry explained. Snapfist gave a low growl. Tampering with one's mail is a criminal offense, Mr. Potter. Tampering with official Gringotts communications is an offense against the Goblin Nation. Shiva stiffened, but Harry just snorted. We will find the guilty party and ensure adequate punishment is meted out. Who may we address your letters to in the meantime? Bathsheba babbling. Harry nodded toward Shiva. She's my legal guardian as of yesterday, which is actually one of the reasons why I'm here. But we can go over that later. What were you trying to get a hold of me for? 3 primary reasons, Mr. Potter. First, we were sending account statements detailing your holdings. Here is a copy now. Snapfist handed across a piece of parchment to Harry, who glanced at it and passed it to Shiva. The summary of the information is thus. Your trust vault is refilled to 2,000 galleons on the 1st of June each year. Your family vault remains open to perusal, however, all items must remain inside, including gold, jewelry, and heirlooms. Documents may be copied, but the originals must remain in the vault. These restrictions will dissolve upon you reaching your age of majority, and any items remaining in your trust vault will be deposited into your family vault. Your Muggle Holdings investments have been mostly profitable, with the largest producer being a company termed Apple. Your current approximate holdings amount to 150,000 galleons of liquid assets, along with an additional 250,000 pounds in Muggle Holdings. This figure does not take into account the jewels or jewelry in your family vault, nor your family heirlooms or properties. In addition, only the 2,000 galleons inside the vault are available at any given time until your age of majority. Harry's mouth was gaping, and he turned to Shiva, who was looking similarly dumbstruck. I'm almost a millionaire. It's not quite enough to live on for the rest of your life without a job, especially while supporting a family. But Merlin, kid, wow. Shiva shook her head. Don't spend everything in one place. You mentioned properties, Snapfist? Harry asked, almost afraid to turn back to the goblin. That was the second issue we wished to discuss, Snapfist said, nodding. The Godric's Hollow home was officially claimed as a historic monument, and your magical guardians signed off on this. The Potter Manor summer bungalow on the coast of France is still in good order and well maintained, as per the original agreement. Summer bungalow? Shiva asked with a slightly strained voice. Yes, Snapfist pulled some papers out of his stack to examine. It is a small property. 1 floor, 3 bedrooms, 2 restrooms. The primary advantage is the location, as it resides on a cliff overlooking the ocean. I am told it is quite the view, though I have never visited myself. Anything else? Harry asked, controlling his breathing. The primary Potter Manor is the only other property. It is also the reason for the summons. The manor was heavily damaged during the Blood War, and while provisions were set up for the manor's repair, they were never activated. Why not? Snapfist rubbed his head. Apparently some gestures cross species. A very frustrating technicality. James Potter had arranged for everything, as well as already completed payment. However, he had yet to sign the revised paperwork acknowledging agreement with the upgraded warding schemes prior to his death. We were unable to move forward without that signature or official release in his will to perform the work. As James Potter's will was sealed prior to being read, our hands were tied. As the eldest Potter, you, with your legal guardian's signature, may authorize this work. My father's will exists. Harry asked, his lip twitching. I was led to believe my parents' wills had been destroyed the night they died. Snapfist frowned. Could nothing be normal with this child? I assure you, Mr. Potter, both James Potter and Lily Potter, nay Evan's wills, are safe in our records. I want to read them. Harry's hands had clenched into fists, and his knuckles were going white. That is not possible at this time, Snapfist said apologetically. James Potter's will was sealed by order of the Wisingamot and cannot be read without a counterorder or release by the head of House Potter. Lily Potter's will was never activated to begin with and cannot be read until this condition changes. You just said Harry could sign to start the work on the manor. Why can't he unseal the wills? Shiva asked, laying a calming hand on Harry's shoulder. The paperwork to repair Potter Manor was completed and signed by the head of house. That an addendum was added to incorporate a definition of the ward scheme is what is preventing work. It is a technicality that allows for any Potter to complete the work by accepting the addendum as sufficient. The wills would need to be released by the head of house. Harry Potter is not considered the head of house until he reaches the age of majority and assumes the title Lord Potter. Well, can I unseal them? I have the paperwork proving I'm his legal guardian. Shiva got out the documents and handed them over. Snapfist, however, shook his head after a quick scan. These are Muggle forms. Mr. Potter's magical guardian remains unchanged, and only he may authorize the release. As it was he who initially sealed the will, I rather doubt you will gain cooperation from that direction. Dumbledore, right? He's my magical guardian, isn't he? Harry growled. That would be correct, Mr. Potter. Snapfist snarled. The old wizard had trampled over many Gringotts policies through the years and did not engender warm feelings. How do I change it? Shiva frowned as Harry spoke. This was a problem. She had initially assumed Dumbledore simply had in loco parentis guardianship while Harry attended Hogwarts, not that he was an official magical guardian. It would need to be a Wisengamot decision to strip his magical guardianship rights and grant them to another, Snapfist explained. Harry just growled in response. Snapfist found himself growing to genuinely like this little wizard. It was rare enough to meet a magical that could be polite. It was even rarer to find one capable of a respectable growl. Snapfist, Shiva asked slowly, just what kind of power does Dumbledore have as Harry's magical guardian? Primarily financial control over any transactions. More than 50 galleons, though he cannot perform any transactions regarding the family vault or your investments, Snapfist said, tapping his fingers on the desk. A magical guardian also has the right to accept or deny any magical contracts, including marriage contracts. That's still a thing. Harry said, scowling even deeper. What the hell is wrong with this world? Snapfist had to hold in laughter at that question. Many goblins had asked the same thing regarding wizards. They're really rare. Harry, Shiva said, but then frowned. Snapfist, has Dumbledore signed any magical contracts or marriage contracts in Harry's name? Snapfist shifted a few more papers before shaking his head. No. There is a draft marriage document for one Ginevra Weasley, with Molly Pruitt's signature already stamped, however Albus Dumbledore has yet to sign. Thank God. Shiva leaned back with a sigh. Harry's face was starting to turn colors that only Vernon had ever reached. What was the date on that one? November 5th, 1981. Both humans gaped at that and looked at each other. Harry unfroze first. I am going to strangle that old man with his own beard. At least he didn't sign the bloody thing. Snapfist. Is there any way to block that from ever getting signed? Well, the goblin tapped the desk again, thinking. A scary grin split his features as he recognized an option perfectly in line with bank policies. We could place it into the family vault. As a draft document, it would be required to be either destroyed or signed before any other marriage contracts could be formed, and Dumbledore isn't allowed in the family vault despite being a magical guardian, Harry said. Snapfist nodded, noting with approval that the predatory grin spreading across Harry's features mirrored the goblin's own. Can I give access to that vault to Shiva? No. Not until you reach your age of majority. Currently, you are the only one allowed access to the Potter family vault. Oh, well, it was worth a shot. Wait, Harry frowned, By locking away this contract, I'm screwing Ginny, aren't I? She seems nice enough, and I don't want to stop her from dating anyone until I turn 17 or something. In one manner, you are limiting her options, Mr. Potter. Miss Weasley would be unable to enter into another marriage contract the same as you. However, that does not mean neither of you can form relationships. It simply means neither of your hands can be bought or sold, Snapfist said. Shiva. Do it, she nodded to him and gave a thumbs up. This is definitely the best option until we can get you out from under him. I just wish I knew why Dumbledore seems dead set on managing your life. Maybe he's just senile, Harry muttered. Was there a third thing, Snapfist? Yes, a Wizengamot proxy. A what? Shite, Shiva said softly. I didn't even think about you having a seat on the Wizengamot. It's a hereditary one, I assume. It is, Snapfist agreed. It is generally not a topic Gringotts handles. However, with the sealed, we have been forced. Snapfist made it sound like a curse to bring up the issue. Currently, the proxy is Albus Dumbledore in his role as your magical guardian. You are unfortunately unable to change this fact without his consent. Fantastic. Harry sighed. Well, this sucks. If you guys manage to figure out a way for us to change magical guardians before we do, let me know, please. I will ensure we do, Mr. Potter. Snapfist nodded to them both. Before we conclude, it has come to the attention of Gringotts that you are in possession of the sword of Godric Gryffindor. Is this true? His eyes were beady and his stare intense. Shiva narrowed her eyes at Snapfist and stopped Harry before he could speak. Yes, she said. The Hogwarts Founder's artifact chose Harry as a champion and bestowed the sword of Godric Gryffindor upon him in his hour of need. Harry shot her a questioning glance, but Shiva just shook her head. Snapfist frowned, deep in thought, before slowly replying, You claimed this blade during a crisis? Yes, Shiva said. Mr. Potter, please explain. Harry again looked at Shiva. She just sighed and motioned for him to go ahead. My friend and I were fighting a basilisk. Nothing was working against it, so I asked for help. Fawkes, the phoenix, showed up with the sorting hat. I put the sorting hat on, and the sword came out. I used it to stab the basilisk. I think I hit the venom sac and the brain when I stabbed it. Snapfist stayed quiet for some time. You have claimed right of conquest and right of bequeathment then. Shiva nodded. He has. Very well, Snapfist sighed. He shook his head with a resigned growl of defeat. The Goblin Nation recognizes your claim, and you're right, Harry Potter. You maintain uncontested ownership of the sword of Godric Gryffindor for your lifespan. Okay, one of you has to explain what is going on because I'm pretty sure I've missed a very large chunk of this last part. Harry looked between the two others, getting annoyed. Obviously something delicate was just decided, and I don't appreciate feeling like it was done without my input. Harry, Shiva said softly, goblins view any items they make as belonging to the crafter and the crafter's descendants after they pass. In their view, any items made for a witch or wizard are merely rented. When the owner passes, the period of rent is up, and they expect the item returned to the crafter or his family. We don't agree with that. We feel we paid an extreme amount for a very finely made item, and we own that item, so we pass them along to our children. Okay, Harry looked between the two again. So you thought I was cheating you by not giving the sword back? Correct, Mr. Potter, Snapfist nodded. So, what made you change your mind? Two things. You claimed the right of conquest and the right of bequeathment. The right of bequeathment is valid as you did not ask for the blade, yet it was delivered to you all the same. You were chosen as a champion of Hogwarts. We respect that choice and the judgment of your abilities and character. The right of conquest is equally valid, as you accomplished a feat many would die failing to perform in your place. A basilisk is no easy prey. This marks you and your ally, Daphne Greengrass. Harry supplied after Shiva elbowed him. Daphne Greengrass says warriors in our eyes. A warrior is entitled to the spoils of his kill, as well as the instruments used to perform said kill. We recognize and respect your claims, Harry Potter. Snapfist leaned forward. But be wary, Warrior Potter. Goblin steel will imbibe that which will make it stronger. You say you punctured the venom of the basilisk? There are very few substances stronger or deadlier than that venom. The blade is likely infused with its properties. Take care not to cut yourself, the goblin finished with a sly grin. Harry's eyes widened at the implication that he had wrapped up a blade that could kill with a nick in an old sweater and then tossed it into his trunk. A scabbard was immediately required, above any other errand today. Shiva gulped beside him. Oh, good. I'm not the only one mildly freaked out by this. That concludes the business I had. Snapfist nodded at the two, and then held out a piece of parchment to Shiva. Miss Babbling, if you will please place a drop of blood on this parchment, Gringotts will recognize Warrior Potter as your ward, as well as give you access to his trust vault. Do you have anything else you require? Harry turned to Shiva, who shook her head. Nope. Thanks for your time and help, Snapfist. May your enemies fall before you. May their blood wet your blade. Harry and Shiva left the office, leaving an exhausted goblin behind. After composing himself, Snapfist left to meet with Director Ragnarok. His liege had to be informed of the events surrounding the Potter heir. Snapfist, Ragnarok rumbled as he walked into the chamber. So, are the whispers true? Does the Potter child have honors? My lord, Harry Potter is, to all appearances, as honorable as his mother before him. Snapfist's declaration was met with raised eyebrows. He knew the appropriate greetings and dismissals, and did not blame Gringotts for failings beyond our control. He treated the Goblin Nation as knowledgeable and fair. He has performed a feat justifying the label of warrior, but does not lord this fact, as wizards are wont to do. Ragnarok considered before asking another question. And how does the boy explain his lack of communication? He claims his mail has been tampered with, and that he has received no letters, my lord. Snapfist saw the expression on his liege's face darkening, so he hurriedly continued. I believe him, my lord. He seems to be operating under the assumption that Albus Dumbledore is the one who prevented his mail. It is possible this was not a malicious act, however, if true. Yes, he would still have intercepted Gringotts' business, Ragnarok growled. Investigate. Is Albus Dumbledore still the Potter magical guardian? He is, my lord. We have been asked to inform Warrior Potter of any means of changing the situation. If we determine one, Ragnarok laughed. Oh, so the child chafes at the bit. Did his companion seem capable? She is his new guardian in the Muggle world, my lord. While not at the same standard as Warrior Potter, she was more courteous than most. Ragnarok nodded. That had been expected from the reports received. And the sword? He has claimed right of conquest and right of bequeathment. My lord. Snapfist bowed and nodded his head. His claims are valid. The blade was gifted to him by Hogwarts herself, and he used it in the slaying of a basilisk. I recognized Harry Potter and his ally during the battle, Daphne Greengrass, as warriors for this feat. I'm a worthy predator. Ragnar thought for a few seconds before smiling. In that case, we would not be able to maintain a grip on the blade anyway, even should we attempt to reclaim it. He could simply summon it back whenever he wished. Ragnar burst out laughing. I am growing to like this child. I feel the nation would be well served by maintaining an amicable working relationship with Warrior Potter, Snapfist ventured. Yes, Ragnar nodded. I believe so as well. Snapfist, put out feelers for the magical guardian issue. Let us make this a race, shall we? Goblin versus wizard. Who will find the loophole first, I wonder? Harry and Shiva made a stop at St. Mungo's after leaving Gringotts. He received vaccinations for everything muggle and magical, as well as a prescription for nutrient potions to reverse some of the malnutrition left over from his years at the Dursleys. Shiva had received several dirty looks, as the results of Harry's deep scan were revealed, though the two quickly corrected the healers that Shiva was actually the one responsible for removing him from that environment. After that, the healers were far nicer and agreed to their request to keep the visit quiet for the time being. It wouldn't do for the majority of the wizarding community to start hating muggles just because Harry's relatives were the worst of the lot. After the medical appointment was a shopping trip through Diagon Alley and the nearby Muggle shopping center. It had been an experience for both of them. Harry had never been to one before, as the Dursleys always left him at the house when they went shopping. Shiva, on the other hand, had a relatively willing young man to play dress-up with. After a few hours, Harry had stopped being amused and requested to return home. Let's go for a walk, kid, Shiva said, tossing the bags they had accumulated on the couch and waving towards the door. We've been out all day, Harry grumbled. Can't we just sit down for a few minutes? Shiva sighed and shook her head. Come on, Harry. We need to talk about that thing in the Prophet I didn't want you to read. And we can't do that on the couch. Why? Because it's a beautiful evening for once, and there is a nice park a block away. Stop complaining. We can sit down a bench in 5 minutes. You will be the death of me, woman, Harry said, standing back up and following her out. True to her word, Shiva had them on a bench in the park near the house before 5 minutes had passed, and with snacks to boot. She handed Harry an ice cream cone as she took a seat next to him. Harry raised his eyebrows but attacked the dessert. This is definitely going to be bad if you are bribing me with ice cream before even starting. You know about Azkaban, right? Shiva said, wincing at his comment. Yeah, the prison. Horrible guards that literally suck out all good feelings. Yeah, that's the one. It's also supposed to be impossible to escape from. Shiva paused as a large black dog poked its head out from the nearby bushes. Hey, boy, Harry said, holding out the remainder of his ice cream to the dog. The dog seemed to consider it for a moment before slowly patting out and licking the cone. You're a long way from home, buddy. You know this monster? Shiva asked, squinting at the dog. It was huge but very underweight. The poor thing's fur was somewhat matted as well. At least it seemed friendly enough. He was there when I took the night bus to your place. I figured he'd just ran away, but I guess he jumped on the back or something. That seems odd, Harry. He's a dog, Shiva. Not an evil mastermind. If he was an animagus trying to kill me, he could have done it when I first ran into him the other night. The dog's tongue lolled out, and he sat down promptly next to Harry. He's obviously smartly than a regular dog, though. Probably as smart as Hedwig if he managed to follow me here. He was probably some wizard's familiar or something, and the guy died, leaving the poor guy alone. Can we keep him? Shiva sighed. I don't think so, Harry. You already have a familiar, and I'm more of a cat person. We're not really supposed to have dogs at Hogwarts, and we can't exactly just leave him here while we're gone for months." Harry's face fell. "Tell you what, I'll ask around a bit. Maybe one of my friends in Hogsmeade will want to take him in. Then you can visit him during the school year." Harry smiled at that, and the dog yipped. "Okay, that works. Thanks, Shiva." "No problem, kid." Shiva gave the animal a scratch. "You should probably name him. How about Blacket?" The dog growled at that, making Harry laugh. "Guess not." "Thunder? Snuffles? Oh, you like that one. Okay, Snuffles it is." The newly minted Snuffles licked Harry's hand. "All right, enough stalling, I suppose. What were you saying about Azkaban?" "A prisoner broke out a few days ago." Shiva leaned back on the bench and stared off into the distance. "His name was Sirius Black." "You say that like I should recognize the name," Harry said while scratching Snuffles, who had fallen silent. "You were just a baby when he was locked away. Sirius Black was one of your father's best friends, Harry. He was also your godfather." Harry's eyes narrowed, and the dog whined a bit as his scratching got more intensive. "When your parents went into hiding with you, they were under a charm called Fidelius. It works to hide the existence of a secret, generally a location, but it could be anything from the world at large. Only someone called the Secret Keeper can show or tell others the secret, and Black was the secret keeper for where Mum and Dad were." Harry asked quietly. Snuffles whined beneath him, but Harry gently shushed the dog. "Not a lot is known for sure about that night, Harry. All we know for sure is that Sirius Black was the most likely candidate for Secret Keeper. From what everyone said, he and your dad were practically inseparable. They were basically brothers in everything but blood. Neither your mum nor your dad could be the Secret Keeper, since they lived in the house. Black was the next person they'd trust most. And Voldemort walked right up to our door." Harry said, nodding. "So he knew the secret." "Yes. Even more damning. Their other friend, Peter Pettigrew, apparently hunted Black down after that night. Pettigrew caught up to Black on a street in Muggle London. There was a battle. Pettigrew yelled out about how Black had betrayed your family, and then Black cast a curse that caused an explosion, blowing up a large section of the street. 12 Muggles died, and the only thing recovered from Pettigrew was his finger." Snuffles put his 2 front paws over his head. Shiva slung an arm around Harry and pulled him close to her before continuing. "The oars caught up to Black almost immediately and found him laughing in the destroyed street. He didn't even put up a fight. They stunned him, snapped his wand, and tossed him in Azkaban. Nobody ever looked back. A few days ago, somehow, he managed to escape. According to the guards, he had been whispering for several days beforehand that he's at Hogwarts. The Ministry is assuming that he's coming after you to finish the job that he and his master started over a decade ago." Harry was quiet for a few minutes, just scratching Snuffles and leaning against Shiva. "So, he finally said softly, 'I have a second madman after me.' Fantastic." He chuckled and shook his head. "Want to put a bet on whether he'll be our data teacher this year? The first one was possessed and tried to kill me, and the second tried to obliviate us all. It'd be par for the course for Sirius Black to wrangle the job." Snuffles started a low growl, and a nearby squirrel jumped away before he quieted down. Shiva snorted. "You do seem to inspire murderous thoughts in our defense teachers, kid." Harry shrugged as best he could while leaning against her. "It's a talent. Shiva, I think I'm going to start working on more offensive runes this year." The older woman sighed but nodded. "I can understand that. Promise me you'll consult with me before going for anything too dangerous." "Promise." Harry nodded. I think the most volatile design would be more feedback stones. They'd be like the one I used against the basilisk. Directed failures. Magical grenades. I've been a bit scared to work on them before after the whole troll incident thing, but I think I have enough of a foundation now that I can do them safely. And I can always go to my legal guardian for advice both in and out of class now. He finished grinning up at her. Damn right you can, kid, Shiva said, laughing. Any other ideas I should be watching out for? Well, I'm going to have calm stones finished before we get back to school. Harry frowned and said, Muggles have mobiles now. They can contact almost anyone in moments, and it's not a one-way channel. It's stupid that we don't have something like that in the magical world. Snuffles cocked his head at Harry, and Shiva found herself nodding along. I worked out how to make a cluster that could function the same, while at the Dursleys. It's restricted to audio and has to be tied to specific people at the moment, but each stone can be tied to multiple others. I can work on making a completely open, untethered cluster later. Can you pierce one of my ears? What? Shiva asked, blinking at the non sequitur. Like for an earring? I'm going to miniaturize the calm stone. Make earrings out of them. The magic flowing through them should be small so the stone can be tiny without worrying about failure or breakage. I was going to make one for me, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Tracy, and you. I'm thinking I might make one for Tonks too so that we could call the oars fast when we need them. Maybe one for Susan and Hannah too, but I want to talk to them first, so those will probably come later. Shiva shook her head, laughing. You really don't do things halfway. Harry, I'll take you to get a piercing in a few days. Wait till I tell Bill you got an earring. Harry snorted. Hey, his dragon fong one was awesome. He thinks so too, Shiva commented, still laughing. Snuffles started chuffing along with the humans. All right, kid, dog, time to head back home. Yeah, let's go home. Harry smiled at Shiva as he stood and stretched. Thanks for telling me this stuff, Shiva. And thanks for supporting my ideas. Shiva smiled back at him as Snuffles fell into a trot beside the two. Anytime, Harry, anytime. Chapter 10. Quibbles and Quarrels. So why did I have to get this huge contraption again? Shiva asked as she finished plugging in the final wires to the television unit. The telly earned a glare from her when she flipped the switch, and the screen remained resolutely black. Because you promised we could watch Star Wars, and your apartment doesn't have enough magic to short the thing out. Harry snorted and plugged the power cord into the wall. Forgot the power, Shiva. Snuffles huffed from the floor behind them. I thought you were working on that TechBane cluster to make these things run without being plugged in. Harry rolled his eyes. Tech assist, Shiva. The TechBane is going to burn out any close-by electronics, not let them work. And neither are remotely ready yet. Whatever. Shiva waved him off and hit the button again. This time, she grinned triumphantly as the telly flickered to life. Excellent. Hermione and Neville should be here any minute. Did Daphne and Tracy ever get back to you? Harry nodded. Yeah, both should be coming via flu right after Neville. I'm still a little surprised that both were interested in seeing a Muggle movie. Harry, Shiva said, shaking her head, when you describe a story as the evil Dark Lord attempts to take over the galaxy, using a weapon that can destroy planets only to be stopped by a space wizard who just left the farm, of course they're going to come. Hell, Greengrass probably considers this research for when Voldy comes back. Yeah, I guess I did kind of con them a bit, Harry said, rubbing his neck a bit sheepishly. I still don't get why you can't stick to one name for Riddle. Shiva shrugged. Well, two-faced doesn't quite fit anymore. I still sometimes get hung up with Voldemort itself. Tom is way too informal. Riddle just doesn't seem evil enough. Moldymort is awful, and will never be uttered again. I think I like Foldy, though. I may stick with that one. Harry shook his head, responding, as long as you don't go back to you-know-who, I guess I really shouldn't complain. Right you are, kid. They were interrupted by a knock at the door. Snuffles stood up and directed a doggy grin at the entrance, while Harry went to open up. Hey, Hermione. Glad you could make it. Hermione walked into the apartment, a little wobbly and flushed. Next time I come over, would it possible for Shiva to apparate me? I did not enjoy the night bus very much. The ginger-furred large cat clutched in her arms bobbed, its head in full agreement, making a small yowling noise. Harry laughed and gave her a quick hug and scratched the cat behind its ears. If it makes you feel better, I felt the exact same way after I got off at 2. Hermione blushed slightly but smiled. Actually, it does a little. If that horrible transport can flap the great Quidditch prodigy, then I do feel a bit easier about disliking it. Hey, Hermione. Shiva called from the living room, waving to the younger girl. Hello, Professor. Hermione replied, ignoring Shiva's rolling eyes at the moniker. Harry chuckled at the ever-so-slight smirk Hermione had gracing her lips. His friend's humor was subtle but noticeable to one who knew where to look. This is Crookshanks, by the way, she said, holding up the cat. I hope you both don't mind me bringing him over. My parents had to leave for the day, and I didn't want him all alone. So soon after bringing him home, it's fine, Hermione. He can play with Snuffles if the two get along. Harry eyed the cat. It was almost easier to think of it as a small tiger, honestly. The animal was as large for its species as Snuffles was for his. Crookshank's face was also rather squashed, truth be told. Hermione let the cat squirm loose, and he hopped down to the floor of the apartment. Play nice, Crooks, and don't damage anything. The cat gave her a look, then deliberately turned and patted over to Snuffles, who cocked his head and huffed at the smaller creature. I just fell in love with him at the store. The clerk said that he kept getting passed over for some reason. I just can't see why. He's part Kneazle and just the most brilliant cat I've ever seen. Harry laughed at his friend. It was just like Hermione to completely ignore Crookshank's somewhat odd features and focus on his intellect. Well, Snuffles seems to like him, and Hedwig hasn't chased him out yet. So I think your choice of pet gets the seal of approval, Harry said. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Harry, have you been practicing with that occlumency book I sent you? Yes, Hermione, he said with an exaggerated sigh. I still don't see why I have to. I do still have my reflector lenses, you know. And what if someone tied you up and took off your glasses? She asked, putting her hands on her hips and giving him the look. Then I think I'd have bigger problems than having my mind read. Don't complain, Harry, Shiva said, grabbing a handful of popcorn. She has a point, and occlumency helps with memory and organization as well. You don't want to be the only one in your group ignoring it just because you have a rune equivalent to you. All right. He held up his hands, laughing. It was just a question, you two. So, what does your mind palace look like? Hermione asked. A castle. Why? Harry shrugged. I was just curious. Mine's a library. Harry smiled. Of course Hermione would make her mind into a library. You know, I had an ex-girlfriend who actually had Windsor Castle. Shiva commented. She took the mind palace thing a bit serious. I know one Muggle-born who used something called the Enterprise to... Hermione's eyebrows rose at that, and Harry smirked. That wasn't a bad idea at all. Apparently, he scared his tutor so bad with that the guy refused to ever enter his mind again. Never did figure out just what the Enterprise was referring to. Well, I guess we know what the next movie night will be, huh, Harry? Hermione asked, sharing a grin with her friend. Before she had a chance to say anything else, the flue flared to life, and Neville's head showed up in the flames. Professor Babbling? Neville asked, "Are we clear to come through? Daphne and Tracy are here as well. We figured it was easier just to use the same fireplace." "You're good, Neville," Shiva said as she pushed in the brick to open the flue. "All right, we're coming." Neville's head disappeared, but a moment later the boy himself came stepping out of the green flames, followed closely by Daphne and Tracy. Harry grumbled, "I hate you all. Why am I the only one who can't stay standing using the stupid flue?" "Because you are horribly uncoordinated," Daphne said with raised eyebrows. The grin on her face showed she was only teasing with the barb. Tracy smirked. "Nah, it's 'cause of karma biting your arse. I put money on you forever failing at the flue, just so that you keep being awesome at other stuff. You can't keep winning everything without losing some after all. Haha, very funny." Harry shook his head before turning, giving Tracy a serious glance. "How are you doing, Tracy?" The girl shrugged, and Daphne gave her shoulder a squeeze. "Been better. The mind healer has helped a lot, and I still feel like a complete idiot. I really should have known better than to keep talking to something that talked back. At least when I couldn't see where it kept its brain." "It's not your fault, Trace," Daphne said softly. "I didn't say it was my fault." Tracy smirked at them all. "I said I was an idiot. Really, though, I'm fine. Thanks for asking, Harry. How about you, Daph?" "We haven't really had a chance to talk much." Harry ran a hand through his hair. Daphne rolled her eyes and plopped down on the couch. "You worry too much, Harry." Hermione nodded and sat down next to the Slytherin. "I agree. Good luck getting him to believe that, though." Tracy sat down on Daphne's other side, smiling at the two. "It is a little cute, though, how noble he is. If I liked guys, I might develop a crush on him." Snuffles perked up at that, looking between Tracy and Harry before chuffing softly and laying his head back down. Shiva snorted and claimed the armchair before replying, "It's cute until he gives you heart attack." "I am right here, people," Harry said, throwing his hands in the air. "Neville, a little help, please." Neville laughed. "Sorry, mate. I'm with them on this one." He sat down in the other armchair, leaving Harry to collapse into the spot next to Hermione. "I hate you guys," Harry sighed as he relaxed down. "Nah, you love us. Why else would you give us presents on your birthday?" Tracy smirked at him. "They're not presents," Harry grumbled. "They're useful. And here, take it before I change my mind." Harry handed out his completed comstones to the assembled group. "Each are keyed to all the others at the moment, as well as one for Tonks, so that we can contact the Aurors if something crazy happens again. Just say, 'Come on, contact,' and then the name of the person you want to talk to. To shut it off, just tap it and say, 'Disconnect.' You don't have to use them as an earring if you don't want to, but the volume is adjusted to assume it's hanging by the ear. So if you use it as a bracelet or necklace or something, you'll have to hold it to your ear." "Harry," Hermione said slowly, looking at the tiny rune stone and turning it over in her hand, "this is amazing. You should really try to market these." "He's going to," Shiva said, nodding at the girl. "After he gets the clusters so that they don't have to be keyed to other stones, at least." Harry was saying something about affiliating with potential business partners after he got back to school. Harry glared at Shiva, but rolled his eyes after a minute. Neville looked over at Harry in confusion. Really? Who? Harry? The twins. Harry sighed. The rest of the group raised their eyebrows at him. What? They're brilliant. Have you seen some of the stuff they've invented? Shiva frowned. Their grades suck though. Then they either don't care, or they're like me when I started Hogwarts. Harry said, shrugging. Intentionally doing poorly? Hermione asked with a frown. Yeah. Seriously, Fred and George are amazing at what they do, and they have some really good ideas. I heard them mention last year that they were hoping to open a joke shop at some point in the future. I figure if I help them market their shop when they get it running then, I can sell some rune stones through them before I get my own place set up in a few years. Snuffles had come over and licked Harry's hand by the end of his little speech, and Harry scratched the dog behind the ears. That's a very ambitious plan, Harry. I'm impressed. Hermione smiled at him and bumped his shoulder with her own. Okay, well, now that I feel inadequate for being beaten in ambitions by a Gryffindor, Daphne huffed, can we start this movie thing? Neville laughed and shook his head at Daphne. That's what you get for slacking Slytherin. Shiva just chuckled at their antics and hit the play button, the group twisting to watch the opening scrawl of the video. I thought you said we were watching the first one. Why does it say episode 4? Tracy asked. Harry shrugged. The creator envisioned this as the middle part of 9. He's only made 4 through 6 so far. Weird. That is a very big ship. Daphne said with wide eyes staring at the Star Destroyer panning across the display. Well, at least we know it's fake. It's not like we can make spaceships, Neville said. Nev, Hermione said with a snort. You do realize Muggles landed on the moon in the 60s, right? Daphne, Tracy, and Neville gaped at Hermione before turning to Harry, who just nodded at them. All 3 immediately twisted to Shiva, who also nodded. Neville whistled, and Tracy snuggled closer to Daphne. Daphne just shook her head and mumbled, No wonder my mother says Muggles should be respected. I have to say this is very impressive, Shiva said, grabbing more popcorn. Far more so than I had expected. I may know about movies, but I've never actually watched one before. I love how they have the sound going with the pictures. Those white-suited guys could really do with improved target practice, though. Shoo. Hermione said, waving her hand at the group. One of the most iconic villains of our time is coming. She means one of the 2 evil Dark Lords. Harry helpfully supplied, as Darth Vader made his entrance. Neville nodded approvingly. Wow. Now we know where Snape learned his swishing cloak trick. The room erupted into laughter, and after a minute or so they finally all quieted and settled in to experience entertainment the Muggle way. Harry stopped before the barrier to Platform 9, and 3/4 giving Shiva a short hug. She pulled back and ruffled his hair before smirking at him. Try not to get into too much trouble on the train, okay, kid? Harry glared at her before shaking his head, laughing. I think that would start the yearly murder attempts a little early, don't you? Shiva snorted. Well, going from Two-Face to a 60-foot snake does tend to set the bar rather high for this year. Seriously, though, Harry, the new Dada teacher, is riding the train with you guys just in case Sirius Black tries anything. So if something happens, get Professor Lupin. I will, Harry replied, rolling his eyes. He seriously doubted Black would attempt anything. Something just seemed off about the whole situation, though he hadn't been able to put his finger on the problem for the past few weeks, since it started niggling at him. Hermione would help him figure it out. She was always good with that kind of puzzle. Good. I'll drop Snuffles off with Rosmerta before I head to the castle. You can visit with the monster during Hogsmeade trips. Do you think Professor McGonagall will let Dumbledore know about the Guardian thing? Harry asked, thinking about his signed permission form. I doubt it. Not with how she's been standing up to him lately. Shiva shrugged. She didn't particularly care anymore. They hadn't been able to find any loopholes to take away Dumbledore's magical guardianship, but by the same token, her physical guardianship was rock solid with how deeply rooted the paperwork was now. Even the Ministry and ICW couldn't justify obliviating hundreds of people and falsifying the massive amounts of paperwork it would require to take Harry away from her. Yeah, you're probably right. It doesn't really matter anyway. Harry squinted up at her. Do you mind if I call you Shiva in the open now? Just not in professional settings, kid. Like in class. It's Professor there, she said, smirking. Harry laughed and popped a mock salute. Yes, ma'am. He glanced up at the clock and picked up his trunk and Hedwig. All right, I'll meet you there. See you soon, Harry. Shiva waved, and Harry stepped through the barrier. He hopped onto the train, searching for the compartment with his friends. Daphne waved him over towards one near the end. Hey, Harry, she said. A lot of the compartments were full already, so we had to share this one. I think the sleeping man is the new Dada teacher. Harry nodded as he stepped into the compartment and levered his trunk up to the rack. There was a man slumped into the corner with a suitcase on his lap, reading our Lupin. He was dressed in a robe and coat that had a fair number of patches on them. The Rackspurt girl from the previous year, Luna Lovegood, was also inside the compartment, sitting next to the professor and reading a magazine upside down. Hermione, Neville, and Tracy had already taken up seats, with Neville sitting next to the younger girl. Harry sat down beside Hermione and twisted his head so he could see the name of the magazine, The Quibbler. I haven't heard of that one. My father edits and publishes it. When I've finished the rune puzzle for this week, would you like to borrow it to read about the Rotfong conspiracy? What's the Rotfong conspiracy? And did you say rune puzzle? Harry asked, perking up. I did, Luna said in a soft voice. Tracy snorted, and Daphne rolled her eyes while Hermione just sighed. It's not very nice to mock him, you know. Harry smiled. They're just teasing me, Luna. I tend to have a one-track mind when it comes to rune stuff. I have heard that, yes. She paused before lowering the magazine and smiling. I think you would find this far too easy, however. Harry Potter. And to answer your earlier question, the Rotfong conspiracy details how the Aurors are attempting to bring down the Ministry of Magic using dark magic and gum disease. Harry tapped his chin. I'm not really a huge fan of the Ministry. Too bad they're using such awful methods, though, because otherwise I might have been interested to hear more. Beside him, Hermione laid her head back against the headrest, muttering, while Daphne, Tracy, and Neville all just rolled their eyes. Yes, I am not a fan of the use of gum disease either. I rather like my teeth, Luna said, nodding sagely. So, how was your summer, Luna? Harry asked. Pleasant enough. Daddy and I attempted to find the crumplehorn snorkack, but were again unsuccessful. That was the one that had the twisted horn, right? Harry asked, trying to think back to the few times he had talked to her before. Yes, we think so. You don't know what it looks like? Hermione asked, frowning at the girl. Well, we've heard reports, but they are conflicted, Luna said, shrugging. I am sure Daddy will find one eventually. If not, well, at least the hunts are interesting and afford time for us to spend together. Harry nodded, laying a hand on Hermione's arm and squeezing softly to stop the reply he knew was coming. Well, I can certainly understand wanting to spend time with your parents, Luna. She smiled sadly in reply. Just my father, Harry Potter. My mother passed away when I was 9. Harry closed his eyes, feeling like he had just inadvertently punched the girl in the gut. "Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry, Luna. How could you know?" She shrugged and picked her magazine back up. "I'm almost done with the puzzle. Let me know if you would like to read the article, Harry." Harry nodded, and the compartment fell quiet. Shortly before they reached Hogsmeade Station, the sky outside the compartment began to darken and grow stormy. Professor Lupin had remained sleeping the entire ride, and the students had stayed mostly quiet after the initial burst of conversation with Luna. "Are we stopping?" Neville asked, perking up and rousing the others. "We still have a ways to go." "Why is there frost on the window?" Daphne said, squinting at the spreading sheet of ice. The train lurched to a stop, and the group's breath started to fog in the air. Harry was going to volunteer to find a prefect to see what was going on, but froze before he could do more than open his mouth. Dim screaming started to sound in his head. "Not Harry. Please not Harry. Kill me instead. I'll do anything. Just don't hurt Harry." Harry was only vaguely aware of the door to their compartment sliding open and a tall, dark figure wrapped in a cloak standing outside. The others slid away from the imposing figure. Tracy whimpered and tried to burrow into the seat while Luna curled up into a ball across from him. Harry could only hear the screams of the woman in his mind. The creature in front of him raised its skeletal hand and stretched out to him. There was a rustle from behind him as something heavy clattered to the floor. A green flash filled Harry's vision, and he crumpled to the ground. The last thing he heard as he lost consciousness was a firm shout of "Expecto Patronum." "Harry? Harry!" A dim voice washed through Harry's brain. He felt someone's hand on his shoulder and opened his eyes only to shut them again at the brightness surrounding him. "Erg," Harry mumbled, raising a hand to his head. "Did anyone get the number of that lorry?" "What's a lorry got to do with anything?" Daphne asked from somewhere behind him. "It's a Muggle expression, Daff. Means he feels awful," Tracy supplied with a slight shudder. "About the same as me and Luna, I'd guess." "Yeah, but neither of you two fainted," Neville said softly, helping Luna to sit back up. She was still pale and slightly shaking. "Harry," Hermione said softly, leaning over him to peer into his eyes. "Harry, are you okay?" "That was a Dementor. Professor Lupin chased it away, but it had a severe effect on you. You need to eat this." She held a bar of chocolate out to Harry, and he numbly took it from her fingers, taking a bite. "Chocolate? Really?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrows at his friend. "It really works, Harry," Tracy mumbled, eating a bar of her own. "Nobody is really sure why. Daddy says it's because the Snagglepuffs make the chocolate as a natural defense against their nightmares. I don't think it works as good as pudding myself," Luna said after swallowing a mouthful of chocolate. "Well, if you run across any Snagglepuffs, Luna, thank them for me." Harry slowly levered himself back into the seat with Hermione's help. What the heck was a Dementor doing on the train? "Probably looking for Black," Daphne said, wrapping an arm around Tracy and pulling the other girl closer to her side. "We're lucky that the new professor could do the Patronus charm. Not too many people can do that one, and it's pretty much the only thing that works on Dementors." "Oh, shite," Harry moaned, slapping a hand to his head. "Language, Harry," Hermione quickly replied before peeling his hand off his forehead. "And what's the problem?" "I got into trouble on the train," Harry said dejectedly. The students just stared at him, waiting, so he continued in a quiet voice. "Shiva is going to kill me." His friends all looked at each other, not sure how to respond, until Luna started giggling softly, which quickly turned into a full-blown laugh. The rest soon followed suit, and the compartment had completely devolved into raucous laughter by the time a dumbfounded Professor Lupin returned. That was a very mature response running away there. "Harry," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Harry, Neville, and Hermione had dropped on the couch in the Gryffindor common room. Harry had practically ran up the stairs once the feast had ended, trying to avoid Shiva. "I swear if looks could kill, that woman would have burnt me to a crisp," Harry said, shuddering. Neville was laughing hysterically, and even Hermione shook her head with a small grin on her face. "It's not funny. This totally wasn't remotely my fault. If I'm going to get yelled at for being in danger again, then I am at least going to have done something to deserve it first." Harry crossed his arms and pouted. Hermione nudged his shoulder, full on smirking. "Well, at least you know she cares." Hermione nodded her head towards a young redhead who had just walked into the common room. "And there's Ginny. Did you want to talk to her tonight?" Harry sighed. "Yeah, you two can come if you want. Depending on how the twins take it, I may need backup anyway." Neville and Hermione nodded and stood to follow Harry as he walked over to Ginny, Fred, and George. "Hey, guys, can we talk for a few minutes?" Ginny nodded fast enough to flip her hair and started to walk off before Harry called out, "No, Ginny, you two." The girl stopped mid-step, blushed hard enough to turn her face red, but hurried back to the small group. "Fred, George, do you guys know any strong privacy spells?" The twins turned to each other, frowning before looking back at Harry. "A few. How private do you want this to be?" "As private as possible," Harry said with a grimace. Fred nodded and pulled out his wand. "George, I've got the Notice Me Not and Quieting ones. You get the Silencing, Aversion, and Deafening charms. That's a Newt-level spell." Hermione exclaimed, staring at Fred as he cast the Notice Me Not. "I told you they were smart," Harry said, casting a smug grin at Hermione. "Done." George turned to the small group and sat down on the chair nearby, waving his twin and sister into the others. "What's going on, Harry?" "It's a little early in the year for the annual Harry's Fun Day." Harry stopped abruptly as he processed what George had said. His face burned as he replied, "What do you mean, Harry's Fun Day?" "Well, it seems a little insensitive to call it Attempt to Kill Harry Day, or Defense Professor Fly Off the Handle Day," Fred tossed in, "or Harry Fights to Not Die Day." George nodded at Fred. "Or, okay, Harry muttered. "I get the point, guys. And no, this is not about that. To be fair, you did almost get your soul eaten by an overeager Dementor a few hours ago," Neville said with a shrug. Ginny's face drained of all color, and her hands gripped the stool under her hard enough to turn white. "Thanks for that, Nevada." Harry sighed. "Can we please focus, everyone? This is going to be awkward enough as it is." Fred and George turned to each other again before dropping the smirks and adopting serious expressions. Fred twisted back to Harry and nodded at him. "Why don't you just tell us what's got you worried?" Harry picked at his shirt and ran a hand through his hair. He sighed and then started talking. "Okay, I went to Gringotts over the summer with my new guardian. They told me a few things I had been unaware of. One of the chief issues was a marriage contract." Neville's eyebrows rose while Fred and George scowled along with Hermione. Ginny just looked a bit confused. "Hermione already knows this," Harry said, waving to his female friend. "I figured I should give her a heads up because, well, I tend to overreact sometimes," Hermione said, still scowling. "And he was right, too. I ranted for nearly an hour about the unfairness and backwards traditions involved in some aspects of the magical community. Marriage contracts are barely ever used these days. Neville said, frowning. They're considered old-fashioned, and most families don't want to risk alienating their kids. Fred took a deep breath and said, "Should we be getting Percy or Dad here?" "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "I don't completely trust Percy, and there wasn't really a good excuse to contact your father yet. I would have told Bill or Charlie, to be honest, but they're hard to sit down with since both are out of the country." Wait, George said, holding up a hand. "I get Bill. You two seemed friendly when he was around the other summer, but why Charlie and not Percy?" "Because Percy worships rules and authority," Harry said, shrugging. "Charlie worships dragons. He broke up with my guardian over them, and he helped us get Norbert out of the country. I trust Charlie because he is more interested in his dragons over anything else in the world." "That's very odd reasoning," George said, frowning. Hermione huffed and rolled her eyes. "You get used to it. Harry's mind works in strange ways sometimes. Anyway," Harry said, glaring at her, "I'm sure you've guessed who the named parties are in this contract." Fred nodded. "You and Ginny." "What?" Ginny nearly fell out of her chair as she screeched. She jumped up and turned to her brother with fire in her eyes and her wand out. "What the bloody hell? Why would I have a marriage contract? I'm 12. She twisted to Harry, with horror written all over her face. "Not that I mind the idea of getting married to you, Harry. I mean, one day, sure, but not right now. This is not my idea. I swear I didn't know about this." Hermione's eyes narrowed next to Harry, and she shifted forward in her seat, slightly covering Harry with her body. "We know it wasn't your idea, Ginny. All the same, the point is currently moot. There will not be a wedding imminent." Ginny worked her mouth for a moment before slowly sitting back down and putting away her wand. "What do you mean?" Harry sighed. The contract only had one signature, not two. Dumbledore left his section and signed, "Thank God." Your part, however, was filled in. It was signed by Molly Pruitt. Would I be correct is guessing that Pruitt is your mother's maiden name? "Yeah." Fred shook his head. "That's Mum, all right. Merlin's balls. When did she sign the thing? Please tell me this was somewhat recent at least." "No." Harry shook his head. "It was signed November 5th, 1981. I was barely 3 months old." Ginny yelled out, horrified. The twins groaned and leaned back in their chairs, covering the faces. "Yeah, and my parents were dead for 5 days, Ginny. So trust me, I understand." "November 5th? Neville asked. He grimaced and sadly shook his head. "My parents were attacked the day before." Hermione frowned. "Really? November 4th? Neville nodded, frowning at Hermione. She shook her head. "Never mind. We'll talk later." "Continue, Harry." Okay." Harry stared at Hermione, who simply mouthed later at him. "All right, well, anyway, your mum signed the contract, but Dumbledore apparently had left his part blank. When we found out about it, we put it into my family vault. No one except me is allowed in there, and I can't take anything out until I'm of age." Fred and George both whistled. "Impressive bit of pranking there. Harrykins." Fred nodded appreciatively at him. "You've effectively prevented both that contract and any others from being enacted either for yourself or Ginny. Well done." George continued. "And you didn't even have to destroy the contract. So if you and Jin do end up getting together, then you can just sign it yourself later on." Ginny sat there frowning before slowly looking up. "Harry, does this stop me from dating at all?" "No, Chin," Neville answered, shaking his head. "It just stops your mum or anyone else from making a new contract for your hand until the current one is either dissolved or fulfilled. You can still date anyone you want. You just can't get married until Harry decides what to do with the contract later. Okay? She nodded. I suppose I'm okay with that. Why would Mom do this? She looked torn between hexing something and crying. Mom has always thought she knew best for all of us, Jin. Fred sighed, pulling his sister into a hug. She's the reason Bill and Charlie left as soon as they graduated. She's the reason Percy is all set to move out the moment he finishes off this year. She's the reason George and I are planning to open shop once we're done here. Mom means well enough, but she's not exactly the best of role models, nor does she always consider her actions. Dad probably didn't even know about this. George piped in. If he had, the name would be Molly Weasley, not Pruitt. He scowled. This is going to be a fun conversation when we get home. I'm going to make sure Bill is there. He can be the one to tell Dad. We've pulled one too many pranks at home for him to take this as seriously as it requires. We haven't pulled pranks like this, brother, Fred said. He believe us. Yes, brother, but do you really want to be the one bringing this to him when we have beloved older brothers to do it for us? George raised his eyebrow at his twin. Fred laughed. Too true, George. Too true. Ginny, let's go draft a letter to Bill, shall we? Should we tell Ron? She asked before they stood. The twins just raised their eyebrows at her. Yeah, you're right. That's probably a bad idea. She looked over at Harry and smiled at him. I'm really sorry about this, Harry. It's probably not a secret that I like you, but I don't want you to be forced into anything. Can we talk about this in a few years and decide what to do about the stupid thing then? Sure, Ginny. Thanks for not freaking out too bad. I just figured you should know, Harry said. And we appreciate the heads up, Harry. Fred nodded to him. We'll take care of the family side over the holidays. You may get an invitation to speak to our dad afterwards. Have a nice night, you three. The Weasleys walked out of the privacy barriers, but Hermione motioned for Harry and Neville to stay put for the moment. Hermione, what's up? Neville asked. Why was the date my parents were attacked important? Neville, your family and Harry's were close, correct? He nodded in response to Hermione's question. Do you know who your godparents were? Neville shrugged. My godfather was an uncle. He was killed soon after I was born. My godmother was Harry's mom. Why? Do you know if your mother was Harry's godmother? Hermione continued. I think she was, though I'd have to ask Gran to be sure. Where are you going with this, Hermione? Harry asked. I'm not certain, she admitted. It's just quite a bit seemed to happen within a few days of October 31st, 1981. Your parents were killed. Then you were left with the Dursleys the next night. 2 days later, Sirius Black, your godfather, was arrested and sent to Azkaban. The next night, Neville's parents, your godmother, were attacked. A day later, you were entered into a marriage contract, albeit an incomplete one. Harry gaped at her, and Neville's face was so red he looked ready to explode. Look, Hermione, Harry said quietly, you both know I am no fan of Dumbledore, and I hate how he seems to have been manipulating my life, but you don't think he actually framed Sirius Black and then arranged for Neville's parents to be hurt to you? I don't like the old man, but that seems like it's going a little too far. I'm just saying that this is an awful lot of coincidences, Harry. There's a famous quote, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. Hermione sighed. I think we need to look into the Sirius Black case ourselves. That might be a good linchpin. Neville took a few deep breaths and slowly got his color and temper back under control. If the headmaster had something to do with Mom and Dad, let's not accuse anyone of anything until we know more. Neville, Hermione said, placing a calming hand on his arm. Harry nodded agreement. Yeah, remember we were wrong last year about Lockhart being the one to open the chamber. The Gits still tried to kill us, Neville pointed out. True, but not because we were right about our guess. I'll admit this all looks bad, but let's poke around a bit. I've been building a list of grievances against Dumbledore. And while there's a lot nearly all of, it is technically legal even if it is an abuse of authority. The man may be manipulative, but this sounds almost evil. And I don't think he's evil. Just an arsehole, Hermione muttered. Harry and Neville both gaped at her, mouths hanging practically to the floor. Hermione looked up and glared at them both. What? You cursed? Harry uttered, pointing at her. Well, what kind of person draws up a marriage contract for a baby and a toddler? Hermione crossed her arms and scowled. Not to mention leaving you with those people and threatening to fire Shiva when she had the audacity to argue with him. Dumbledore is an arsehole through and through. And while I have no intention of proclaiming that from the ramparts, I am allowed to curse a bit here. And there, thank you very much. The boys held up their hands. We're sorry, Hermione, both stated in unison. The girl glowered for a moment before accepting their apologies with a nod. You know, Harry said, it's funny. I was actually going to ask you to help me look into Sirius Black, anyway. What? Why? Hermione asked. I'm not really sure. Something's been nagging at me for the past few weeks since Shiva told me about it, and I honestly can't figure out what the problem is. Something just doesn't sound right. Hermione sighed. Well, I suppose it's a good thing we agreed to check the facts then. We can get started tomorrow. It's been a long day, gentlemen. Let's head off to bed. Yes, Mistress Hermione, Neville said with a cheeky grin. He ran up the stairs laughing at the glare his friend sent his way. Good night, Hermione. Harry gave her a quick hug, and then followed Neville to the dorm, trying to ignore the last hour or so, at least until the next morning. Good morning, Luna, Harry said as he passed the younger blonde in the entrance hall. Good morning, Harry Potter, she replied airily. You know, you can just call me Harry, Harry said with a chuckle. You don't mind? She asked, cocking her head at him. I really don't. The only ones who call me Harry Potter these days are people just interested in staring at my scar, and a slightly manic house elf. Harry smiled, thinking about Dobby. Hopefully the little guy was living large and enjoying his life with its new freedom. Well then, I shall refer to you as Harry. Harry. Luna paused to consider for a moment before sighing and shutting her eyes. If you wish, you may call me Loony. Harry frowned at that and stopped before they could make it to the tables. Why would I want to call you that, Luna? It is what nearly everyone else calls me. I am convinced the Raxburts encourage it, though I have not ruled out the Nargles either. Luna's eyes had opened, and she turned to look at him. Her face was very carefully set and betrayed next to no emotion. The term first started when I defeated Ronald in chess while visiting Ginny 2 years ago. Harry's gaze swept to Ron, and he glared at the back of the boy's head hard enough. It was amazing the redhead's head didn't spontaneously explode, before turning back to Luna and smiling softly. Luna, I have no intention of ever calling you Loony, okay? He saw her eyes widen, but that was the only thing that registered on her face. And I'll see if I can find some of the Raxburts and have a bit of a talk with them about that name also. Why would you do that, Harry? Luna's gaze abruptly shifted from distant and unseeing to piercing and scarily focused. Because you seem nice, Luna. I was called names myself for a long time. It wasn't very fun. Harry shook his head. Would you like to sit down with Hermione, Neville, and I for breakfast? Change tables? Luna asked. Yeah, we could always move to sit with you over at the Ravenclaw table, if you'd prefer. Yes, Luna said, nodding. I would like to sit with you, Harry. May we sit near Ginny as well? Sure. Harry led Luna towards his usual spot, sitting down across from Hermione, and Neville with Luna plopping down to him. Both his friends shot him a questioning glance, but Harry just shrugged, smiled, prompting the other two to shake their heads and return to their breakfasts. When Ginny walked into the hall a few minutes later, Harry waved her over next to Luna. Morning, Luna, Ginny said with a yawn. How come you're over here today? Harry invited me, Luna said simply. Oh, cool. Can you pass the bacon, please? Ginny yawned again while taking a few slices from the proffered plate. Luna, Hermione said after they were all looking a bit more awake. Harry, Neville, and I were going to start looking into a rather old case shortly. You said your father was the editor for the Quibbler. Yes. Luna nodded. Have you helped him write any articles by chance? I have written a few, Luna said, fingering her radish earrings. I used to have a column on things the blibbering humdingers said. Hermione shut her eyes and visibly took a breath before shaking her head and continuing with her query. Would you be interested in helping us with our investigation? Perhaps assisting in the write-up of any potential findings. Harry smiled over at his friend for the suggestion. Neville was nodding along as well. Yeah, that'd be good to have an actual reporter help out. I'm not really a reporter, Luna said, glancing down. I prefer to think of myself as an explorer. A reporter would have far less success finding the crumple-horned snorkack than an explorer. Well, Harry said, you still have more experience tracking down this kind of stuff than we do. We tend to solve mysteries right in front of our noses. This one might take a bit more work. You truly want me to help? Luna looked at Harry with that same piercing gaze from a few minutes ago. He felt like his soul itself was being weighed by this young blonde. We do, Luna, he responded, not breaking her gaze. Luna blinked slowly and smiled, nodding yes to them all. Ron finally looked up from his third helping of food at that point and noticed Luna sitting nearby. Why is Looney sitting here? Fred and George, sitting a bit further down the table, smacked their heads against the wood. Harry watched Luna's shoulders slump slightly before her distant smile returned. Harry bumped her shoulder, and when she turned to him, raised his eyebrows at her, and mouthed, "Watch this." Luna's gaze widened in reply, and her eyes focused again. Harry turned to Ron before Hermione could start in on the redhead. Hey, Ron, do you remember last year when you tried to steal my cloak? The table immediately fell completely quiet. The only people who didn't remember that little incident were the new first years. And even some of them had heard the story already. Why, yeah. Ron mumbled, starting to pale. If you don't want similar wards to mysteriously appear around your bed, you should probably call her Luna or Miss Lovegood or really anything but Runic. The silence in the hall had stretched to include the other 3 house tables. Ron's eyes widened, but color returned to his cheeks as he got redder, and his complexion grew splotchy. I can call her. Ron, Neville cut in. Remember who your brothers are to, and which side they tend to support in these arguments. All the red again drained out of Ron's features, and he turned to look at the twins, who still had their heads on the table but flashed identical thumbs up at Neville. Right. Yeah, sure. No problem. He abruptly shut up, and conversation seemed to restart. Harry turned to see Luna staring at him wide-eyed. Fun, She slowly nodded and giggled a bit. Harry noticed Snape standing up from his place at the faculty table with a sneer firmly plastered onto his features. Harry sighed and murmured, "Come on, contact Daphne." Daphne responded almost immediately. "I assume you're about to want the rule verbatim." "Yeah," he replied. "I know we had discussed this for us, but it looks like I'm about to need it now instead. Shame. This would have been far more fun if I or Tracy cited it." "Oh, well, just repeat what I tell you when prompted." "Will do." "Thanks, Daff." Harry turned to face Snape as the man walked up to him. "Lovegood, return to your table immediately," Snape said with a scowl. Harry placed a hand on Luna's shoulder, keeping her sitting down as he raised his brow at Snape. "May I ask why, Professor Snape?" Again conversation in the hall quieted down. Harry caught a glimpse of Shiva at the faculty table, leaning over to whisper to McGonagall and Flitwick. All three quickly covered their mouths, obviously stifling potential laughter. "Students are to sit at their house tables, Potter. This does not concern you. Now, Miss Lovegood." "Actually, Professor, that's not true," Harry said with a lopsided grin. "What are you blabbering about?" "Harry said your statement was untrue, Professor," Luna stated with a dreamy smile. "Perhaps the Raxburts have been hovering around you too much." "Get back to your table now, you silly girl," Snape said, barely containing his sneer. "Sir, before you interrupted, I was telling you that you were wrong about the requirement to sit at house tables," Harry responded calmly. "Of course they are required to sit at their tables, Potter." Harry saw Shiva giving him a small salute. "Well," Harry started, and then waited a moment for Daphne to murmur the exact wording to him. According to Hogwarts Bylaws Section D, Subsection 2, Paragraph 3A, Line 12, Hogwarts students are required to sit at assigned house tables only during the welcoming and leaving feast and any specifically designated special occasions feast, such as welcoming a foreign visiting school. At all other times, students are encouraged to sit at other house tables with friends, family, or acquaintances in an effort to foster inter-house camaraderie and cooperation. "So, Professor," Harry said, smiling up at Snape, "Luna is not only allowed to sit here, she is actively encouraged to do so." A pin could have dropped like a cannonball in the Great Hall for all the noise that was going on. Harry caught sight Shiva shaking with her hands desperately clamped over her mouth. Flitwick wasn't even trying to hide his laughter, holding his belly and chortling merrily. McGonagall had a smirk plastered on her lips which, for her, might as well have been her rolling on the floor. Surprisingly, the new defense teacher was also chuckling, though he was attempting to hide it, if a bit less successfully, than Shiva. Snape just snarled and spun on his heel to stalk out of the Great Hall. "Excellent work, Harry," Daphne said into her calm stone. "We'll make a Slytherin out of you yet." Disconnect. Dumbledore watched his third-year students filing out of the Great Hall with mixed feelings. On the one hand, he could appreciate a well-executed prank even if the victim was Severus. That the prank had been performed simply by knowing the potion's master's likely reactions and having a rulebook handy was impressive. On the other hand, Harry had undermined the staff authority quite decisively, and in a distinctly Slytherin fashion. He could see Greengrass' hand in this, a fact that was distinctly worrisome. Even more so, Minerva and Phileas tacitly approved. That Bathsheba did not lift a hand in prevention came as no surprise, and Remus had been a marauder, so his amusement was expected as well. Dumbledore had hoped that another summer with the Dursleys would have reminded Harry just how precious Hogwarts was, as well as how trustworthy its teachers could be. but Minerva and Filius Dumbledore was losing control of his faction. Voldemort was moving again. He could not afford to lose control. Not when so much was at stake. Hermione, Harry said, looking at her schedule for a third time and finally giving up rubbing his forehead as he handed it back to the girl. How can you possibly take every single course at once? You realize 3 of those classes meet at the same time. Hermione blushed and snatched her paper. I'm surprised you noticed that, honestly. I know it will be difficult, but I have no doubt I can handle it. Neville just shook his head at the girl. Seriously though, why do you want to take Muggle studies? Your parents are Muggles. Well, it will be interesting to see them from a witch's perspective, don't you think? Harry sighed. I think you should just get a notebook to compile a list of issues if you're going to take that class, Hermione. We're still using quills and parchment, plus 90% of the magical population can't even pronounce electricity, let alone know what it does. Don't complain to us when you find out the things they teach are 100 years out of date. Hermione glared at her friends. We shall see. The trio walked into the Ancient Runes class waving at Shiva, who winked back at them. Grabbing seats near the middle, Hermione stopped and stared wide-eyed. Lavender, you're taking Ancient Runes? Lavender shrugged, tossing her hair a little. I've seen some of the things Harry comes up with in the common room. It seemed interesting. And besides, she smirked, just because I love to gossip doesn't mean I can't study as well as the rest of you. She's got you there. Neville laughed. Hello, Susan. I hope you had a good summer. Hi, Neville, Harry, Hermione, the redhead said, flashing them all a smile. My summer was great, thanks. Harry, I hear some congratulations are in order. She winked at him and slyly nodded toward Shiva. Harry nodded back at her. Thanks, Susan. Tell your aunt we appreciated the advice, by the way. Will do. So, is anyone else surprised that Millicent Bulstrode is in this course? Harry's exploits have made a rather big impression on her. She's trying to follow in his footsteps a bit, Daphne said as she and Tracy grabbed seats nearby. Millie may be intimidating, but she's a lot smarter than she looks, and she's pretty nice if you can get her talking. Well, a raven-haired Oriental girl said, sitting in front of Harry, said, I for one was planning on taking this class before you starting making waves. Harry, we haven't really been properly introduced yet. I'm Sue Lee. Nice to meet you, Sue, Harry said, shaking her hand. All right, people, Shiva said, rubbing her hands together and getting the class attention. Welcome to Ancient Runes. Let's get started, shall we? I can't believe Hagrid is teaching hippogriffs for the first class, Hermione muttered besides Harry and Neville. Harry had just gotten off of the hippogriff named Buckbeak after a short flight around the campus. The animal was beautiful, sure, but give me a broom any day. That was not my idea of a fun flight, says the man who flies directly towards the ground at 100 kilometers per hour. Hermione scoffed. Yeah, but I'm in control when I do that, Harry grumbled. How the hell am I supposed to know what my flight partner is going to do if it has a brain of its own? Heads up, people, Neville murmured. Malfoy's up. Harry's eyes narrowed, watching his self-declared rival stalk towards Buckbeak. He palmed his fishing line rune just in case. It had been an idle experiment in pranking over the summer that ended up turning out pretty good. The cluster functioned somewhat like a modified version of the summoning charm they'd learn next year, but this one was directed and could just yank on a distant object and pull it a short distance in whatever direction the rune stone was jerked. He knew Fred and George would have a field day with it when he showed them. I still think if the blockhead is foolish enough to annoy the hippogriff, you should just let him get hurt, Tracy said from beside the trio. Getting a bit bloody would serve the Ponce right. And if he runs to Daddy afterwards, Trace? Daphne commented, watching Malfoy sneer at the animal. Yeah, I know. It wouldn't be fair to the critter. I still want to see him bloody after he tried grabbing your arse earlier, Tracy replied. Well, the Whomping Willow is close. Maybe we'll get lucky and the fishing line will be a bit stronger than I expect, Harry snorted. Malfoy glared at the hippogriff, who screeched back at him and pawed the ground, obviously rejecting the boy. Malfoy didn't care. Stupid bird brain. You're just a pathetic little animal. You'll submit to me. He smirked and strode forward. Buckbeak reared back onto his hind legs, talons extended to slash Malfoy. The boy's eyes widened, and he held up his arm to fend the hippogriff off. Harry groaned and stretched out his hand with the fishing line. He latched onto Malfoy and jerked the boy away from Buckbeak before the half-bird could get in trouble for injuring a student. Malfoy sailed arse over tea kettle about 5 meters towards the Whomping Willow, though he tumbled to a halt well short of its reach. Pity, Tracy muttered, though I admit seeing his robes flapping over his head like that was satisfying. I would have figured him for a boxer's kind of guy, but I guess not. Yes, we certainly have something to taunt him with now, Daphne agreed with an evil little grin. You see, this is why hippogriffs should not be shown to third-year students. Hermione shook her head and sighed at the moronic quality displayed by her yearmate. She was careful to hide the upturn of her lips from her friends. It simply wouldn't do for them to find her laughing at the misfortune of another during a class. Even if that other was Draco Malfoy. Headmaster Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy said as he glided into the great hall at the end of the week during breakfast. Draco hurried up to his side. Harry shook his head and raised an eyebrow at Hermione. She sighed and waved him on. Harry stood and made his way towards the staff table along with Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and Tracy. Surprisingly, Millicent, Blaise, and Lavender all stood as well and followed them. Harry glanced at the others, but they just nodded to him and waved him forward. Demand the location of the animal in question, Lucius was saying. Such a dangerous creature cannot be allowed near students, and it will be put down immediately. I assure you I will also be seeking the immediate dismissal of Rubeus Hagrid from his post. The man has no business teaching an important class. Mr. Malfoy, so good to see you again, Harry said with a smile any Slytherin would be proud of. I see you managed to dress yourself without the assistance of a house elf. Malfoy sneered at Harry, but did not otherwise acknowledge his presence. Snape, on the other hand, did. This does not concern you, Potter. Return to your seats. All of you. Actually, Professor, if Mr. Malfoy is discussing Buckbeak and the incident in Care of Magical Creatures class the other day, then I assure you, this does fully concern me. Snape sneered and replied, well, the others certainly should return to their seats then. We're present as witnesses, Professor, Millie said, earning a supportive nod from Blaise and Lavender, as well the rest of his core group. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said before anyone else interrupted, are you attempting to punish Buckbeak for knocking back Draco? Of course, child, Malfoy said, an oily grin spreading across his face. The minister has agreed that such an event cannot be allowed to occur in the future. Oh, well, there's no problem then. Buckbeak didn't do anything to Draco beyond rear back in warning. I was the one who jerked him away. Harry shrugged while inside. He was cheering in triumph. This was going to be fun. Draco's face had gone from superiority to confusion to rage, but he managed to hold himself back while his father was there. Lucius, on the other hand, looked dumbstruck. What? It seems just like the last time you were here. Harry nodded at Tracy, who gave the man a predatory grin. You are operating on horribly mistaken information. I noticed that Buckbeak had reared back and looked likely to fall forward in Draco's direction, so I used this. He pulled out a fishing line rune stone to jerk him out of the way of any danger. You did what, Potter? Draco exclaimed. His father quickly shushed him, though his own face was twisted into a snarl as well. Be that as it may, boy, the animal is still dangerous, and technically a flobberworm is dangerous too. Mr. Malfoy, you could choke on one, at least if you try to eat it. Tracy snorted at that, and Lavender looked slightly ill. Harry just smiled and continued. All students were warned extensively not to approach a hippogriff without receiving a bow. All these people behind me will testify that Draco ignored this warning and proceeded towards Buckbeak, not only without receiving a bow, but also while insulting the animal. Daphne raised her eyebrows and said, the equivalent behavior in potions class would be throwing in several ingredients at once and then tossing spells at the hissing concoction. Neither Buckbeak nor Hagrid did anything wrong. Draco did. Harry Potter saved him from his own stupidity. You should be thanking him. Lucius' expression settled into one of acquiesce, though the corner of his mouth kept twitching as it tried to scowl. It appears I did not have the full story. Very well then. Good day, Headmaster. He started to turn back towards the doors, but Harry got in one last call. Should I toss out another glove, Mr. Malfoy? His only response was the slapping of shoes on the stone. Potter. Snape snarled, detention tonight for assaulting a fellow student. Harry looked to Dumbledore with raised eyebrows, but the old man didn't make any expression. Actually, Professor Snape, seeing as Harry was protectin' young Draco, I think he deserves to be rewarded, not punished. 10 points to Gryffindor. Hagrid said with a large smile. I agree, Hagrid, McGonagall said. You will not be serving detention, Mr. Potter. Hey, don't forget the others. Shiva threw in, grinning. All of you guys who came forward as witnesses take 5 points each. Good show of support and doing the right thing. As Harry turned to head back to his seat with the others, he could practically hear the grinding of Snape's teeth behind him. Thank you for joining us for part 1 of Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path. This story is just beginning, but already the threads of deeper magic, self-discovery, and ancient power are coming into view. Temporal Knight has crafted a tale that feels both familiar and brand new, a bold reimagining that honors the original while carving out its own legendary trail. Which part intrigued you most? Harry's new magical philosophy, the hidden powers of the Rune Stone, or the subtle shifts in relationships and lore? Share your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to know what drew you in. If you enjoyed this chapter of Harry's alternate journey, please like, subscribe, and share it with other fans of the wizarding world. And if you'd like to help us produce more stories like this, consider becoming part of our wizard army. Did you know? Temporal Knight's Rune Stone Path is praised for its depth of magical theory and respect for character growth. It's often recommended among the top Harry Discovers Ancient Magic fanfics in the community. Thank you for listening, Grimoire Guardians. And remember, some paths aren't found. They're forged, one rune at a time. Until next time, keep seeking the magic between the lines.